Sorry to wake up everybody here, but I will call the October 17th meeting of the West Des Moines City Council to order and invite you all to stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and I know Councilman McKinney is on his way and will be joining us shortly, but everybody that's here, please sign in. We will re-sign in when Councilman McKinney gets here.
There are 4 members present.
Okay, and I just want to make a brief announcement before we move any further. Is anybody here for the Ashworth Road project? Please raise your hand if you are. Okay. We do not have that item on our agenda tonight for discussion. We will not be taking that item up tonight. That is not on the agenda. So I would ask you that you hold your comments and bring those back. We are going to be addressing that on November. I see your hand up, ma'am. Just hold on a minute. We are going to be bringing that back on November 7th for discussion. If you would like to briefly bring that up tonight, the time to do that is citizens forum, since it is not on our agenda. And I will let you know that at that time, ma'am. At that time, when it's your time, you can get up there and speak, but I ask people to keep it to 5 minutes or less, and I ask that you keep it civil and respectful, okay? So again, we do not have that item on the agenda tonight. We are not taking that item up. We will be taking that item up on November 7th. If you feel like you need to address this, you can do so under Citizens Forum when we get to that point. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just a point of order, the 11, on the 7th, it'll be a workshop immediately following the council meeting. That's when we'll have the discussion for that project.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Tom. Okay. With that, we're going to move on to item 2.
We still need approval of the agenda.
Oh, sorry. Ryan, has there been any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Your Honor.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda as distributed?
So move.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
4 yes.
Okay. Now, item 2, Citizens Forum. This is a time for anybody to address the council on any item that is not either part of public hearings or new business. So if you are here for that Ashworth Road project and would like to speak briefly to the council on this, please come up to the podium here, give us your name and address for the record. And again, you've got 5 minutes, please.
I won't take 5 minutes.
Okay.
My name's Cheryl Matravers, and I live at 1409 Ashworth Road. And I thank you for maybe taking a few of our comments to heart. I am here particularly because I am very opposed to your shared use path agenda. I do think something needs to be done with Ashworth Road. I don't know if what you're saying is the answer, but I would like those here who agree with me, who think the shared use path is not wise, to please stand up. I think that, thank you all for being here. I also think that there has to be a much better way we can spend this kind of money, which we don't even know what that is. I just don't see the necessity of the trade-off for really de-beautifying the gorgeous, mature yards on Ashworth Road and coming back and actually, in some instances, destroying some properties. And I really am against this. And I ask you, members of the council, to not let bureaucracy bias these improvements. I think you can see here there are many people who are not in favor of this that are directly affected. And I appreciate your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Anybody else who would like to address the council on anything that is not either part of public hearings or new business, please come to the podium, give us your name and address for the record. And again, please keep it civil and respectful, and you've got 5 minutes, please.
Likewise to you, sir. Thank you for listening to us. I don't know much about your business or the government or engineering, but I do know a lot about living on Ashworth Road. And I have loved living on Ashworth Road.
We need your name and address, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Shar, and I live at 16th and Ashworth.
You're going to have to give the specific address so you can, because we have this for the record so that you can
Oh,
come
okay,
and spoken. Sorry.
1527 Ashworth Road.
Gotcha. Perfect. Thanks, Shar.
You bet. I've tried to avoid buying a pig in a poke. And there are so many questions that I have and my neighbors have about Ashworth Road and what you're going to do. And you must know that we hear all kinds of things. For example, I have heard that from the curb to 20 feet in, that any structure that's there, if we want to keep it, we have to get it out of the way. So my question to you is, and I've heard that it was going to be destroyed if I don't take it. So here's what I want to know. Since you will destroy it, will my insurance cover that? I would like to know that. Another thing I'd like to know is when you plow the snow, we have 3 lanes, right? And I'm all for the street. Where does the snow in the middle lane go? I know that sounds strange, but I understand our side of the street is going to have an expanded public access. So are we going to get all the snow? Or are we going to get part of the snow? I don't know. But it might make a difference to what I do with my property. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Shar. Okay. Anybody else who'd like to address the council on item 2, Citizens Forum? Please come to the mic, give us your name and address. And if you could, just 1 second, we are going to re-sign in. If we could redo the attendance since Councilman McKinney is here. Hold on just 1 second, sir.
Matt, we need to do.
It's not going. It's not telling us to sign in. Oh, there it goes.
All right. 5 members present.
Okay, perfect. Back to our regularly scheduled program. You're on, sir. Please name and address for the record.
My name is Scott Smith. I live at 1167 21st Street. I'm not here because of Ashworth. I've come here because, and I have some of my neighbors with me, we have concerns about Airbnbs in our neighborhood. We live on 21st Street between Woodland and Pleasant, and we love our block. But we're concerned by the arrival of 2 Airbnbs right next door to each other. As parents and property owners, we have concerns about how they're being managed, and we've already seen loud arguments and times where so many cars show up, there's no street parking. Since it's my understanding that the state took away this decision from you, I just have one question. What can we as citizens do to maybe change this rule to get this loophole closed? Because it's by my understanding that they've taken advantage of various loopholes to get the zoned single residential, but now we have 2 hotels right next door to my house. So we just want to know what maybe we as citizens can do to get this changed.
I would tell you to lobby the legislature to allow cities to regulate short-term rentals. We had somebody just like yourself that brought this to our attention, and we took a look into it, and we're really specific on the ordinance that we crafted and careful not to affect legitimate bed and breakfasts that we do have in town, but regulated these short-term rentals, and then we got preempted by the state, and they took away our ability to regulate that. And so it has to be a lobbying effort up at the state to allow locals to be able to do that. Now, I will say, I think there is some regulation that we can do if, they're not abiding by certain things, if they don't have a rental certificate and whatnot. So,
We treat those as regular rentals. Any rule that we can apply to a regular rental house applies to this as well, so those sorts of things. But
It's my understanding that they don't have to have a rental license. It's my understanding that all the loopholes that somebody that has a for rent property that they rent month to month, the Airbnbs do not have to jump through those same hoops. They just don't. All they have to do is just open the doors and say, here you go, and advertise it.
they're subject to the same rules as a regular rental property are. I mean, that's, so.
well,
Need more
here's what
information.
I'd
Okay.
suggest.
Okay.
Why don't you give your contact information to Ryan Jacobson, sitting down there at the end here in the
Okay.
blue shirt, and we will get a hold of you and talk about the specific concerns that you have,
Sure.
the property addresses that you have concerns with, and look into these things and make sure that they're doing everything above board to the best of our ability. Councilman.
Yeah, thank you. And Scott, I guess I'd add to that, in the event that, they've got a property that is not conforming with our existing ordinances related to being kept up, if there's sound noise violations, please, obviously let us know. Those are things we can certainly enforce.
Sure, of
But
course.
in terms of restricting the ability of somebody to use the property in that fashion, our ability to do that is based on the legislature's decision.
And Mr. Smith, I totally understand what you're talking about, because I've got one immediately to my south. Not at all happy with it. So, and I've been through the same situation where 30 people there and they're lining the streets and causing noise until 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And I've called the police and they've come out. And that's unfortunately all we can do. I was not at all happy when the state took away that right of the city, because it's ridiculous.
You understand. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Sorry for
Thank
your
you.
hassle.
Yeah,
Appreciate
sorry,
the
yeah. Thanks, Scott.
comments. Okay, anybody else who'd like to address the council on any other item that is not part of new business or public hearings, please come on up, give us your name and address for the record. Right there, perfect.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dana Simon, and I'm at 2320 Ashworth Road. And just a couple comments. Thank you very much for the ability to make a comment this evening. Appreciate the work that you're doing. So, I'm concerned that I've never heard the word beautification in this entire project. I've heard about things we're going to take down, things we're going to destroy, pay for probably, either through whatever mechanism, eminent domain, or whatever the intention of this council is. But I have not heard the word beautification anywhere. If you go to Ankeny, other communities, you'll see attempts at this. And I know West Des Moines has those goals, but I don't see them on a major route such as Ashworth, and I think it should be there. We see it down Fleur Drive, see it on Grand Avenue. You don't see bike paths on Grand Avenue. They have 4 lanes. They have center lane. And I agree with the center lane, by the way, for Ashworth. I think it's a really good idea, but I'm really concerned about accidents. I've lived on Ashworth for decades, and I can tell you that I've seen people speeding there at 50, 60 miles an hour down the road. You got a bike path on one side. It could really be a very huge problem, a very unexpected problem. So I think that that's another issue. I would appreciate, I also spoke to some neighbors who lived up on Fuller. They told me that this was a proposal there on Fuller Road for a while, and but that it had been, quote, dropped. I don't know anything more about that, but I just bring these questions up because while I've used bike paths with my family for years, all the way out to out west, and with destinations, bike paths were plentiful. They're existent already. I'm just not sure that this is a safe proposal, let alone a feasible one. And if it is going to be instituted, I'd request that some idea about how to beautify or at least preserve what we have on Ashworth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Brad Morford. I live at 1815 Ashworth. I've been there for 66 years, so I've seen a lot of things at Ashworth. I'm very opposed to the sidewalk, the way it stands with the city. And what I want to talk to the city about is the ability for compromise. When I rebuilt my parents' home there in 2018, my building project was held up for 3 months by the city because I needed 18 more inches of setback before I could start my construction. So I had to redo my architectural plans. And this took prime time and a lot of time. And here we get a letter that says the city, in one fell swoop, wants to take 10 more feet of my property. I don't necessarily think that's fair. I would like to speak in terms of compromise because these people especially from 19th to 22nd Street are losing a lot of their property. And so I went out this weekend and I took some pictures and I took some measurements of places on Ashworth Road for comparison. And if you go beyond 50th Street, we were told that they want a 12-foot parking for safety. Well, if you go out to 50th Street and Ashworth Road, there are 5-foot parkings there. If you go a little bit farther west, they go down to 3-foot parkings. And for safety, this is where children walk to school at that grade school there. So the thing of 12 feet parkings before a 10-foot sidewalk for safety, I get confused where that's coming from. So I asked the city to consider compromise. If we would just do 8-foot parkings and a 6-foot sidewalk, which I agree. I like to go for a walk with my wife and my golden retriever, and 4-foot sidewalks are small. But how about an 8-foot parking with a 6-foot sidewalk? It would not touch anybody's property. But another thing that I considered is I went down to Grand Avenue in Des Moines. Des Moines has 11-foot lanes on theirs. Engineers here say we need to have 12-foot in West Des Moines. I'm not sure why, but I think Grand Avenue in Des Moines is a much heavier traveled road than Ashworth Road. So I'd just like to show an example of compromise. Currently, the city is telling those people between 19th and 22nd, they want 12 feet more for a lane, 12 feet for a parking, and 10 feet for a bike path. They're wanting 34 feet of their property. How about just an alternative of an 11-foot lane, 8-foot parking, and 6-foot sidewalk? They would only be taking 25 feet of their property. And there was a gentleman here last week that said, please consider every foot of my property is important. And so I guess I could go on and on forever, and I have with a lot of people, but I ask the city to at least look at compromise. Don't be like an engineer and say things are black and white. I had an engineer as a business partner here in West Des Moines for 34 years, and he could only look at things from one perspective. I ask you as city council members to ask them to look for alternatives and reach out to people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brad. Appreciate it. Thank you, Brad. Anybody else who would like to address the council on Citizens Forum? Please give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Michaela McClinton, and I live at 1910 Ashworth Road. We thank you for your time, all city council members, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your efforts to improve Ashworth Road. Upon our reflection and investigation, our concerns are more than personal. And I hope that you take our concerns seriously about the cost and proposed benefits of the redesign of the corridor, as it's an established residential area. We question if the degree of the changes will produce a net benefit relative to the substantial costs of the current design, most monetarily, but also via costs related to the city's execution of eminent domain to take property from homeowners without justification of reasonable alternatives or actual cost-benefit data. For example, could a 10 to 12-foot lane be used either in a 4-lane and or a 3-lane setting configuration within the current right-of-way to minimize or eliminate the need and costs associated with taking homeowners' land? The city currently has 64 feet, including the right-of-way, to work with. Could these configurations within this width be as or even more safe than the current design while serving the greater good of the community? Could these configurations save the city a significant amount of money, including money to move power lines and redo utilities that were recently done in this last year? We have asked for evidence-based answers to these questions, and the only response that we got was, this is standard. 12 feet is standard. And that we should go to Google based for standards. So here's what we found. The standard 12-foot lane is based off of new construction and highway, freeway, interstate construction, which this project is neither. And so you should ask yourself if this standard is truly appropriate in this circumstance. Contrary to the standard 12-foot lane used in this design, NACTO indicates the travel lane widths of 10 feet generally provide adequate safety in urban settings while discouraging speeding. Narrower streets can help promote slower driving speed, which in turn reduce the severity of crashes. Other benefits of narrower streets: reduce crossing distances, as someone had mentioned with the school crossing. Crossing distances, shorter signal cycles, less stormwater, and less construction material to build. Lanes greater than 11 feet should not be used, as they may cause unintended speeding and assume valuable right-of-way at the expense of other modes. The importance of this is that non-12 feet lanes may afford alternate design solutions that were not considered, may be the most cost-effective and the safest solution that truly serves the greater good of the community. They brought up crash data from Ashworth Road without considering the alternative risk is not convincing that the safety will be improved by the 12-foot lane designs. The 2 preventive crashes in the 6 years is very low, and that assumes these were actually due to the roadway designs versus driver error, which no roadway will ever prevent. Therefore, how does the crash rate, which accounts for traffic volume, compare to other ideal roads with comparable traffic volume? And what about other road design related issues that a conversion to 3 lanes will generate in this unique circumstance? What are cars going to do when the garbage and delivery trucks are occupying the single lane on the sides? What about the increased risks of cars trying to shoot the gap when there is now only 1 lane that has continuous flow from 22nd to 19th? Again, since no one could or would provide evidence of actual risk reduction, and I was referred to Google, here is what we found. There's conflicting evidence that 4 to 3 lane conversions reduce crash rate. In the only study found on converted Iowa roads, the converted roads were predominantly from U.S. or state routes passing through small urban towns, of which is not comparable to Ashworth Road. There was a road from Des Moines in the study which included a stretch in Hickman Road, and guess what? They have since converted the 3-lane road back to a 4-lane. I hope that the city seriously considers these factors when making this decision to avoid buyer's remorse. I have been told that the city does not want to compromise when it comes to the remodeling, but bigger is not always better. On the evidence above, a simpler solution may actually provide a better result for the citizens of West Des Moines. Therefore, we ask that you please consider the above and compare reasonable alternatives to the current plan that may reduce costs and improve the benefit to the community, including safety, costs to build the road, move power lines and utilities, acquisition of property, and public perception enacting eminent domain without full consideration of alternatives. We ask that you not proceed with property acquisition until all the facts and design that addresses the question that we have posed here. In the end, we hope that more thoughtful and evidence-based consideration will result in a design that the city and the community can fully support because it is fiscally responsible and in the best interest of the community, including those who live along Ashworth and those who travel through it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
just want to make a comment. Just want to make a comment here. We're up here listening. We're not engaging, making comments. This is going to have its own day in court on November 7th at a workshop, a city council workshop. We want to hear what you guys have to say. If other people feel like they need to come say something, please, by all means, feel free to do that. But this will have its day in court on November 7th, where you will provide whatever it is that you want to provide to us. We understand how passionate you are about this. We will listen. We will engage. We will have staff that will make comments as to various things that have been made here, comments that have been made. Right now, we're just listening. So if you feel the need to get up and speak, please, anybody else that would like to address the council on this item or any other item for that matter, please get up and give us your name and address for the record. But do realize that this will be discussed in great detail on November 7th in a workshop with a back and forth, okay? Anybody else who would like to address the council on Citizens Forum?
Let me make one quick comment, too, before the next person goes. I personally drive Ashworth Road a lot, and I appreciate you all coming in and the emails I've gotten. So your opinions do matter to all of us, I believe, and so thank you for bringing them in and proposing alternatives.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, MJ, give us your name and address for the record, please.
MJ Hug, 413 2nd Street. I am not here to talk about Ashworth.
All right.
So this, I'd like to say, this city starts out pretty good on pedestrian infrastructure, but kind of has a chronic problem of really biffing it in the details, generally in a way that favors cars. So I've prepared for you tonight 3 examples of just what I mean by that. So take this intersection at Holiday Park. There's a lot to like here. First off, you have a nice, wide, well-maintained path. Awesome. You even included bollards so the cars on the street don't turn onto the path and run people over. Great. But then it gets a little biffed. Over here is a forgotten about faded stop sign. You would never let a stop sign get this faded if it was for a car, but pedestrians, apparently, that's fine. Right below that is a sign telling pedestrians it's their job to not get run over. Nothing like a little victim blaming in our infrastructure. So clearly, this intersection gives priority to cars. But what incredibly important thing are those cars going to? A parking lot. All of the through traffic at this intersection is pedestrian and bicycles, which I would argue means that it should be the pedestrians who get priority at this intersection, not the cars. So it should be the cars who get signs saying, hey, don't run people over. Fortunately, signs don't cost much, so this one would be a pretty cheap and easy fix. Next, 4th and Grand intersection, recently reconstructed, and it's way better than it used to be. In particular, there's actually a crossing on the east side of the intersection, so I don't have to play Frogger to get my groceries. Awesome. But, although improved, it's still a little bit. For instance, this sidewalk here curves away from the intersection, effectively telling pedestrians, hey, you shouldn't cross here. The turning radius on the curbs are wide and sweeping, allowing cars to take the corner faster, which makes collisions with pedestrians more dangerous. The crosswalk ramp is diagonal, so it sends pedestrians into the intersection rather than across from it. Unfortunately, since this is already built, a little too late to fix. But I know you guys have 8th Street coming up. I could not find the designs for that. If it has any of these same problems, it'd be good to get those fixed before it gets built. And finally, a recent development project that the City Council approved, and I have no problem with the project overall, but it has sidewalks right next to the street and rolled curbs, which city staff recognized as being more dangerous to pedestrians. Unfortunately, because it's a good development overall and nobody wants to kill it, they couldn't come up with a resolution. So I went, let's hope for the best. I think pedestrian safety deserves a little more than a shrug and a prayer. So let's explore that a little bit. So the street in this development is 26 feet wide. However, the parking spaces in the development are 9 feet wide. So it's completely reasonable to expect that 2 cars would fit in an 18-foot space. Now, we know from Ashworth that's a little cramped, but a 2-car garage in that same development, interior width of 22 feet. Much roomier, still less than 26. Highway 28, First Street, high-speed, heavy truck traffic, has 12-foot lanes, so we're wider than a highway. We might be a little wide, guys. Now, as far as I can tell, this is because the city requires developers to put in 26-foot wide streets, except for a couple of PUDs where the city required them to put in 31-foot wide 2-lane streets, which is ridiculous. But if we ignore the city's current penchant for overly wide streets, I think in that 18 to 22-foot space, we can find a happy medium. So let's say 20 feet gives you 3 feet of separation between the street and the sidewalk. 3 feet isn't much, but it's a lot better than nothing. And it's room to put trees or planter boxes, literally anything that stands in the way of a car hitting a pedestrian. So obviously, I threw a lot at you, so quick overview. Allow and encourage narrower streets where appropriate, and picket fence developments or developments like that are an excellent example of it being appropriate. For the love of God, please never build a diagonal crosswalk ramp again. They are the worst. In fact, SUDAS actually specifically recommends against them. And most generally, pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure aren't just recreational. They are a vital part of our city's transportation network and deserve to be treated as such. That means equal billing to the automotive infrastructure, not being subservient to it. Thank you.
All right, MJ, thank you so much. I know I saw engineering and public services back there taking notes and taking it under advisement. So appreciate the PowerPoint presentation. And Councilwoman Hardman.
I'd just like to say this is probably one of the most creative PowerPoint presentations I've seen from a constituent in 5 years.
Absolutely.
I think he deserves a round of applause.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Very creative way to demonstrate your point. I'm not saying I agree with everything, but I certainly enjoy the point of view. And you are one person that really takes living here seriously. And I enjoyed your presentation. I really appreciate some of the thoughts that you would want us to consider. And my hat's off to you. I really liked it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks,
All right, thank you, MJ.
Appreciate it. Okay, anybody else who'd like to address the council on item 2, Citizens Forum? Please come up to the podium, give us your name and address for the record. Going once. Going twice. Okay, I'm going to go to anybody online that would like to address the council on Citizens Forum. Please hit *6 to unmute yourself. Again, that's *6, not #6 or #6 for the kids. *6, unmute yourself, give us your name and address for the record.
Russ, can I make a comment here?
Yep, hold on real quick, though. All right, Citizens Forum is closed. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, echo some of the, I guess, a comment that Doug made earlier with respect to Ashworth Road. This is an item that came before our Public Services Council meeting where Councilman Trevelyan and I heard it roughly 4 or 5 months ago. And during that meeting, I think to Michaela's, if I got that right, Michaela's comment about having evidence-based answers to questions. And that was something that it was specifically brought up, and I know that we've received a couple emails on. And we were trying to put together some information, an FAQ, if you will, because it's something I'd like to better understand. I think we do need to have evidence and data that helps us understand what is more safe or less safe. And so having said that, understanding we're going to have a workshop during our next council meeting, that is just a workshop. Will there be action taken, or is that just purely developing an understanding?
I think typically the workshops happen after the council meeting, so I don't anticipate that action will be taken, but I'm looking down at an empty chair. There'll be direction that will be provided. No action will be taken. We will receive feedback, input. We will have a robust discussion, talk about alternatives and anything that anybody would like to discuss, and there will be some direction, hopefully, that the council will have that we will provide staff at that point in time, but there will be no action taken as far as I am aware.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
All right. Moving on. Thank you, everybody that came for the Ashworth Road projects, and we'll see you November 7th. Moving on to item 3, Mayor, Council, Manager Report, Other Entities Update. We will start, I always start to the left. We're going to start to the left because Tom's not here. Okay, starting with Councilman Lotz. Any update?
No real updates other than, I'm thankful for the constituents that come in and voice their opinions on these items like the Ashworth Road one. It does help frame what their opinions are for the decisions that we make, and I'm very empathetic to those things. So thank you for that.
Absolutely, amen. Councilman Trevelyan.
Nothing this time, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Hardman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things, kudos related, actually. I see Catherine Harrington here, but like to congratulate her on an award that she received for the work that she's doing for the West Des Moines Chamber, which, as you know, we're benefactors of. So recently, she received the PRSA Iowa Chapter Iowa Advocate Award, which she received last week. Catherine, would you stand? She, of course, was blown away. It was a surprise to her. But really, it was for all of the work that she is doing here in the city of West Des Moines and all the work that the Chamber is doing. And, of course, we are supporters of the Chamber in many ways, but we know that it is her and her team that is leading the way. So kudos to Catherine. For those that don't know her, she's standing, but is doing a phenomenal job on behalf of the city. So there's a lot of stuff in the social media about that award, so I want to say thank you. I also want to say that kudos to Councilman Hudson for his initiative for the student involvement engagement project. And he might, I don't want to steal his thunder, he might talk about it, but I happened to show up to it yesterday at 2 o'clock. And I was just amazed at the students that were there, the engagement level that was there, the diversity of students that was there. And they really, really, really talked a lot about what they liked about the city, what they like to see. And it's interesting to hear young people, high school kids, talk about what they want from the city. But I want to congratulate you, Councilman Hudson, for bringing students to the Chamber and your idea to really see how we can get more engagement and how we're going to grow that. So it was a wonderful Sunday afternoon. I happened to stop in for it at 2 o'clock and loved every second of it. So wanted to say thank you for engaging our young people here in West Des Moines about the city. So kudos for that idea and that concept.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. On to Councilman McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor, and well said, Renee, on both of those items.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just a quick update. This last week, we had an Icon Water Trails Board meeting. And for those that are here and listening online, the city of West Des Moines joined the Water Trails program, I'll say roughly a year ago. A lot of good work has been done, and we're in the process of getting some bids back on a rather large build-out. We'll have those November 1st. But I wanted everybody to be aware, Maggie McClellan is stepping down as the executive director for another opportunity, and Hannah Inman, who's involved with the Greater Outdoors Community Foundation, will be fulfilling that interim role. So as that continues to roll out, we'll probably have Hannah come in and give an update after we get some news after November 1st. We also had a development and planning meeting this morning, several different items. We talked primarily about some new ordinances in the city of West Des Moines related to fencing. There was several residents in attendance to discuss both their desire for and opposition to some changes to fencing. So that will likely be coming before the council here soon. We also talked about some upcoming projects. There were quite a few, but one in particular related to Microsoft DSM 41 out at Ginger West. It was on the docket this morning, a 240,000 square foot building that they intend to continue moving forward on. That's all I have at this time, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things to share. On October 5th, we had a Finance Administration Subcommittee meeting, and in that meeting, we talked about the northeast corner of Grand and Fuller, right by the Jordan House. And I know that City Manager Haddon is looking into this further, just trying to kind of cut through all of the noise that's kind of existed around this parcel. And hopefully we'll see some progress in that regard because, hey, I think there's some opportunities there in a lot of different ways, especially when it comes to cities. So we chatted about that. Let's see what else. Kudos to, again, Catherine for the Raccoon River Rally a week and a half ago, I guess it was now. Was that a week ago Saturday on October 8th? That was super fun. Me and my daughter got to build a cardboard boat. It went nowhere at all, just nowhere, but it did not sink, and that's important. It was a ton of fun, and hopefully everyone who went out enjoyed themselves. We had a ball, so thank you to you and your team, and of course to Parks and Rec and so many others who helped put on that event. It was a delight. It was a little brisk, but we didn't get too wet. And then finally, as Councilwoman Hardman said, so we had our first city school committee meeting, and we had several students from Valley High School and Dowling show up to kind of talk about what they thought about their vision for the city. Should be and could be, and I really appreciated hearing from them. And hopefully we'll hear a lot more as we continue to meet. Our next meeting's probably going to be in December. See, I had planned to meet quarterly, and they're like, no. We should try to meet once a month. And so I was like, all right, I guess we're going to meet once a month. So looking forward to hearing more from them as time goes on. Oh, also I did mention Ashworth Road to my students at Valley in my classroom the other day. They had very strong opinions about Ashworth Road, and I'm sure they'll come out for this board workshop meeting on November 7th. And that's my report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Councilman Hudson. Appreciate all you do. On to City Manager Haddon. Any report?
Yes, PFM is going to give a presentation on the bond sales today.
Okay.
So good day in the market. Suzanne Gerlach with PFM Financial Advisors, the city's municipal advisor. We went to the market today for 2 different series of bonds. Before you'll find the results of sale. We'll go over the E first, sort of a, the market is the market right now, right? We've been in very low interest rate environments for a very long time. We are no longer in a low interest rate environment, which the bids before you will show. But we did get the best possible rates that were available in the market today. So the first series of bonds, $29,235,000, taxable general obligation, urban renewal, capital loan note, series 2022E. These are to finance the fiber conduit network infrastructure. These are 20-year taxable bonds with an average life of 11.9 years. We received 8 bids from 53 different firms. So for a taxable deal, our goal is 3. We received 8, so that's tremendous. These are rated AAA. The Moody's Investor Service did affirm the city's AAA bond rating, which is the highest possible bond rating. The true interest cost range from 5.16 to 5.57%. So this is the first time we've seen over 5% in a very long time. These are taxable bonds. These are not tax exempt. So we have a much lower rate on the other series, but we are over 5%. The taxables have taken it hard with the inflation and the economic pressures that we are facing. So these taxable bonds are callable in 8 years, so we're not locked in for 20 years. We can refund tax exempt refunding, current refunding in 8 years. We can get creative if rates get lower sooner. So we'll be creative and we'll be keeping those on the refunding watch list. The cover bid, so the indications of sort of the uncertainty in the market, look at the first place bid and the last place bid. That range will tell you sort of the range of uncertainty in the market. 41 basis points, almost 0.5% between your first place bid and your 8th place bid today. So there is still a lot of mixed signals and a lot of uncertainty in the market. But did you get the best bid? That's looking at your first place bid and your second place bid. 2 basis points separating that. Sometimes we've seen 1/100th of a basis point separating first and second place. So we did get the best possible bid today on these. So with that, and I will say these are paid by conduit enterprise fund revenues and by taxes. So I don't know if anybody has any questions on these bonds before I go to the next.
I guess one question I would have is, you said these are not callable till 8 years from now. There's no, if we wanted to refinance and, do that, we wouldn't be able to do that for 8 years, and there's
you can do what's called an advance refunding, but it wouldn't be tax exempt. It would have to be a taxable advance refunding, and there are some other creative solutions we could do. But the 2019 Tax Reform Act took away the ability to do tax exempt advance refundings.
Gotcha.
So it'd have to be taxable or a Cinderella or something.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you so
there's other
much.
things,
Any
yeah.
councilperson have any question at all at this point in time? Okay. Well, thank you what you do for us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. And we do have a second series with a
Okay.
much lower interest rate.
Okay, go ahead.
Second series, $13,730,000. These are general obligation urban renewal bonds. These are tax exempt, state and federal tax exempt. And these are to finance Ginger West infrastructure. We did borrow ahead a little bit based on sort of we split what's left for the next 2 years. We borrowed a little bit ahead. And these, again, were rated AAA by Moody's. These have a much shorter 13-year maturity schedule with a 7.3-year average life. We received 11 bids from 49 different firms. So again, our goal was 3 bids. We received 11. Anything over 10 is a really good day in the market. And the true interest cost here ranged from 3.46% to 3.73%. So not quite as wide of a spread, just 27 basis points between the first place and the last place bidder, but 4 basis points between the first and the second place bid. So again, definitely got the benefit of the competitive sale today. And I will say you priced below the AAA index today. West Des Moines was setting the scale, and you actually priced better than the AAA scale nationwide today, 9 basis points better than the scale.
Nice.
So that's tremendous. Yeah. And these bonds will be repaid by the tax increment finance revenues from the Microsoft Development Agreement for Ginger West. So.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're
Really
so
appreciate it.
welcome. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
The only thing that I would have for my report is I just want to recognize, Greg talked about students. We've actually got a foreign exchange student here from Barcelona, Spain, named Vega Ramon. So if you could please stand. She is here to, thank you so much. She is here as part of her government class to observe what goes on here. So everybody behave yourself, be on your best behavior. Okay, we want good reports going back to Barcelona when she leaves here someday. So thanks for joining us, really appreciate it. Okay, moving on to item 4, consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that any council person would like to have pulled?
Yes, Mayor, I'm just pulling up my notes here. 4H.
Okay, 4H, Matt. Any other items that any council person would like to have pulled? If not, I would
For
take
the
a motion.
remainder.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Please vote on the remainder of the consent agenda.
5 yes.
Okay, item 4H, resolution for approval and ratification of specific fees and charges, related sewer district fees and charges. Matt?
Thank you. And Brian, I guess this is something that we've talked about a couple different times. I know we had a workshop relative to these connection fees. I've had a couple people reach out over the course of my service on the council and express some concerns about this. And so I guess, Brian, what I'm trying to better understand, or I don't know if you're taking the lead on something like this, but I think we hired Veenstra and Kim to do an analysis with respect to these fees and try to bring them more in line with what we're seeing across the metro. I'm curious if this is the conclusion of all that work, if this is a step in the direction. Just would like to better understand where we're at on that whole effort.
Sure. Brian Hemeseth, city engineer. We did engage with Veenstra and Kim. They did an analysis to see what the construction costs have been, what they're going to be. Obviously, we've got a lot of turmoil in the bidding market right now. Prices are coming in significantly higher than in the past. Some of the savings we thought we might realize have pretty much are diminished with the increase in costs that we've had over the last year and a half. So this is a reflection of what we found in the in that re-benchmarking that Veenstra did for us. And this is the basically the final recommendation that the staff has, and then it was affirmed in Finance and Administration Committee. So.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I know it's been a long time, a lot of work in the process of getting here, and so thank you for the update.
Yeah, we were able to bring down Raccoon River some amount.
Yeah, no, I noticed that and have already passed that along, so I appreciate that.
Okay.
And that was one thing we talked about in FNA, just going with the true cost, as close to the true cost and estimate that we possibly could. And that moved things a little bit. But yeah, the big mover was that Raccoon River, because that went closer to the true cost of what it would cost.
Well, and I appreciate, F&A and staff taking a look at this. We do have some challenges with topography in certain parts of the city, and, we got to continue to look at this. And, I consider this, if we price this where it needs to be, and if at some point in time the city needs to take a look at potentially participating in this as economic development, getting something developed that otherwise wouldn't get developed because the fees are so high in the area. So I appreciate you guys taking a look at it, and we will continue to monitor this and see how this goes. So.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Okay, Matt, did you want to move this item?
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
5 yes.
Okay, item 5, old business. We have no old business. Moving on to item 6, public hearings. Item 6A, this is time and place for a public hearing to consider a comprehensive plan amendment approval of update to the comprehensive plan land use map initiated by the city of West Des Moines. It's been continued from the September 13th meeting. Ryan, would you please read the date the notice was published?
September 30th, 2022 in the Des Moines Register.
And have we received any written comments to this hearing?
The Planning and Zoning Commission, by a vote of 6 yes, 1 was absent, adopted a resolution recommending approval of the comp plan update.
Okay. Now is the time for anybody from the audience who would like to address the council on item 6A to come to the podium, give us your name and address for the record. But before that happens, I would like to ask staff to come up and kind of walk us through how we got where we got on item 6A, all that went into the comprehensive plan. So, Lynn, go ahead. Then after staff is done, then we're going to open it up to the public.
Okay. Lynn Tate, Director of Development Services. So this has been a ongoing work, as you know, for quite some time, so we are going to run through. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping up front to kind of let you know.
How long? We're talking about?
About 5 years.
Okay.
So a little bit of housekeeping up front here. We're going to really do this in 2 different steps. This first step is the document as a whole. So it is the main document, the action plan document, the outreach, and then the demographics components of the comprehensive plan. Also part of that, we're going to look at the overall map for the whole city. So that will all be kind of done in step 1. Like I said, it will ask for the vote on that matter. And then in step 2, what we're going to do, and your map today has 6 holes in it technically. We're going to talk about 5 of those holes that are on that map. They're just left white. There's no color to them. It's going to be hopefully by the end of the night, we have a decision as to what colors those will be, and then we will update that map after that pack. So we will walk through all of those independently. Ideally, all the conversation on those 5 areas should happen with that public hearing items and not this first one. So this first one, I'm going to run through kind of just overall what we've done. I want you to keep in mind that there's a difference between comprehensive plan and a zoning code. They are not one and the same, even though our previous plan, they married up pretty identical, and it made it hard to really kind of keep that differentiation going. But the comprehensive plan is a guiding document. It's a vision for the community as a whole. It's what we kind of want to become, what we're looking at, what kind of things make up the city or the community, just kind of where we're at and what we want to do. This was based on a lot of outreach, and I'm going to have a slide in a little bit that'll show you just how much outreach we have done. Now, the zoning code is actually that regulatory mechanism. That's going to tell you what exactly you can do with your property and how you're going to develop that property from a setbacks, from a parking standpoint, from a landscaping standpoint. It sets the stage for that. So the comp plan gives us the idea of what we want to do. The zoning gives us the rules of how we're going to get there and do that. Okay? So really, and we're going to do some just global, don't know who's online, don't know how many people have seen a lot of this, so we're going to run through this fairly quickly. All of you have really seen this. We've met with you individually at different times through this process to go through this. But again, comprehensive plan is our long-range vision. It's really what does the city want to become as we continue to grow, as we continue to age. What are we looking to do? How do we want to do it? How do we go about that? So it's managing growth. It's telling us where we're putting land uses. It's what kind of policies we create for the city, what kind of programs we want to put, how can we enhance and make the city a better place to be. So at its core, it's just the aspirations for the community. And based on the outreach, we feel it's kind of what the community wants or what we were hearing that the community actually wants. So why update? The last one we did was 2010, and granted, we've done over 118 comprehensive plan amendments, mainly on the land use map over that time. But so this one is, it's about time to do that again. Why we update, though, we want to integrate the strategies from West Des Moines 2036 that you did, I believe, 2016, roughly. So it's looking to promote those kind of components into it, your visions for that. It's the visions of the city as a whole, looking at different documents, the strategic plans that we have for the city, the strategic plans that different departments have, master plans. It tries to bring all that together and kind of make it for everybody's kind of working towards one common goal is what the intent would be. So it is going to look at this new map. We'll look at how do we adapt to the content and the land uses to address the changes that we're seeing, the changes in development trends. What did COVID do to how development happens? Those aspects. A big component is we wanted to add a lot of flexibility into this plan. As I said, we've done 118 comp plan amendments. That tells us we did not have a map that really was looking at what the community, what it should have been out there. You shouldn't be having to do that many changes to what your land use map is. And really, in some ways, it's unfair to do a lot of changes because the people who buy next to it, they bought next to it thinking it's going to be X, and you turn around and we do something different. It just kind of is a little bit pulling the rug out from under someone.
And how many did you say, 118?
I believe it was 118 that we've done since 2010. This one also is going to take a little bit more of an environmental look at it. We're trying to let the environment tell us what land uses should go where. Between transportation and environment, those are going to be the main guiders of what we're going to do. There's a lot of data behind it, but those are the key things to be thinking about. And then again, it's just in kind of incorporating those best practices that we go through. So in a nutshell, like I said, it's talking about how do we enhance the character, how do we enhance that quality of life. We've talked a lot about mix of housing. How do we get that going a little bit more in the city so we can get a wider range of housing options, which then opens us up to more accessible to multiple different people, multiple different income levels, different stages of life. Our unique assets, we all know we're growing into an area that's a little bit hillier, a lot more trees, a lot more little creeks running through it. Our easy ground is pretty well done. So we have to find a different approach to this because it's going to take a little bit more work and a little bit more effort to do these things. I said sustainability, even how we become more resilient to weather events. We know they're increasing. Just trying to get some basic sound criteria into this plan so as we move forward and make our decisions, we know where we're headed. So I said outreach really kicked off at IllumiFest in 2018. So that was 5 years ago, or 24 years ago. We have a website that's been dedicated to this comp plan that whole time, ourwdm.com. We've done, you can see digital outreach through different social media platforms. You can see the numbers here of the people that we've been able to reach or that have commented or been on those sites for us. 50 plus in-person outreach events, virtual open house that's been on the website all this time. And then we sent out almost 38,000 postcards. So every resident or property owner, business owner within the city, we sent a postcard to, asking them to go to that website, take a look at it, give us your thoughts and give us your actions to that. So again, this one was very much tried to be built off of what the community want, what the community had to say. I'm not going to read through all of these. You've seen most of these before. You know, some of the big ones is that Raccoon River corridor. How do we capitalize on that? How do we really kind of engage the community in person and get them up here responding to us? A lot of them said, you know, we're a little bit of everything right now. We are urban, we're suburban, and we're rural. How do we keep that but still yet be able to grow? You just heard it a little bit earlier. Make our community walkable. How do we really cater to that and start getting people to be able to do that? Arts and cultures was a big thing. Tree-lined streets, maintaining green space. I really won't get into the water quality because we've all heard that one before, but that was about the one negative that we were coming out with. So out of this outreach, and this is something different that really the current comprehensive doesn't plan, is we develop these 8 topics that kind of hit on what we feel are the key elements of what makes up a community. And I'm going to run through them just kind of real quickly, but in your main document and your action plan document, these two marry up and go together. So topic 1 was community design. You can see the goal there, but it's focusing on how the community will look and feel. So as we continue to do things, what do we want that to be? Topic 2 was housing in neighborhoods. Again, enabling that wide variety of neighborhoods, so focusing on ensuring our community is a great place to live for everyone, not just certain select people. Sustainability and resiliency. Again, West Des Moines 2036 tells us we're supposed to be looking more at those environmental factors. So how do we start incorporating those things into the plan? So protecting and planning for those areas that we're growing into. Transportation and infrastructure has always kind of been a part of a comp plan. This one is kind of continuing that, but how do we keep creating more community mobility, making sure everybody has access to ways to get around the city? How do we, again, basically provide for about everyone? Engagement and wellness. That's a new topic to it. There's always been kind of little policies in there, but this one is really trying to, how do we promote those healthy lifestyles for our residents, activities, awareness? What are the things that as a city we can be doing to help make sure all our residents are happy and well and healthy? Diversity and inclusivity, that's a new one that's put into the plan. Again, as I'm sure you can guess, it's ensuring that everybody has that opportunity in the city and that we're not just for a select few. Economic prosperity, whatever the financial factors are, how do we start setting policies so that we know what we're doing is making the right decisions and for the community as a whole? And then land use, which we all know has always been a very big part of the comp plan and really the main meat of the document. This one is really trying to look at how do we manage that growth and how do we balance the built environment with the natural environment. Like I said, we're growing into some areas that it's going to take a little bit more challenge to it. So how do we get that flexibility in there to let the development community tell us we want, or really what the residents and the businesses want? So how do we build that? That's kind of the meat of that main document, minus the land use chapter, which we're going to go into in a little bit more. So I'm going to pause and see if there's any questions that you had or any comments you had on the main part of the document.
Any questions or comments from council on the main part of the document? I will say this. We're going to have staff present. After staff is done presenting, you can ask questions at this time. We're going to have the public come up and make any comments that they want to make. We will have staff respond if there's a response that's necessary. After the public back and forth, we're going to close the public hearing, and then I will ask for a motion and a second, and then we will take discussion, more in-depth discussion from the council. But does anybody have any questions of staff at this time on what's been presented? Okay. Hold on a second, Jim. We still have, she's going on to the next, or do you want, she's going to go on to the next part, and then as soon as she's done, I'm going to have you guys come up.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So goal implementation, like I said, it kind of touched on it just briefly. This main document marries up with that action plan. We really wanted a document that doesn't just sit on the shelf and we pull it off when we want to deny something, but we want something that's really, gives us actual tools that we can use to actually achieve the initiatives that are in this plan. So again, how it marries up, each of the plans have your goal, have the strategies in them. The action plan just takes a little bit farther, gives you some ideas of how you might achieve that action. They're really meant to be vetted. We're not saying all of them will happen, but they're just brainstorming ideas that we want to be able to take that next look at. We've put a lead department in there. Certainly development services can't or won't be doing it all. Certain departments have skill sets that we're going to leverage. And then putting a priority in there as to where we feel that fits as a 1, 2, or 3 priority, 1 to 3 years or 1 to 5 years, 5 to 8 years, 8 years on, so that we're kind of really focusing on certain things and getting there with it. So development of the land use maps or the land use portion of this. We've said this before, the adopted plan, the 2010 plan has 24 land use categories on it. They marry up pretty much identical to the zoning classifications. That puts you very rigid, very restrictive as what you can do. If you're not in the right kind of commercial zone, you may not get to do the certain type of commercial that you want to do. So we looked at a way, and that's what drove that 118 land use amendments, because if I wanted to do a auto repair shop and I wasn't in the right commercial district, I had to change my zoning. Even though I'm maybe commercial, I had to change it to another commercial designation. So how did we move past that is what we were looking to do. So we really wanted to rethink of how this map was created to begin with. Like I said, we apparently didn't have the right land uses in the right spots because we were doing so many amendments. So I have a team of staff we're more in the design college. All three of us that were leads on this project. Karen is the main lead. She's an architect by training. Linda's an architect by training, and I'm a landscape architect by training. So none of us have a planning background. But what we do know is how you look at a site and start trying to figure out what does that site telling you as to what it wants to be or what it's capable of being. So we wanted to take that step back and start taking that look to it. You'll see an illustration in a few minutes of what the previous comp plan had, and it really shows up most in the roads, that we were trying to put a grid network, or we were showing a grid network on ground that there's no way you're going to put a grid in this system anymore. We probably are not going back to that type of development in the city. It'll be in few spots. So one of the key things, again, I mentioned before, West Des Moines 2036, strategy number 4. All areas of the city will be mapped. All environmentally sensitive areas are protected, but then 5-year milestone is all areas have been mapped and appropriate policy or infrastructure improvements have been completed or planned. So that's one piece that we took, that when you guys adopted that plan, that we said, well, that needs to be a component of this comp plan. You've made it a point to say it's important to you, so we're trying to figure that out, how to get that in here. So what we looked at, and this was really just done by aerial photos, so there's a lot more detail that could be done with it, or it's really just meant to kind of be an awareness tool. We looked at substantial tree cover. We looked at slopes that were over 35%, figuring those start pushing it where you probably shouldn't be building on them. You could mass grade it away if you want to, but you probably shouldn't if you can avoid it. And we looked at kind of the water features. Where are those creeks at? Where's the floodplains? Where's the floodways? Where are those things that we really should be staying out of? And this is the slide that I kind of mentioned a minute ago. So this one on the left-hand side is our 2010 comprehensive plan. And you can see the streets in there are on a grid network. This plan was not done with topography behind it. It really wasn't done with aerial photos behind it. It was done with property boundaries and where the streets were. So we took the middle one is showing that same map. Once you start putting that environmental or those environmental characteristics on that map, you can see that. And we now have a creek cutting through here, and you have roads crossing them how many different times? It's probably not financially feasible to do it that much. So once you start laying in and layering these things together, the one on the right, credit to Eric Peterson with the traffic division, he started kind of looking at those roads and saying what makes more sense of where can we be putting roads, we shouldn't be putting roads. So we did a kind of a back and forth with Eric a little bit. He gave us roads, we put land uses on them. He re-looked at the roads, shifted some, we re-looked at some of the land uses. So it's been a little bit of a back and forth. Now that's not locking any road into place on this. This is still a very big picture item, but it's saying this is generally where we want it, and we're going to say we want this network of roads in the city. So it starts setting that tool for you and starts helping you figure out where land uses are going. Again, the outreach told us walkability was a very key component to the residents. They really want a walkable city, but they freely admit they're not giving up their cars. But when they have the time, they want to be able to walk to the neighborhood grocery store, the neighborhood commercial center. They want to be able to walk places. So we took that to heart, and we kind of took a look at the city, and we put a quarter-mile walk zone buffer on, and we put a half-mile. So we took our commercial areas, we put these buffers on it, and then what you see in the bubbles, the red is that quarter, the blue is that half. When you're seeing areas kind of down south of the river here, if I can find my mouse, it's showing that there's no color covering these. But it also has a hatch to it, which tells us there's an environmental feature there. There's some parts of the city we're not going to be able to make walkable from every direction. So we will look at that. Population projections was another one that we took a look at. MPO is saying by 2030 we'll be almost 84,000 people. So that tells us that we're going to need a lot more residential coming into the city to accommodate those bodies. So kind of some of the other land use ideas or placement criteria that we used, trying to get the residential in proximity to those natural and open areas. It's just a nicer environment. Studies will show you your stress levels are less if you're in areas that have a lot of nature around them. Making sure we have residential when we know where a school is going to be, trying to make sure we're getting residential around our schools. We know of Van Meter is already, or Winterset has already bought ground. We know Waukee is looking for more ground, so We try to make sure we're getting the residential around there. Looking at what are our higher impact uses or our higher activity uses and how do those set up next to residential. You guys told us about 2 years ago, protect the single family. We talked to you about the flexibility and you said, we like it, but protect that single family. I don't want these highest uses next to these single family. So we took that to heart when we started laying out this map. When you get back looking at those environmental features of topography, smaller footprints can handle more topography. You can make them work. Larger footprints really shouldn't be on the ground that has a lot of slope to it or has a lot of environmental aspects to it. Multifamily can serve as a good transition between commercial areas and that single family. The smaller scale activity, that creates that walkable. How do we get those in with around the single family? And then looking at kind of the roadways that you're putting those land uses next to, trying to avoid putting single family right next to a major arterial. High commercial areas, great along an arterial. General industrial is great along a major arterial. Single family, not so great along an arterial. So all these things kind of played into it when we started putting the colors on the map, on the new map. And I would say we did not put property boundaries on this map, unlike the 2010 plan that did have property boundaries and used them as divisions between land uses. We did not. We used the roads as the division, and we used the environmental features at times as kind of those divisions. Those were the two main drivers. Now, you may find an area that we divided the land use just somewhat arbitrarily because we felt it needed a buffer or a transition to a different use. But in general, there is no property boundaries on here. You really can't come in and say, well, I live exactly right here unless you zoom in really tight and know your aerial photos that well. But this is what we came up then with this new land use map. It's only 5 classifications and then putting in intensity levels. And those intensity levels is really what starts speaking to how we control that context of what's going to happen next to people. So your 5 use areas, open space, any of our parklands, any areas that get deemed developable, any areas that are actually protected then by some kind of document per se. Detached residential, we know it today as single family. To make it clear, we wanted to call it out as detached residential. Mixed residential really picks up anything from detached residential, apartment buildings, townhomes, row houses. It's a wide variety of different types of residential in there. It's not really necessary at this point to know if it's a townhome or not. It's just important to know that it's residential. Multi-use picks up what used to be our office districts, our commercial districts, our high-density districts, to a degree our medium-density districts, and our industrial. So those are the areas of the city we're saying, you could paint these a lot of different colors. We think all of these uses are probably appropriate as long as you can mitigate them and control the context of how they're going to develop. So that's how your intensity scales come in. You have a multi-use low. Think of that as your neighborhood commercial areas. It's just a smaller scale. The buildings are about the same size as small apartment buildings or larger single family homes, roughly that 15,000 square foot context. They're normally 2 stories or less. It's kept down to that single family scale. Your medium intensity is what the majority of our city today probably is developed under. It's taking that next step up. It's a community scale. So to us, this is kind of like between 88th and 98th along University Avenue. It's meant to draw people into that area from outside because of their uses they have. Maybe the buildings are a little bit bigger. You have a little bit more traffic going with it. But you're not at that highest level, which to us is kind of the regional commercial Jordan Creek Town Center type area. That highest intensity or multi-use high. That's where that one is as far as that goes. So we're looking at you control that, what really kind of happens and what that context, that look and feel of that area is. We did the same thing then with industrial. We have a low industrial, or what we consider when we start looking at the next level is kind of what's those industrial uses that by name have traditionally been said you can't do them in the city, but in reality they really have no impact on anybody outside of the 4 walls that they're in. If I can't tell you what's happening in that building, should I really be telling you can't go there just because you're called an industrial use? So we're trying to look at, again, at how do you build that flexibility and respond to what they're doing, not just respond to an SIC code or something to that effect. High intensity is the same idea. Those are the ones that are going to have a lot more truck traffic. They may have outdoor components that are not going to be able to be mitigated. They may have odors. They may have shift workers, so they're operating more 24 hours. Those are the ones with a lot more high activity to them. So 5 classifications, just building in those intensity to try to control that context. And the next step is really what that context is. So this is what we're trying to avoid. We open it up and give you a lot of flexibility, but we have to have a way to say, I don't want you to put that skyscraper right next to that little guy next door to you. I don't want you to put the highest activity uses right next to a single family home. So this is the next piece of it. We're creating the flexibility, but we had to have a way to kind of control that. How do I act, look, and feel? And to us, that's this place types. Place types is a relatively new planning tool that a lot of cities are starting to use, albeit they're using it differently than how we are. Place types, and I'm going to jump ahead a slide here, and then I'll come back to this one. You already know what place types are. You already know when I say residential, you can get a picture in your mind of what that residential. When I say commercial, you know what those things are. So as a big picture tool, you know what they are. So place types to us, we wanted to figure out how to use them. So they're going to paint the picture of what can be developed in an area and what kind of uses can go in that area. They're going to kind of get back to this context of the site. And we're really trying to push this comp plan to be more about that context of what are you doing, and can I mitigate it? What is the size of the buildings you're going to do? Do they fit within that area? What's that impact or that look and feel that you have when I walk down the street or when I'm driving down the street? Again, looks at the use for what the impacts are. Doesn't just automatically say no because you fall under an SIC number. Just greater flexibility, opportunities to kind of get more creative too. When we can take away some of the rules, the development community can get more creative on how they make things work. So we start looking at tying into what are those details of the context or those character elements that we want to look at. We've kind of talked about it. It's your building setbacks, it's your densities, it's the heights, it's how much traffic you have, it's what your street design looks like, it's where are the activity areas. All those features start playing into this. Now, we came up with about 21 place types that we feel are appropriate for the city. You can kind of see them. We've classified them out. Residential, everything from that rural residential up to an urban apartment kind of development. Commercial is pretty much everything else that you could have in there of some type. And in your document, your main document, there is a description of what all these kind of place types are meant to be, and it starts laying it out in more details for you. What we want to kind of point out to you, though, is something to keep in mind. With these place types, you can have intensity variations within a place type. So these are all detached residential, but you can tell they have a total different look and feel. There's a different context when you go to these. My estate place type is a totally different idea than what that small lot will be. So that's how you get an intensity between place types, but then you can also have an intensity within place type. So my live, work, play place type. I can be like a Valley Junction and be in my kind of my less intense commercial areas. I can be a light and power district and be in that highest intense commercial areas. The Main Street for Valley Junction is appropriate in the high, but the high is not appropriate in the Valley Junction. So that's how you start controlling what can happen and why you're putting those controls in place. So for us, like I said, some of the communities are starting to use this place type a little bit more, but they're putting it on their map. And as soon as you put it on the map and you start mapping your office place type and your industrial place type and your commercial and place types, you've just taken that flexibility back away. So to us, we have the broad use land use map, has these 5 categories: residential, mixed residential. You have zoning eventually that tells you the rules of doing it, and this place type is pretty much that bridge between the two. Tell us what you want to do with that land use. We'll kind of tell you what place type you are, and then we can tell you what areas you're going to fit in. So it's, again, providing guidance to it without this hard and fast rule on it. So this becomes one of the critical components of the comp plan. So you have your place types across the top. We have our land use classifications across to the left-hand side there. You can see an intensity level box in there, but wherever there's a dot tells you can do that place type in that land use. So for the example here, the attached residential place type. We'd allow it in the mixed residential. We'll allow it in the multi-use low, smaller scale buildings, fewer density that you can put in there, or we can allow you in the multi-use medium. You can ramp up that density a little bit more, your buildings get a little bit taller, the buildings get a little bit bigger. So it's how do you play that context into this? I think we kind of talked about like a lot of this. As I pointed out, there's an intensity level there. If your intensity levels match up, you kind of are considered, you're probably compatible. Because we kind of scaled those intensities as to the type of buildings that would be in there, the type of development that would be happening. So it's looking at is the closer you are, the more compatible you are, the farther away, the more impacts you probably are going to have on your neighboring properties. In your main document, we do have these place type sheets that start telling you a little bit more details about what that development intent is. There's an intent statement describing what each of those place types are. We have character images of how we see those areas to be. We start then spelling out for you, if you're a certain place type and a certain land use, what are the kind of those general guidelines for that development are going to be. So one of them that you've heard a lot about is this 45,000 square foot building footprint. So the multi-use low has roughly a 15,000 square foot building footprint. The multi-use medium is a 45,000 square foot building footprint. And I stress footprint when I'm saying this, not square footage total. It is the footprint of that building. And then the high is, there is no limitations because you are supposed to be the highest activity. We kind of talked through this with the development community when we were showing this to them to try to get an understanding, are these breakpoints right? Some people had a concern that they were not high enough. And so we went out to the development community, and what we found out from them is, nope, these seem to be pretty much right. And understanding what the context we're trying to create, they felt it was pretty much right in scale. Now, what I'll tell you, out of the 28,000 buildings in the city today, 134 of them would have to have that highest, or have a footprint over 45,000 square foot. So less than 0.5% of all the buildings in the city would need to have the highest purple on our map. Otherwise, everything else was pretty much able to be developed in that medium or low commercial area, multi-use areas. If we start looking at how they set up these buildings, so you can see, like Wells Fargo, for example, that building's well over 45,000 square feet. But you can see by the footprint of it, the impact of it, there's no massive side that's right next to residential. It's pushed tighter into the site. The heights can be varied. There's ways to do it where you can be over that 45,000 and still have a context that feels like 45,000. And that's kind of the critical point. We don't want to put so many hard rules on this, create flexibility, and then turn around and say, nope, I got a hard rule, you're at 45,001. You can't do it. That's not what we're saying at all. You can be a Salmons fits, a Wells Fargo fits, an Athene fits. It's all in how they kind of design that building, break it up, push and pull some of the parts so that your feeling when you're walking by and driving by is not just a massive wall. It's not this building that's sitting between two skyscrapers. You know, that's not what we want. We don't want you looking and feeling like, okay, I'm being loomed on, I'm overwhelmed there. So I just want to stress that because that is the one thing we've heard so much about is these rules they don't work. But they do work if you want to control the context. That's the whole point of them. They're not hard and fast, they're guiding.
So if you look at that Jordan Creek one really quick, if you want to go back to that other slide. So if Jordan Creek, right now it looks like a reverse C and then a C. If they had turned it around the other way, that would not fit within the guidelines here.
Yeah,
but because they have so much open space facing outward almost,
yeah,
that works.
Jordan Creek's a little bit different because, yes, it's a combination of that they're pushed farther into the site. But if you can think about Jordan Creek, they have inline
Wells Fargo,
storage.
I'm sorry, did I say Jordan Creek?
Yeah,
I meant Wells Fargo, sorry.
Wells Fargo, right.
Yeah.
It's because, if they would have flipped those and the W and the U were flipped, then all of a sudden I have these really long facades that are right along roadways or right along what people are going to be experiencing. It certainly helps, but it's twofold. They're working there because they flip their buildings. They're putting what we engage with as smaller components, and it's pushed way into the site.
Sure.
So that impact is less for it. One that we've talked about to you before up there off of Office Park Road, where we have a building that's a U-shaped, and it works because the small pieces of the U are right by the road. If you flipped it and put that long building along the road, it's a totally different look and feel. And that's what we're trying to get at. Now, it's going to take some expectations, and we do have some architectural guidelines that we'll be bringing forward to you that starts talking about those expectations and how do you achieve the building that you want and still meet a lot of those expectations. So like I said, we did go out to the development community with this. Anyone that was willing to meet with us and come in and talk to us about it, we ran through it, and the general takeaway from them is they love it. They really think the flexibility is going to be beneficial to them. There's 3 slides here of the different things that they have to say about it, but bottom line, they love it. We asked them point blank, do I need to put percentages into these multi-use areas to control what's going to happen? Are you going to go all commercial just because you can? They're like, heck no. It's not going to happen. That's not the way market works. They want the design regulations, they want the operations, they want the same assurances of what can go next to them as the next guy. So they want those operational and those design guidelines put in place, but they want the flexibility to be able to do what they need to do. The multi-use categories, again, we're expanding how much residential you can do. I think we showed you a slide before of the comp plan today has, I think it's about 2,800 acres for high density. The new map would have about 8,000 acres. So you increase the areas that they can go so that you can bring in more of that residential that can help affordability. So it just kind of opens up what they can do by right. It should be pyramidal. What I can do in my lowest intense districts, I can do in my highest intense districts, but I can't flip that scale. The low can go into the high can't go down to the low.
Say that again, two things. Say that again for me. We've gone from high intensity, how many acres to what?
And it's an older map, about a year and a half, 2 years ago. We looked at, when we put this flexibility in place, because we went to the multi-use category, which now picks up your high density, where before we had a separate high density category, that's where your apartments generally went.
Right.
The map today had about 2,800 acres across the city that you could put apartments. The new map, because of the multi-use classification, is going to up that to about 8,000 acres that you can pick from. So hopefully it starts, in the long run, starts driving down that price. You have more competition for your ground. Hopefully it starts driving down some of the price. And they can go without a lot of the headaches of zoning and comp plan changes that they have to do before. So that's kind of one of those goals.
And then help me, how did you guys go out to the development community? Did you put out an email to known developers out there, blast email? How did you do that? And then whoever wanted to meet with you, you met with? And so if you sent out, 200 emails and 10 people met with you, it was what it was. You made the invitation, and the ones that came, and the others did not?
Pretty much, yeah. We took a look at, from our planning software, our permitting software, all the company businesses that we've done development projects with, we blasted it out to all of them.
Okay.
And then the second step that we did is we went out to some of the larger landowners that we knew about, so Witterns and McKinney's and some of those, and had them come in and sit down and talk to us if they wanted to come in and talk to us.
Okay, so large landowners and then developers that had taken out a permit with the city, anybody that did that we had contact info for, we blasted out an email saying we'd like to get together and talk to you about the comp plan and all that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, sorry, go on.
Sure. So one of the other ones that came up was this whole grocery store idea. Is Hy-Vee okay with this? So Karen and Linda sat down with Hy-Vee and talked to them about this. Hy-Vee is okay with this. They understand how this conceptually works. They understand that there's certain areas that they can go put their biggest stores in, and there's going to be other areas where they're going to have a smaller scale store. They're fine with it right now because that's the model that they're moving to. That's kind of a COVID trend that's happened, is they'll probably put in more smaller scale stores, put in fewer larger scale stores, and they're saying those are about 6 miles apart is what they intend to do, and that's going to work for them. So, grocery stores was one of the big ones that says, well, they need a 100,000 square foot box. Well, you may still even be able to do that 100,000 square foot box depending on how you do that architecture. As we know, Hy-Vee's, a lot of them have the liquor store and they have the market deli area. You push and pull those two pieces alone on a building, and you can get down to that look and feel that we're looking for, even though you're going to be over that 45. But there's plenty of opportunities for that flexibility built into this. The low-impact industrial one for us, when we started this, we wanted to say you could have no outdoor component in a low-impact or low industrial site. They came back to us and said, well, if I can mitigate it, what's the harm or the foul? Well, I guess we agree with you. As long as you understand we're going to make you mitigate it, I don't want to be able to look into that site and see what's happening. And if you're willing to do that, sure, then they'll open it up for other areas. So we did open up the low industrial or the industrial low. So you can have uses that have outdoor components. It's just how do we treat them? How do we mitigate that impact? Master planning we talked about. Zoning we talked about. Again, we don't want to go through and put all the flexibility in here and then have a zoning code that locks them right back down. We understand a wider range of single-family lots and home size opportunities. We're aware well of that. It just takes a little bit more thought to how do you do small lot ideas. Make streets in the residential areas about moving getting people around, not about moving the cars. They'd like to see narrower roads. They're okay with the right-of-way widths. They just would like to see a little bit narrower roads come into play. Reducing parking requirements. We briefly talked about eliminating them. I don't know that we have a total comfort level with that yet, but that's what a lot of communities are moving to. Buffers, protecting the environment, but don't completely restrict it. The hatching on the map is not meant to say you can't develop it. There's a color under it. We recognize it. The goal is that you shift the density that you would have had there to a flatter area on your site, and you still achieve what you want to do. Generally, we were told, don't do what Des Moines did, which we don't intend to do, but that was one of the big things.
So let me interrupt. I don't mean to cut you off here, but I'm seeing slide 40 out of 94. Are we really, are we?
You're about at the end of the first half, and then
Okay.
there's
Then it's broken up by 6B, 6C, 6,
Yes.
okay, sorry.
Each of
Go
them
ahead.
are part of that. I'm about done what I can tell you about this one here.
All right, I
So,
appreciate it.
Just moving on, infrastructure, probably the big takeaway on this one is the stormwater and finding a solution to can we move to more regional stormwater, help them out with that aspect. That was probably one of the biggest ones that came out of the infrastructure discussion. And then, like I said, the road widths, not necessarily the right-of-way widths, but the pavement widths. There are different ways to do some things in that note. So that new land use map that I showed you, that's for the undeveloped areas of the city. We are at this point for the next about 3 months, we figure, we're going to operate the developed portion of the city, which is pretty much 88th Street back east and everything north of the river. We will still be using our current comp plan, and staff will be working to put that into the new colors over the next 3 or so months. We did not do the outreach on come look at the map with any residents in this area. They weren't notified of it. We want that opportunity to figure out what the colors are and then give them that opportunity to come in and meet with us before we change things.
And I have to bring this up because former Mayor Gare is who provided the direction to have you go and do the part of the city that you did.
Yeah.
He knew how involved this was going to be, how long this was going to take. We're sitting here 4 or 5 years in, but we are going back to that. And let me ask you a real quick question. If somebody in this other part of the city goes to do a comprehensive plan amendment, what are they going to be able to do in regards to that? Are they going to have to go to the new colors on the map?
Yeah, we would move them to the new colors. It'd be a discussion as what are they looking to do? What is the most appropriate color for them?
Okay, but
and
they
then
have to go to the new colors that we're coming up with now. So
We might
somebody,
as well, I mean, it really would depend on it's kind of going to be on a case-by-case basis, I guess is what I'd
Okay.
say. Our goal would be is to move them to the new color on the map.
okay,
Our
gotcha.
goal also is, like I said, in the next 3 or so months to have this new area painted to the new colors and get that outreach done and have the whole map one color, the one plan.
Okay.
So that's what I have for the land use map. I know Brian has a transportation plan. Sally has some parks and master plan documents that you're going to look at as part of this. They're supporting documents of the comp plan. They're technically not the comp plan. They're not a chapter in the comp plan, but they are components of it. I don't know if you wanted them to present at this point.
I would say, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think maybe we're good at this point with
Okay.
what you've gone over. We've got this roadmap we can take a look at and go over. If we have questions on, we can ask that. If it comes up through the discussion, we can have Brian or anybody else, Sally, come up and talk about that. But I'd say at this point, let's take a timeout. Let's see if.
Slides.
2 slides. Okay, 2 more
Two more
slides.
slides here. So with this new plan, this whole new doing, the goal is, again, that we're going to minimize the number of comp plans we have. Come on, man.
This is important because we all need to know this information in our
So
upcoming
ideally, your
discussions.
action plan is reviewed about every year, every 2 years. How are we making progress in it? What are the things we've completed? What are the things that we said, these don't make sense for us to even be doing? What are we striking out? So your annual review is really that action plan document to it. About every 5 years, we'll take a look at that map. Are there trends that are happening? Is there things that are changing in the way that development happens that justify changes to the land use map? The goal is not to be doing 118 of them. The goal is to really not be doing any of them because we've expanded all the areas where you can go into. You come to me.
We've
with
provided
a
that
proposal.
flexibility for people.
Yep, I should
Yep.
be able to find you multiple acres you can go put that land use on. It's on you to go find the ground and to do that with. We recognize there's going to be project-specific ones that come in. There's going to be a Microsoft when they come in, or something else that comes in that may say, we need to do an amendment just for that one. Ideally, though, we have an evaluation process in place that says, does it make sense for us to be doing this, or do we need to find it a different home? So to wrap up, the main document, so this plan, unlike the other ones, it's not just land use and transportation and infrastructure. This one is going beyond the pipes and the pavement as to what are those other elements that make up a community. This plan has that flexibility built into it with the multi-use districts. So letting the market determine what it wants to do. And by market, we're really saying the residents and the businesses, what do they want and where should things be developed? We're intended to work hand in hand with West Des Moines 2036, the city strategic plan, other departments' master plans, strategic plans, all those documents, it's meant to work hand in hand, so we're all looking towards going for the same goals. A budgetary tool. It can be used as a checks and balances of what we're doing. Is it make financial sense for what we're doing? And then what are those partnerships? What are the things that the city can help facilitate? It may not be on our plate to complete, but how do we start facilitating different partnerships to advance some of the other aspects that are in this plan? So this plan is a strategic plan for the community is what we see this plan as.
Okay.
And with that, I'm done.
Okay, thank you so much. That was an excellent presentation. I guess I would just quickly open it up to the council at this point in time to see if any council people have any questions of Lynn at all. Like I said, when I close the public hearing, that's going to be more time for council people to have discussion. But are there any questions that anybody has at this time? And if not, then I'm going to open up to the public and I'm going to call Jim up. Any questions? Jim, you've been waiting patiently. Come on up. And please give us your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Jim McKinney. I live at 1660 South 115th Street, West Des Moines. And I'm here with my brothers, Wayne McKinney and Robert McKinney. And Mayor, I want to thank you for your time, for allowing us to speak there. And council members, I want to thank you all for your time. And I want to thank staff too, because we've been talking with staff for the last couple of years on their proposed plan. And just Mayor and council people, we thought we'd kind of break this down a couple ways. I'd like to speak to the process, if I may, Mayor, before we get to the substantive arguments.
Absolutely.
Or discussion.
Sure.
And if you would allow me the liberty to pass the ordinance around, I made some copies for everybody. I don't have one of those fancy multimedia presentations. I got to set this down here.
Well, MJ's still sitting there. We can contract out his services next time.
You don't have moving cars and trucks and bikes and things?
I have enough copies.
Oh, yours has too many texts.
Don't say he didn't do anything for you. All right, take it away, Jim.
Yeah, and I want to thank Mr. Szynski too, because we had a couple phone calls with Mr. Szynski today. And I think we kind of have an honest, differences of opinion as to the process, as to how the comp plan should be taken by the city council. I'm not going to read the whole ordinance to you, but if you look at powers and duties 1-6B-3, I think it's, I don't know what page it is on there, maybe this, but it talks about the city council powers. And it says, all powers of the city are vested in the council except as otherwise provided by law or ordinance. And so I included I looked up, okay, comp plan, who's in charge of that? And if you look at 2-1-5, powers and duties, it talks about the planning and zoning, the power and duties of the planning and zoning, the commission. The commission shall have and exercise the following powers and duties. And if you go to 2-15E, comprehensive plan, subparagraph 1, it shall have full power and authority to make or cause to be made such surveys, studies, maps, plans, or charts of the whole or any portion of the city or of any land outside thereof, which in the opinion of the commission bears relation to the comp plan, and shall bring to the attention of the council and may publish its studies and recommendations. And then it talks about, the preparation, the commission do a study and take in consideration all those different factors in subparagraph 2. And then it talks about subparagraph 3, a public hearing. The adoption of the plan or part or amendment thereof shall be by resolution of the commission. After adoption of said plan by commission, an attested copy thereof shall be certified to the council, and the council may approve the same. And this, Mr. Jasinski and my brother Wayne and I, we talked about this. When said plan or any modification or amendment thereof shall receive the approval of the council, the said plan, until subsequently modified or amended as hereinbefore authorized, shall constitute the official city plan. So there's no issue that you folks, as city council members, codify the plan. You have the ultimate authority to say, hey, yes or no. If you read the next paragraph, amendments, when the comprehensive plan as hereinbefore provided has been adopted, no substantial amendment or modification thereof shall be made without the commission holding at least one public hearing, as referred into the preceding paragraph, on such proposed change for its recommendation. If the commission disapproved the proposed change, it may be adopted by the council only by the affirmative vote of at least 3/4 of the members of the said council. So what does this all mean? It's our position that the plan and the map that should be adopted and certified by the planning and zoning, that's what's in front of the council. And it says here, the commission has full authority to make powers and authority to make maps, plans, chart, etc. Now, I know the staff report on our particular property has all kinds of different maps. It has 5 different proposed maps for your consideration. In our opinion, that's correct. Incorrect, I'm sorry. It should be what the planning and zoning adopted by your ordinance that should be in front of this council for consideration. You have the authority to say, no, we're not going to do that. Or you have the authority to approve it. And make it even more perplexing, I think there's a difference in legal opinion. The last planning and zoning, the city attorney Grove, Mr. Jincy was not there, said for you to overturn it, it would take 4 out of 5 to overturn what the planning and zoning. Make it even more perplexing, if you look at this city council meeting guide, this color map or guide, and if you look under decision-making, the last paragraph under decision-making, a yes vote with a supermajority, 4 members, would be necessary for passage in the case of a written protest against an amendment or rezoning change or to overturn a recommendation from the P&Z. So I guess council, mayor, before we proceed with arguments, we're just trying to get clarification as how this process should be. Just fairness for all of us. Yep. And it is our position that what should be in front of you folks is what the P&Z did, because the ordinance says they are empowered, full authority and power to make maps, charts, plans, etc. And if there is going to be a substantial amendment or modification goes back down to the P&G for its consideration. I know we had discussion with Mr. Jazinski about the adoption of the plan. What does that mean? Our opinion, the ordinance says the commission, P&G, adopts it. And Mr. Jazinski, he's probably right, during our phone call, said, well, it hasn't been adopted yet. That's somewhat debatable. We hung up the phone. My brother Wayne was correct. He said, well, we still have a plan. It's currently 2/3 business park, office park, commercial. So whatever proposal by anyone else that's going to be substantially different should not be taken up by this council. It should go back to the P&Z for its consideration and then go back up here. And let's say the P&Z rejects whatever. Then the council by 4 and 5 said, you know what? We don't agree with the P&Z. We're going to adopt it anyway. Takes a supermajority. So the issue we have today, we don't know how to argue this matter because we have not seen the map for 6A, and we have not seen a plan for 6A, although there was a resolution. We saw it in the packet. It was incorrect. That was signed by the P&Z. We called Mr. Jazinski, and he acknowledged it was incorrect. And what was incorrect about it was map 1, they had high density, which is correct. That is what the P&Z said, high density multi-use. That'd be north of Boonville Road. South of Boonville Road, they talked about medium density multi-use. The resolution that was certified by the P&Z showed that south of the road was low, but the staff minutes in the resolution clearly said it was to be medium south of Boonville Road. And I know Mr. Jazinski acknowledged that was incorrect, but I think we still have to see that resolution, and we have to see a map from the P&Z before we can really know what we're talking about. You guys might be passing a resolution, not sure what it is. And so the city ordinance, our position, we've talked to Mr. Eugene Olson, he's an attorney for our family for years, clearly says, hey, whatever the P&Z recommends, adopted, that goes in front of the city council, not 5 different motions by staff or anyone else. It's what the P&Z did. So anyway, I can't think of anything else procedurally. One other procedural thing, let's say you folks say, well, we're still going to go forward. Well, on 6A, which I don't think you should, but 6A, we still need to see the map, and it should not have the environmentally sensitive lines in it because the P&Z voted that that shouldn't be in there. Also, we asked Mr. Jazinski about this, so let's say you adopt 6A, and you remember that excludes our property. Does that mean we still retain our current zoning, land use designation, which is 2/3 business, office, neighborhood, commercial? And Mr. Jazinski confirmed that it would. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with that. And so anyway, that's all I have about that.
Okay, I really appreciate that, Jim. Any questions at all for Mr. McKinney here? Okay, Renee, go ahead.
You said that you need to see the map. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me? I'm so sorry. I didn't have my mic on.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for your comments. You indicated that on 6A, you haven't seen the map. What haven't you seen? What map has it? And maybe Lynn can help me. I need some clarification on that.
No, I understand. 6A is the global map, everything, excluding our property and I believe 4 other properties.
Okay.
5 properties. I know when we had it in front of the P&Z, the members asked for the map, and they did have a map, and they excluded it, but it had the sensitive area, and they voted it. But what we need to make sure is we have an understanding as to that map, that if you vote for it, let's say you deny 6B.
Okay.
All right. Do we still retain the zone, the land use we have for office, business, commercial? And I think Mr. Jazinski cleared it up and said, yes, we would. That was the one I wanted to make sure of, because the map should show that. In other words, it should show our 2/3 business, office and neighborhood commercial and everything else as they proposed. Now, I'm not speaking on behalf of the other 4 properties, but you see what I'm saying, Ms. Hardman? Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
May I just,
And
I
we're
just
gonna
want to
let-
clarify.
We're going to let Dick, and are you, Renee, are you done?
Well, just
Response?
specifically to that, Jim, I think we all agree that until the decision is made on 6B, you have the zoning that is in place today.
Okay.
So to say that, we adopt this under 6A, the text of itself, your zoning is in place until it's been changed, if at all, by the council tonight.
Okay.
So it is true, until that's changed, you have that, but that, we
Okay.
anticipate that'll be done tonight,
Thank you.
so.
Good, yeah. Does that help you,
Okay.
Councilor Hardman?
Yeah, it answers my question, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else, Dick? Do you want to respond to?
Well, I guess a couple of things, and Jim and I and Wayne have had this conversation, and it was stated by Jessica Grove at the time. I think it was misinterpretation at the time of what the city code says. I think to start out, it's important to note that Chapter 414 is kind of it's the state zoning code, and so we are directed to follow the state zoning code to the extent that it applies. We can go over and above that. The state zoning code says for zoning matters, we have to have a zoning commission in which all zoning matters have to go to the commission, and a recommendation has to come from the commission to the council before the council can make a decision. What 414, the state zoning code, says in regard to the comp plan is that the zoning commission may make a recommendation. It's the discretion of the council, so it's not obligatory or mandatory as with zoning. With the comp plan, the land use, that's a discretionary matter left up to the city itself if they want to have that go to the zoning commission before a recommendation is made to the full council. So I think that probably explains why we have a provision in our city ordinance that speaks to the duties of the zoning commission as they apply to the comp plan. What the city council some time ago, I think it was probably in 1985, I was trying to find the history, they probably decided, all right, we are going to allow the city council, or the city council is going to allow the zoning commission to make recommendations to the full council, and then they kind of laid out, as Jim has provided here, how that would all be done. But I just want to kind of read a few things and kind of address what Jim has said. And it says, public hearing, before adopting a comp plan or any part of it or any substantial amendment, the commission shall hold at least one public hearing. After adoption of said plan by the commission, an attested copy thereof shall be certified to the council, and the council may approve the same. When said plan or any modification or amendment thereof shall receive the approval of the council, the said plan, until subsequently modified or amended as hereinbefore authorized, shall constitute the official plan. So I take that to mean that they can make the recommendation, and the city council then can take that plan, and if they want to approve it at that point, or they can amend it. State code in 414 says a comp plan recommended by Plan and Zoning may be adopted by the council. The council may amend the proposed comp plan prior to adoption. So at this point in the process, you have a recommendation from the Plan and Zoning Commission to the city council. The city council can take that information and they can adopt it as provided, or they can make amendment to it. I think we all agree to that.
Yeah, go ahead, Dick.
So the next step, I think, is kind of where we kind of see the difference. It says amendments. So number two is the preparation, how the Plan and Zoning Commission has all the powers to do the studies and make analysis and that sort of thing. So the council has delegated them authority to gather the information and come to a resolution as far as the plan itself. The public hearing is then held, and so input is provided, and then they make a recommendation based upon that. They provide that to the city council. The city council at that point can either change the plan, or they can adopt it, or whatever they need to do. Number 4 says amendments. When the comp plan has hereinbefore provided has been adopted, no substantial amendment or modification thereof shall be made without the commission holding at least one public hearing, as referred to in the preceding paragraph, on such proposed change for its recommendation. If the commission disapproves the proposed change, it may be adopted by the council only by the affirmative vote of at least 3/4 vote of the members of the said council. Now, I think just kind of breaking that down in kind of its constituent parts is where we probably come to the disagreement. If you look at this, it first says adopt the plan, the comp plan, or any part of it or any substantial amendment after a public hearing, this is what the P&Z does, then they provide a copy of the plan certified to the council. When the plan or any modification or amendment is approved by the city council, it shall constitute the official city plan until it is subsequently modified or amended. So in the chronology, that's where we're at right now. The subsequent statement says, after the official plan has been adopted, prior to that time, it doesn't say anything about supermajorities or have to have 3/4 of a vote. It says, after the official plan has been adopted, no amendment or modification may occur without commission public hearing. At that time, if the commission disapproves of the proposed amendment or modification of the official plan, the city council may only adopt the proposed amendment or modification by 3/4 of the vote. So in other words, it looks, in reading it in that manner, it looks as if the intent was the city council takes a recommendation from the Plan and Zoning Commission, they make whatever changes they want to it, they pass it, that is the official city plan, city comp plan, and then if any amendments or modifications are going to be made subsequent to that, that's when a 3/4 vote is required. So that's my reading of it. Jim's is obviously different.
Yeah, and Dick, after we talked on the phone, my brother Wayne enlightened me a little bit. We currently have 3/4 business park office commercial. And so if staff to make all their different proposals, let's say hypothetically as they do, they want detached residential. That's certainly substantially different than what we currently have. And so I'm just looking at the amendment, that would have to go back to the P&Z. I mean, that's clearly what it says. No substantial amendment or modification. I know what you're saying, Dick, is that the plan adopted by the P&Z is not an official city codified plan, so therefore council can do whatever they want. But take that a step further. We've already have office, business, commercial. And for staff to recommend, oh, hey, a third detached residential, low industrial, et cetera, which in our opinion is substantially different, needs to go back in P&Z. I'm not trying to belittle this. City council has full authority to take what the P&Z has passed and adopted, all right? They can't be listening to any other plans that are substantially different, quite frankly. The ordinance says with the P&Z, they're empowered with the full authority and powers to do the map plans, et cetera. That's what the ordinance, I'm just reading it. And so the thing that should be in front of the council is what the P&Z passed. I haven't seen the corrected resolution, and I haven't seen a map by the P&Z, so I'm a little nervous about everybody going forward. I hate to see the council pass something that they don't know what they passed and authorized. And so as to the staff report, it talks just very little about P&Z, a little table. This is what they did. And then they go on with all their and they can talk all they want about low industrial, you can do an office building, et cetera, et cetera. But in our opinion, none of that should come in play in front of the council. Now, the council, between themselves, say, hey, we're going to amend that. All right, we're going to change this. But they got to take in consideration the P&Z's recommendation.
Right, and I think the only question is, if they take the P&Z recommendation, is it necessary for them to have a supermajority in order to change that?
That is a good question.
I mean, I think that's the whole crux of this, is that what is the requirement of the city council tonight from the recommendation of the plan and zoning?
The guy said to take a supermajority to overturn it.
And I have a quick question. Just want to be very, very clear. When I read this number 4 that says amendments, when the comprehensive plan as here and before provided and adopted, all right, maybe Jim, thank you, by the way, really appreciate it. And this is really, really interesting, but also it's important. When the comprehensive plan is here and before provided and adopted, the way, Dick, are you telling me the way you're reading this is at this exact moment, right now, at this moment, the comp plan has not been adopted?
I think it's fair to extrapolate from the intent of that this is a new comp plan, basically. It might be coming in segments, but what you are doing is looking at a new comp plan. It's not an amendment to the existing comp plan. Now, I know we've had some disagreement, and Wayne has brought up the fact that as of now, your zoning has not been changed as the comp plan, but we are approving the whole comp plan in a whole, through a series of amendments. It's not one, normally it would be. I mean, quite honestly, if we didn't have any disagreement, and if there wasn't some procedural issues involved, this would be provided to you as terminate the old comp plan, accept this new comp plan. And I think that was probably intent at the time, is the council has full discretion and authority to decide how they want to adopt that comp plan. And then once that's adopted, the direction to the Plan and Zoning Commission is, if anybody wants to change, if they make a recommendation in regard to a change brought about usually by an applicant or a citizen, it's going to have to be a supermajority for the council to make that change, because the council's already said this is what it should be, so a supermajority would be required. So again, we don't know what the thinking was back in 1985 when they proposed this, but I do think there's some validity to the fact that this is a recommending body in regard to the comp plan. It's a mandatory recommendation that has to be dealt with procedurally a little bit differently on a zoning matter. It has to be a supermajority. So,
and maybe the narrow question, Dick and Councilman, is what is in front of the council? Is it the P&Z's recommendation, or can it be everything? Everybody has all different kinds of recommendations. Can staff have
I
all
think P&Z
different-
recommendation is one of the things that we could consider tonight.
I think you must. I mean, I think you have to come forward, that's on the table. But I think the discussion we had this afternoon was that I think the feeling was the city is limited by what can be presented tonight, as far as it's got to be the P&Z recommendation. And I would take some issue to that staff has a recommendation, and so they could have some input as to what P&Z is recommending and why they might feel that's not what they would recommend.
So let me ask this. So Jim, what you're saying is you feel that what was passed in talking about 6A, what was passed, what was recommended, since they're a recommending body, what was recommended by P&Z is what should be considered first and foremost right now by this council. So for example, you said that they passed 6A with removing the hash marks from the environmentally sensitive areas, correct?
Well, that's what I want to make sure we have it clear. Because
Well,
I haven't seen a map
that's
or anything.
what I'm asking you. So
Yeah.
you're saying that we should start out right away with that, what they approved, and either pass that or shoot it down. And if we overturn what they've done, then we need to do that with 4/5 vote,
3/4, but.
or whatever,
Same
3/4,
difference.
supermajority vote of the
Yeah,
council.
Yeah. As long as we have a clear understanding of what 6A is.
Well,
I think that was
wait,
cleared up.
Jim, that's what I'm
Yeah,
asking you.
yeah.
So you're saying the proper procedure tonight, in your eyes, is that we consider the map for 6A that was approved by P&Z, which is the map, everything but these amendments that we're going to be considering at 6B, C, D, E, and F, with the hash marks removed.
Yeah, I
Right?
think that's a council prerogative, they can do that.
Well, is that what you're going for? Is that what you're asking? I'm a very common sense,
Wayne,
down
what
to
do you
earth,
think?
let's not beat around the bush kind of guy.
Yeah.
Is that what
no.
you're asking?
Wayne, can you hear me, Wayne? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's what we're asking, but if that's what you do, I think we have a clear understanding. That's fine with me, if that's what the city wants to do.
Well, I'm asking you because frankly, I don't think it'd be a big deal if that's what you want us to do, is take up the P&Z recommendation and take a vote on that before we move on to something else. I don't have any problem doing that. I'm not sure that's necessary. No, I
I'm
get
not
it.
sure that's the right avenue to take on this.
I'm not sure it is either, but I'm trying to figure out if.
I'm confused as to what is being argued, Jim.
Yeah, I'm not.
So,
It's proper parliamentary procedure, proper protocol.
Yeah.
And
I
what I'm,
guess, Mayor, one person could argue that the P&Z adopted a plan for the entirety, all 5 properties. That's what should be in front of the city council.
But our city attorney's telling us
But
different, so I think we need to
I'm
follow
saying
what Dick
that
said.
if you want to
I don't disagree, but
address each separately, that's fine. Take the first one up. I mean, that's what they have for their resolution, I guess, yeah.
But we're on 6A right now.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is where it's getting confusing for me, Jim.
Okay.
You're arguing about 6B, but we're on 6A, and what
Yeah.
P and Z adopted for 6A was the recommendation of adopting the plan with the removal of the hashing for the environmentally sensitive areas.
And I'm fine with that. And as long as we have the understanding as city council that the current land use is not affected on our property, I'm fine with that.
Well, it won't be affected, it won't be affected until we take up 6B and make a determination on that.
That's right.
So for the moment, for the next, whatever, how long, I would say 5 minutes, but I'm guessing the next one's going to take 45 minutes. So for the next 45 minutes, your land use is going to be exactly the same until we pass something.
If you pass that.
If we pass something.
Yeah.
If we don't pass something,
Then it's-
if we get out of here tonight and nothing passes, you continue to have that same land use
That's right.
until something's passed.
That's my understanding.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
Thank you.
all righty. Anybody have questions for Jim? Or do we have, okay, we're going to.
Staff have any comments based
Well,
on
I
his
think,
presentation?
I think Dick made the comments on
Okay.
behalf of staff, but,
fine.
okay, anybody else like to address the council on this item, please come up.
Thank you, Jim.
Give your name, thanks, Jim. Name and address for the record.
Jim, appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Mark Lee. I'm with Lee Chamberlain Consultant Engineers, 10430 New York Avenue, Urbandale, Iowa. I'm here representing the Whittern Properties. With me tonight is my lovely wife, Misty, and Dan Dutcher as a consultant. I appreciate your time. I'll try to make it brief. I would agree with Jim in not seeing what P&Z has recommended to you. I haven't seen that anywhere as a map, so I would agree with Jim. Secondly, I object to the whole process of excluding us in our properties. This is the first time, and I've been doing this for 40 years, the first time I've ever seen where the comprehensive plan, the whole plan of the community, is put in front of a council without 5 properties. I understand the reasoning, but that doesn't make me feel good as a property owner. It makes me feel like I'm subject to, and I don't like that. I'm going to address the hatched areas. If you have questions in your mind, my next item is about professionalism, okay? I'm going to ask, and I've asked this at the P&Z. I said, where's your floodplain professional, your floodplain manager that addressed these areas? Where's your wetland scientist that addressed these areas? My understanding from staff, there was none. Where's your botanist? Where are all the people that go into this process? The ones I got to hire to make sure when I bring a site plan or a development plan in front of you guys, you're going to want to know that information. Where is the city's professionals? I've got a couple. Does our screen work?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I got some handouts. I didn't know, so go ahead.
Yep, if you want to lay it right there.
Oh, perfect. I appreciate it. So I'm looking through the hatched areas, and this one is at the intersection of Southeast 35th and upside down, right side up. Where are we going? Can you zoom out a little bit?
Yep.
So I'm looking at a particular area right in here, this particular area. shows nothing. But when I look at the map, I show a huge grove of pines. So let me back that up a little bit. Same location, nothing. Huge grove of pines. So I'm wondering who drew the map? And I'm not quite sure specifically. My next one is Veterans Parkway and Highway 5 again. Can you? Yeah, I suppose you can see that a little bit. Right here, I've got a pond, and it's hatched. No big deal. But if I look at that same area, it's got some, that same pond is right in here, but we're missing all the treed area. So for some reason, we've got a difference. So again, I just looked at one little corridor section, and I'm not sure exactly how that came to fruition. But we would side with P&Z and ask you not to put that hatching area in. We're going to do that stuff anyway, I guarantee you. We're by law, federal law, we have to address it with FEMA. We have to address the wetlands. We have to address all that stuff. So, and as far as the slopes go, I don't even know how to even respond to that. That's more of a grading thing, a stormwater thing. That really shouldn't be a sensitive thing on your map. Number 4, major roadways are included in the land use areas. I couldn't figure out some of the areas that were pointed out in staff recs, so I went, and of course I'm a licensed engineer and a licensed land surveyor, so I went to the old measuring tool and found some things that just perplexed me. And for this one, I am going to hand this out because I think it's important that you each have a copy. So in my measuring and in my research, you need one, Tom? Sure. I went to a couple communities in the Minneapolis area, and one of them happens to be at Edina. Great hockey town, by the way. But it's very clear that they take all their major highways out of the land use. And so I'm thinking back to my younger days when I was a city engineer planner for Johnston. There's a real good reason for that. As you look at percentages of land that you need to have in your community, so residential, commercial, industrial, you want to have percentages built in so you can serve the community and you can support it tax-wise. You couldn't support your community with all residential. So it's important to know, especially on those corridors, what land areas there are for commercial and industrial. So Edina takes them out. Someplace else, Ramsey. It's near Anoka. Same thing. They've got right-of-way taken out. Now, that could be other right-of-ways as well. That's the second page. And in your 2010 comprehensive plan, on the third page, it's also out. On the last page, it's all shaded. And some of the staff recs about the areas for particular in the dark purple says there's 300 acres. There's not 300 acres of dark purple. There's 200. So to me, 100 acres of dark purple means a lot of tax base. Means a lot of sewer service that Brian won't have to bring to that particular area. So this map, and it's not just Highway 5, it's I-35 in the undeveloped areas now, and it's also Veterans Parkway and Grand Prairie Parkway that show no right-of-way taken out in any of those corridors. So what kind of acreages are we missing? I didn't go through and take the time to do all that, but it's substantial. That would be my last item. If you've got any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
So let me just understand. So you're requesting that council approve this map without the hatched marks on here, number one.
Number one.
And number two, are you suggesting that we approve the comp plan without any of the roadways as part of it?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be appropriate.
Gotcha.
Which would be fairly significant change.
Okay.
Mark, are you also suggesting that when that area around all of the highways is taken out, that would affect the percentages in a substantial way? Is that what you're kind of alluding to here?
Yeah, so what happens then if we go back and take all those out and see that our percentages don't match what we really intended to do? I don't know. I guess I can't tell you. Mm-hmm. But it's substantial enough, I think, that somebody ought to take a look at it.
Okay. Any other questions at all for Mark? I'm going to have staff come up here if they want to and respond to, I guess, how are the environmental areas identified on this map is the one question that I've got. And I also wrote down during Lynn's presentation that the environmental areas, sensitive areas, need to be mapped. But I guess my question is, do they need to go on this specific map?
Wayne had his hand up a minute ago.
Oh, sorry. Wayne, go ahead.
Wayne McKinney, 11375 Boonville Road, West Des Moines, Iowa. I'd like to keep, as Jim indicated, there's an issue of procedure, and it's confused the heck out of me and everybody else. The last meeting we had with the P&Z, or the first meeting we had with the P&Z, the assistant city attorney basically indicated a statement about if there was a denial as to an amendment that was presented, then it would take the city council a supermajority to overrule it. And back then, at the first meeting, what was happening was that, let's say, Plan 6A was going to be voted on completely as recommended by staff. There was no whiteout. Everything was a complete map, no whiteout. And then the agenda was that each of us property owners proposed an amendment to the adopted complete plan. Well, then that amendment, if it was denied by the P&Z, then when we came in front of the city council, it would take a supermajority of the city council to overrule the P&Z. Well, we all felt that was unfair. We got into a situation where the P&Z at that point said, you know, time out. We're not going to go any further. So the next meeting we had with the P&Z, 6A, the map now, was left blank for the 5 property owners, white. And then the assistant city attorney indicated, now let's all be sure to understand that whatever is voted on here today by the P&Z, any recommendation by the P&Z, it would take a supermajority of the city council to overrule it then. That's how we started the whole second hearing. That was the rule of the game. And we all went with that. So, and that was based upon this guidance that is now on, I guess, the city council webpage, et cetera. Then you have the ordinance. Of course, you have, it's confusing because you have the city attorneys having 2 different opinions as to what it means. And we're just trying to figure out what the rules are so we can kind of figure out how we can argue our situation. We were confused the first time, we were confused the second time, and now again, we have a situation. And what's really unfortunate is clear in the ordinance that we're supposed to have a resolution attested. Well, it was brought to my attention that the resolution attested to was incorrect. So I'm not going to play any games with anybody, so I called the city and let the city know right off the bat, this resolution is incorrect. And as far as I'm concerned, it's required. And we don't have it tonight. It's a procedural problem. I mean, I'm like everybody else. I'd like to see this done over. I mean, we all, but so that is a problem now. And that bugs the heck out of me. So what am I supposed to do? I guess object to it.
Could I speak to that?
And then we don't have a map. We don't have a map as to what the P&Z passed. Now we have all these other maps, like Jim indicated, 5 maps and all this other stuff, different options and everything, but not one map from the P&Z, as I understand it, which I think is required. We don't have that. It's as if the P&Z didn't do anything, as if the P&Z didn't have 2 hearings on this. So, in my interpretation of when you read the resolutions, when you read the ordinance for the city and the ordinance for the P&Z, and what Dick talked about, the state statute, you have to take up what was passed by the P&Z. Why have a P&Z if you don't take up what they passed? And the P&Z, as indicated, has been delegated by the council to have full authority in maps and everything else when it comes to that. And as Assistant City Attorney indicated, I guess if you guys don't like what the P&Z passed, then it takes a supermajority to overrule it and send it back to the P&Z. But I think the only thing you can take up in this ocean of confusion is what the P&Z passed. But we don't have that planned. We don't have that map. We don't have a resolution attested to as required. We don't have anything.
So I guess, Mr. McKinney, I appreciate the comments, and I'm going to have Dick respond to this in a second, but years ago, when Kevin and I were on the council, we had P&Z actually disapprove of something. And when they disapproved of it, we had to approve of this item with the 3/4 of the council. And I remember this happening once. I'm sure Kevin does as well. But when I take a look at 2-1-5 powers and duties of the council, and I look at E sub 4 that Jim handed out, it says specifically, and we need to look at the language here because this is what attorneys do, and I'm no attorney, but I stayed in the Holiday Inn Express last night, but it says if the commission disapproves, the proposed change, it may be adopted by the council only by the affirmative vote of at least 3/4 of the members of the said council. That's if the commission disapproves.
And that's what we had the first hearing.
But they didn't disapprove. They approved of these items, and these items are before the council. They didn't disapprove, they approved.
Yeah, and Mayor, the confusion arised by what city attorney stated at the hearing.
I get that, but people are human. People make certain interpretations. People make mistakes. I get that, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this and not be here till midnight. This is extremely important. There's no doubt about this. No doubt, and I want to take the time to go over this.
Okay.
But reading it specifically as it states, if the commission disapproves, if they vote in the negative on something, it may be adopted on the affirmative vote of the council by at least 3/4. They didn't disapprove of anything. They approved of something. So I'm not looking at this as, we need to even first take up the P&Z plan as passed, although it is, everything is going to be considered. Everything is going to be considered tonight. If the council makes a motion to approve the P&Z recommendation and there is a second, then obviously we will take up that vote and we will have that vote. But everything, from, as far as I'm concerned, the map that was requested by the landowner, that's fair game tonight. The P&Z approved map is fair game tonight. The staff recommendation is fair game tonight. If council doesn't approve any one of those things and wants to look at, I think it was map E, or it varies on each different item, but wants to propose their own map, they can do that as well. But I'm not looking at it. You're making a very good legal argument, and this is why you guys are McKinney Law Offices and why you do a nice job. But I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at the words, and the words matter, and I'm saying disapproves, then we have to do it in an affirmative vote. And that's the way it was years ago, as I remember. Not if they approve of something and we need to overturn it. There's no word in here saying overturn or anything to that effect. That said, and I'm not speaking for this entire council, I also have absolutely no problem starting with and asking the council to move and second the P&Z recommendation and letting it go to a vote and seeing what happens. And if they approve it, they approve it. They disapprove it, they disapprove it. I'm not reading that they need a 3/4 vote, but I'm absolutely happy to do that. Again, I don't speak for everybody up here, but I don't have a problem. And I think you're making a great argument, as lawyers do, and I appreciate that. I do want to give Dick a chance to respond to what was brought up.
Well, I guess I'd just respond a couple of things, not so much to your point now, Mr. Mayor, but as far as the resolution goes, Wayne, as we told you, that would be presented tonight before the council. It's just that the timing of this hearing has not been conducive. That was going to be brought up on 6B when your particular issue came up. They were going to point out that resolution was wrong, and we agreed with that, and so that would be what the council would be seeing tonight. So it wasn't as if
But
they
we
were...
consider the correct resolution.
Yes, it's just that we kind of got to it a little prematurely because this is the... Secondly, I will agree that was said by Jessica Grove. we felt it was misinterpretation after we looked at it, but that was said, and that's what they were acting upon. So I won't try and, you were correct. The third thing I was going to bring up is that as far as the procedure itself, and Mr. Lee brought this up, one of the reasons that it was broken into this segment is because Councilmember McKinney obviously has a relationship with you. And so it was felt that it would be a little bit difficult if we brought the whole thing together with the 5 land uses and had a discussion about the 5 land uses at the same time that we were also trying to adopt the comprehensive plan in whole, which is what a 6A is. So it was decided, rather than have a decision that Matt McKinney would have to make as to whether or not he had a conflict, because there was a pretty substantial piece of that comprehensive plan that potentially, in my mind, and I think probably in his, was a conflict. They decided procedurally to do it that way. So that's the reasoning for the breaking it up into 5 pieces and adopting the comp plan initially, the text, and then the rest would be the land uses.
Hey, Dick, just a really quick question. Mr. Mayor, thank you for bringing up number 4 under the amendments. Jim, thank you very much for kind of laying out your thoughts on this. Is it your position right now that the comprehensive plan has been adopted?
That's what the ordinance says. The ordinance says that, Councilman. The ordinance, if you read it black and white, that's what Dick and I had a discussion about today.
Because I think that's a big crux of the matter here.
Yeah.
Whether right now, at this exact moment, before the council has approved it, if the comprehensive plan has been adopted.
Yeah.
But Dick, you're disagreeing with that.
Right. It's not adopted. I will say that it's probably inarticulately drafted. It says adopted, the Plan and Zoning Commission adopted.
Well,
But it's not adopted. You could not abide by that comprehensive plan tomorrow because it hasn't been adopted by the council. They have the final word. That's the adopted plan, and that's the difference that we have. I read that as the certified official plan of the city is the one adopted by the council, not one that comes forward on a recommendation from the city Plan and Zoning Commission.
Argument, semantic.
Right,
you
but
know, but the ordinance says the adoption of the plan or part or amendment thereof shall be by resolution of the commission. So, and maybe codification of the adoption is different, obviously, because it's not law until the council adopts it.
But to Wayne's point, too, is
Yeah.
the comprehensive plan, the duties that are delegated to the Plan and Zoning Commission for the comp plan aren't exclusive, and they're not in regard to adopting the comprehensive plan as the official plan. It just gives them the power and authority to make or cause surveys, studies, maps, plans, charts of the whole or a portion of the city so that they can bring that all together and make an informed recommendation to the city council. It doesn't say they've got absolute authority to pass the comp plan. So I think that's an important distinction as well.
Yeah. The question is, Dick, is whether anybody else has the authority to present maps. And I'm not going to argue that.
And I would say, too, there's also a map, Wayne. Unfortunately, I think that is part of the presentation tonight that would be map E in the 6B presentation pertaining to your property. So we do have those things available. It's just that they weren't made available prior to the hearing tonight. It was because of logistics, basically.
I want to do everything by the book. I don't want to do something out of order or something that we're not supposed to be doing. I think what we're doing makes sense. I don't think that we're doing something out of order based on what the law says. But again, I will reiterate again. I do not have a problem if this is somebody's reading or interpretation of the code of starting out with that P and Z recommendation, having somebody, move and second and having a vote taken, yay or nay on that. And if it's passed, it's passed. If it's not, then it fails and we'll have something else brought up.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate what you're saying, but you gentlemen are telling us that you never received a plan at the P&Z committee meeting. And so therefore, if there was never any map presented, therefore, how could the P&Z commission approve a plan without a map that was presented? Am I stating that correctly?
Somewhat, Councilman. The P&Z they passed a resolution, all right? And it was A and the 5 properties. But there should be a certified and attested resolution and a plan according with the ordinance in front of and part of that is the P&Z's meeting was to fill in the colors of the 5 properties, come up with a map. That was a whole discussion. We're gonna have a map after we consider all 5 properties. We weren't around for all 5 properties, but I presume they made a decision on all 5 properties. So that map should be here, but I agree with the one councilman. I don't think, if you want to bifurcate it, I don't see why you couldn't, because it's different resolution. But there should be a map.
Yeah, and I've asked, and I think you're referring to, there's no map in our packet that we received necessarily showing the P and Z maps that they passed. I did ask staff to, as we go through these, when we get to 6B, C, D, E, and F, that they present not only their initial map, their final recommended map after they talked to the landowners and made whatever changes, if they made changes, the map that the landowner requested, as well as what P and Z passed. And I think, Lynn, we're going to include that when we go through that. So we will go through that for 6B, C, D, E, and F.
So is there a map? I assume you're going to take a vote on 6A, right?
6A, we will be taking a vote on,
Yeah.
correct.
So I don't know if there's a map on that or not, or if it's relevant,
Okay.
that's up to you guys. But I
Okay,
think there should be some clarification what the map is you guys.
okay. Okay, I got you.
Mr. Mayor, are you?
And
sorry.
there is a map, which is why you see the hatched areas, but what you're saying is the map that was approved by P and Z does not have those hatched areas, and you don't see that one
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, I don't see it
in the packet.
There's a lot of pages in that packet.
Right, nope,
Certainly
nope,
can correct me if I'm wrong.
Nope,
Yeah.
but it was up in the presentation that Lynn presented, maybe not the one that was adopted by P and Z, but the one that was adopted by P and Z is the same map that we had up here, except for that there was no hatch marks on the one that was passed by P and Z. Is that
Can I
correct?
see that map again? I don't know if I saw that.
Yeah, it's, that we're talking about the hatch marks that show the environmentally sensitive areas, which the landowners are asking us to remove, like P and Z did.
I just want to make sure it has our current land use designation.
So, you're talking about the big
Yes.
map?
The map you have, though,
So
has
it's right here.
the 5 areas are not colored. The council direction tonight will tell us what colors are to put in those 5 areas.
Okay, but
Part
the
of
map that P and Z passed,
presentation will be what the P and Z recommended. There is an illustration as we continue through the presentation.
but this is the map that P and Z passed without the hatch marks on it.
Right, take
So
out
it's
the
right
hatch
here.
marks. So if the council also approves of that, to
That
take
first
off the
map on the page,
hatches,
undeveloped
then
areas,
hatches
land
will
use.
come
P and Z had.
This is the map that P and Z passed, with exception of the fact that I'm sorry. It is, except for it has the 6B, C, D, E, and F uncolored, waiting for these individual amendments.
And that's incorrect. It should be, 6A should have our current land use designation.
And you prefer to move forward with those current land designations, I assume? So it seems like what we want to do is, because P and Z approved this with no hash marks, correct? Right here. It feels like we want to approve and go forward, but keep the current land designations, these ones that are colored white for all of them.
Right.
I think that's what a lot of us might want to move forward to do that.
Right.
Is it okay if we do that?
Or are you saying that we have to, Dick, do we have to actually have the specific map? Or can we make a motion that we approve 6A, as presented, with the exception of the fact that these areas that we're showing as white, we will note that they have their current
Stick to the current land.
designation right now until acted on.
Until later.
So I think that's easily done during the meeting. And we could even, if somebody wants to make a motion, they can say, we approve map A without the hatch marks on here, 6A without the hatch marks, and showing the areas that will be considered under the amendment, 6B, C, D, E, and F, as having their current land use designations under the current comp plan until otherwise changed by the council tonight.
Russ, one thing I'm going to request, though, is that in the permanent record, is that this map is called out as 6A, because nowhere on it does it say it's 6A. I mean, I think it's given that this is 6A, but it doesn't say that it is. And I think that's part of where the confusion's coming from. Nowhere on here does it say in any legend or anything else that it's 6A. You've got
that
E,
case,
C, D, and on down, but nothing with 6A.
And keep in mind where we're at in the process here. I have not closed the public hearing. We've still got public comments that can be made. So that's where we're at in the process. So, and I would go back to Mr. McKinney, Wayne, if you would like to continue to make some additional comments or respond to what's been said, the floor is yours.
Mayor, are we going to address the environmental thing later on?
No.
After Lynn?
No, we'd address it, I think we would address it after the public hearing's closed, there's going to be, I'm going to ask if anybody has a motion.
Okay.
Somebody can make that motion at that time. They can make the motion to include removing from the specific comp plan 6A, the hatched areas. I suppose they'd have to do the same thing with 6B, C, D, E, and F if there's hatched areas there. But they can make a motion to that effect.
but you wouldn't have to remove them though, right, Mayor? Because they are not on here right now. On whatever we approve for 6A, given the current land usage, they will not have hash marks at all. So if anything,
We will specify however it is
when
you
we
guys
get
want
to
to approve
6B
that.
and 6C and whatnot.
I am a little confused, though, I guess, Lynn, as to why what you're showing here on the PowerPoint does show the hatched. And it's got, yeah, and no white marks, okay? And then this one that was handed out, which doesn't say 6A, I guess neither one of them do, but then it doesn't have any hash marks, but then does have the white areas. So I think it does lead to a little bit of a confusion.
I think we need to specify what it is that we're going to
This
pass.
says April 2022. That is the difference. So the map that you have is what has the white areas out of it.
Okay,
So that is, this map is not intended to be that exact map you have there.
okay. But it was your, McKinney's, it is your request that we would pass all of these maps tonight without the hatched marks for showing the environmental areas. And that said, I want to make sure, if we do that, Lynn, and we still need to know where these hatched marks came from, how we came up with these marks, where these environmentally sensitive areas have been identified. Is this another map that we got from somebody else that's identified these areas? Has our staff gone through and identified these areas and made the hatch marks? Because there clearly is some inconsistencies with what Mr. Lee presented here. And if we don't approve the hatch marks on this comp plan 6A tonight, we certainly still, somewhere in a document, on file, in the city, are going to have a map as we want to identify these environmentally sensitive areas, whether or not it's on here.
We can't do both, is the problem. I have heard that. So the hatched areas on here, literally with staff looking at FEMA flood maps, topo maps with slopes figured into it, and aerial photos. Certainly, we probably, obviously, we missed some areas that probably could stand to be hatched. We were going off of the West Des Moines 2036. You don't want to hire somebody at this stage to go in there and map them and do all the research on it. It's a lot like you do when you do road alignments. You don't do those studies until you're really ready to do the roads. If the council wants to take them off, that is their choice. We were using the 2036 as the directive as to why we should be mapping them. And obviously, it does help guide you when you're starting to put land uses on there where some of those breaks make sense.
So tell me again, though, how you came up with the definition of environmentally sensitive areas, and that if Mr. Lee sees these trees on an aerial photograph, does that make it a sensitive area or not? Because your maps didn't show it.
Well, and to us, you're correct. We probably could go back through and really look at them and say, okay, any areas that are over X square feet, we maybe need to map. Otherwise, this, and understand, the hatching is really just to raise awareness that the site may have issues, something kind of feature on it that you may have to look into more. It's not regulatory, it's not saying you can't develop the site in any way. It's just really meant to raise that awareness. As of right now, we do not have any protection mechanisms in code.
Okay.
So it is just an awareness.
I do think
fully
we should,
agree.
I do think we should go at this time, not have it on the map, but we should follow up and research the areas as they come forward and do more research into the areas so we have a more well-defined
I couldn't agree more.
area.
I couldn't
agree,
agree more.
because if we don't have any mechanism in place that says that, okay, it's a quote, environmentally sensitive area and you can't do this or that, then I guess I don't see the reason.
It doesn't
to
say
have it on
can't, but we don't want to, I think we're
But,
causing
it's-
confusion.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
to me, it's up to the landowner or developer to know that if I'm going to go buy this piece of ground, I better know what's out there, because if I'm buying 100 acres and only 25 is developable, I didn't get a big bang for my
Yeah,
buck.
it's-
I'll
a
add that I
shared
worry as
responsibility.
well. Sorry, Renee.
Go ahead.
I add that I worry as well is that adding those features, I think for consideration, that's adding those and then publishing them may bias people towards development in West Des Moines. I worry about that.
And it could just be there's a presence of an Indiana brown bat that,
Yeah, or they may find out when they show up anyway, but we don't want them
Right.
looking at the website and going, I'm not going there.
right, agreed. Agreed. All right. We're going to move, for purposes of moving this forward, anybody else would like to address the council? I see the lovely Dan Dutcher coming up.
But also, just really quickly before, the comp plan that was approved at P&Z did not have those marks.
Correct.
So-
Correct.
That's right.
All right.
Correct. Okay. Mr. Dutcher.
Real quick.
Their recommendation was to take them off.
That's their
They did have
recommendation.
them, but it was to take them off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dan Dutcher, 625 Southeast South Fork Drive in Waukee, Iowa. I'm with 3D, or I have 3D Consulting LLC, and I'm representing the Winter family. I just have some real quick comments. And first of all, I've been on your side. I've been
I remember.
in long meetings, so I understand exactly where you're coming from, so I'll try to keep it really short. One of the slides that Lynn put up basically had land use plan, place types, and zoning. And having dealt in real estate for a long time, the devil's in the details, and that's why it seems to me that you got 2/3 of the package. The real meat of this is the zoning, because that's the regulatory part of it, and it's not being presented tonight. And that's where I have real problems in making recommendations to my client, is that I don't know what the bulk regulations are going to be. I don't know what the zoning is going to be, but I'm asking, they're being asked to accept land uses when in reality, regulatory, they're going to be driven by that zoning. So I understand that this has gone on for a long, long time, and the zoning, as I understand it, reading the staff report, is not going to be completed for another 12 or 18 months. But the devil's really in the details, and that's also where we get to this, what Lynn was talking about, where you have on this multi-use medium, you have these building footprints. And that's really, my experience has been, that's really where you determine where the building footprint sizes are. It's determined by the size of the lot, it's determined by the setbacks, it's determined by the open space that you're required to have. Those are all in the zoning. And so I really don't understand why we're talking about what I refer to as bulk regulations in this overall, some of these land uses. I don't understand that. I think if it's not the uses that are causing the problem. If I looked at the mixed use medium, the uses are perfectly acceptable. The problem I have with it is when you start putting building square footages, I can only have a footprint so big. Well, my site may dictate that maybe that's the right size, but it also is, I maybe could put something bigger there. And let's say, for example, let's say there's a 80,000 square foot user out there. I have the land area to do that, but the only way I can meet the criteria of a user is I have to go up. You know what that does? That causes costs to go way up. And so my client's being put in an uncompetitive position as it relates to a potential client, because that square footage is in there. I say take the square footage out and take the height restrictions out, because again, those are typically bulk regulations. And I think we could accept the multi-use medium for what we're asking for multi-use high. And that's the real issue for me as it relates to these uses.
So I would ask Lynn to address that as far as bulk regulations and square footage, building footprints. I know that we're trying to give maximum flexibility, and with maximum flexibility, we're trying to give known things to people next door to these land uses and try to deal with that. And we do have this matrix that I was going to mention as well, that determines what, until we have the zoning in place, what is acceptable. But why don't you address that? And can we take it out of here and put it in the zoning? I assume if we're having, it's 8:20 and we're on item 6A, we're having this kind of discussion on the land use, the zoning, we're going to have an equally long discussion on when it comes about, right?
So, as explained earlier, in order to do these multi-use districts and have intensity levels in them, you have to be able to control that context of what can be developed. So the 45,000 is a guide. That's kind of the context that you want to achieve. It's not a hard and fast rule. If you have an 80,000 square foot building and you can push and pull a little bit to break that facade, you're going to be okay. Now, what I can tell you about zoning, these new areas are going to use the exact same zoning as the currently developed areas. All the city will be under the same zoning regulations. I don't have bulk regulations that restrict footprints in my current zoning. We have height limits, but there's allowances. If you set back farther, you can get taller. Those same rules are going to apply to these new areas as it does to the developed areas.
So the zoning is in place. The zoning is in
footages.
place, but it's like at the state, these are temporary rules. These are
You
temporary in
could say
place
that.
until they're formally adopted.
Yes, so we can figure out, when the zoning piece comes forward, then that's when we have this discussion about, is those the right numbers? Again, this is a guiding document, it's not regulatory, it's trying to set the stage of what we want that area to be like.
So let's go to Mr. Dutcher's example of multi-use medium. Show me on our little chart, what the zoning, what the temporary zoning until approved can be on that, based on what we have in place.
Okay, so
I know.
the multi-use
That
medium,
one.
you're going to come to this table first and you
Okay.
look and see what these place types are.
Okay.
Wherever there's a dot, that's your place type.
Okay, so multi-use medium, you're saying, okay,
Yeah.
recreation's allowed. Okay, go ahead.
So you have
Office.
as one of the allowed place types in here.
Okay,
This table is in the comp plan, the one it's in 7 pages 72 and 73.
okay,
You then come to the office place type and you look down and these are the zoning districts that you could apply to it.
okay. So it could be neighborhood commercial, it could be community commercial, it could be regional commercial, if I'm looking at it right. Oh, that's for limited impact, I guess that's for office.
So I mean, I gotta go this way. so
I
you can see them.
can't see.
So, again, you could do an office in regional commercial, you could do an office in community commercial, you could
Okay.
do office in neighborhood commercial, you could do office in suburban, VJC, VJHB, straight office district, or PCP. When you go to zoning, there are bulk regulations in the zoning code today that's going to drive how tall your building can be, what your setbacks are. There is not footprint limitations in our current zoning code.
Okay. So you're saying this is more of a known that what Mr. Dutcher's saying?
Again, the comp plan is setting the context for the area. The zoning's
Right.
going to set the rules for the area.
I
Does the zoning
I get
does
that,
not
but you
have-
also said we have zoning in place for the land use that we're putting here.
Yes,
So it is more of a known.
yes.
Okay.
That chart tells you what zoning you could apply to any one of those parcels that is in the multi-use medium.
Okay, all right.
Mayor, can I ask on this item here? because I do have concern about the 45,000 square foot limitation. In our current zoning ordinance, we don't have a restriction at the 45,000 square foot mark. Is that accurate?
Correct.
We do have regulations related to the height of the building.
Height.
Okay. And so where will this 45,000 square foot criteria live? Will it be just in the document as it is today? Will it be in a future zoning ordinance? Or where can a developer or prospect look to determine the physical size of a structure?
The way it is today is what will guide it. So the zoning code today, it's going to say you have to have X amount of setback for X amount of height. If you're going to go taller, you got to set back farther. It becomes that in itself will drive how big of a building you can have on the site, which is what Dan is saying. That is what typically would drive it. Again, with this idea of trying to just control kind of the look and feel so you give some assurances to the next door neighbor as to what's going to be by you, that's what those numbers are intended to do. But they will live in the zoning code is where that ultimate rule will come from.
The 45,000 square feet will live in the zoning code.
Right, which it doesn't say that. It says you have to be set back. So my regional commercial, I have to be set back 100 feet, all boundaries. You take your parcel, you start squaring, nickel and diming it away. By the time you put your 100-foot setback, by the time you put enough parking on the site, your building footprint becomes what your building footprint can be. It's the same procedure right now under the current zoning code.
Okay, but I guess let's go back. So I thought I heard you say the 45,000 square foot will live in the zoning code, but it doesn't say that.
The intention is with the update is when it will literally address any kind of those limitations, if we are going to put any hard and fast limitations on it.
Okay. I guess I still really struggle to, I guess, understand where it lives and how it'll be applied, or if it's just a desire versus a requirement. You know, we've talked through a lot of this, and so I guess I just want to say a couple things relative to this item. I heard, you mentioned that you'd reached out to Hy-Vee. I ironically have also connected with Hy-Vee, and I connected with their government relations folks, and they spoke with their operations team. They got back to me and said, we're not familiar with this. And I guess the concern that I have on this 45,000 square foot item, and I don't know where or how to address this, Mayor. I don't know if now is the time to do this, but if we're going to be considering this criteria, as Mr. Dutcher said, I feel obligated to share my perspective on this before we vote on it. But if this is not the right place to do it, I'd do it somewhere else.
My plan was to address all the comments, to have all the comments by the public, close the public hearing, and then have you guys address any concerns that you have additionally at that point in time. At that point in time, the public is done providing feedback and input, but of course, we haven't done that to this point.
Okay, then I'll hold.
So if you want to, why don't you hold? Let me ask if anybody else from the public would like to address the council on this. Speak now or forever hold your peace on item 6A. Go ahead.
Yes,
Mr. Lee.
I didn't hear any response about the right-of-way issue. Was there going to be a response?
Lynn?
Comp plan land uses go to the center line of roads. Zoning goes to the property boundaries. So when it gets zoned is when with that color comes off from underneath a roadway. Does that make sense?
No.
But to Mr. Lee's point, when he's talking about the number of acres and all, in the comp plan, when we address how many acres, that's counting then half of the roadway, correct?
Yeah, at least half. If you're the same color on both sides, it's obviously picks up both. So
Right.
yes, those acreages that we see are including that right away at this time.
So the question I think that you were thinking about, Mark, was when it comes to usable land, if you subtract the highway and the right-of-ways, does that affect the percentages a lot?
It will have an impact to it. If it's enough to skew it to say you need to add more of that land use, I guess I do not agree with that. As it is, the undeveloped, like the developed areas has about 600 acres of multi-use high. The undeveloped right now has about 750. So if you want to say we have 100 acres in right-of-way, okay, we're still back to about what we've developed to date.
For that one specific land use, though.
Yes, so that's the way. We did not nickel and dime it and get into taking out all the right-of-ways.
How does the current comp plan, does that have impact with the right-of-ways?
I would, other than the freeway and probably Iowa 5, which is white, has had that color taken out, the rest of the map would be to the center lines. So could we go back and take out the right-of-ways underneath the free Iowa 5 and Interstate 35? Yeah, we could.
Well,
But you don't think it's going to make much difference?
I don't know.
Well, look, I think it's important, I think everybody up here thinks it's important to have a comprehensive plan, land use map, where we certainly can get taxes off the land to be able to provide for services now and into the future. That said, our last comprehensive plan, I don't think took into account the number of acres of each type and determine what the property taxes were going to be based on those types and everything else. And number two, as you said, going through your plan, we're going from the old plan of, I think you said 2,800 high intensity to something much, much higher than that. I don't know where 8,000 in intensity. Now,
High density.
High density.
High density residential.
High
That's
density.
what that number
Okay.
played to.
Okay, so as far as high density residential goes, assuming that we end up allowing as a council all of the apartments to be built that could possibly be built in this city, you're going to have a higher
You could.
valuation unless the legislature, continues to whittle away at the apartments and make that property tax be lower. Okay, but I've asked, a lot of these questions have been asked, do we have any concern based on this comp plan versus the other comp plan of being able to pay for services and expand and all that? The answer I've repeatedly gotten from you and other staffers is no. And it's not changing all that much. Now, what we don't know and we're not going to know is with all this flexibility, which is what this comp plan is designed around, how these areas are going to develop. They could develop at the highest possible land use that can be in this flexible area. It could be the lowest in that flexible area. And we're not going to know that. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I could paint it just like we did. We can paint it office, we can paint it red, figuring that's going to get our highest value, a taxable value out of it. But I can't force people to develop that. And that's what
No.
we found out.
And we've
So
seen
that's why we
office on the
wanted
old
this.
comp plan constantly be changed and downgraded to willingly by the developers to single-family residential because that's what the market was demanding. And we had way too much blue on the map is what we learned. Okay, we're going to go back to Mr. McKinney and Mr. McKinney, the team.
Mayor and council members, in terms of the footprint, so I understand, Lynn, that is 45,000 for the medium multi-use, right?
Correct.
And then, 15,000 for the low multi-use?
Correct.
And then, is it 40,000 for the low industrial?
45, we just matched them up, right?
45?
It's 45, just.
Okay. So I guess I would like to have the council consider, as Mr. Dutcher indicated, in terms of the medium multi-use, eliminate the same bulk regulations when it comes to the low industrial and the low multi-use in terms of, I guess, maybe the height and the footprint.
Okay?
Thank you.
I guess,
Okay.
you want me to speak? Yeah.
Go ahead, Jim.
Mayor, and I know this is dragging on a little bit, but this is very.
It's important stuff.
Yeah, it is. And staff worked on it for 4 years, so let's make sure we're doing this right. I know staff at the P&G had indicated to them that we requested low industrial, that was our request. P&G you know, for a while, they deliberated it, and at one point, when I had my opportunity to speak, I said, you know, A, we're not asking for an amendment. B, none of us has asked for low industrial, because I know what the restrictions are on the footprint. And so the P&Z interpreted what would be compatible with our office and business. And the commissioners, right in the resolution, said that business park compatible to high multi-use, office compatible to medium multi-use. Now, staff has repeatedly said, no, it's low industrial that equates business park. So I have a concern about, I don't know how we address it at B, because
Jim, can we address that when we get to B?
Yeah, we're still on A.
We're still on A. Can we address that? I hear
We
your
can do
concern.
that.
Can we, let's hold off on that and let's address that. That's a valid point for discussion on B when we get there.
Okay.
And we're going to have this whole, we're going to let public talk on B and C and D and E and all that. So, all right. Anybody else before I close the public hearing on 6A? Come on up. You're the next contestant on, I don't know what this is.
Price is wrong.
Your comp plan amendment.
Your comp plan is right or wrong. I don't know.
So my name is Nick Williams. I live at 34097 B Place, immediate neighbor just north to the McKinneys, on a significant piece of property, 40 acres, that I have been working with the city of West Des Moines for nearly 2 years now to develop into executive lots, high-end homes, gated community with a conservation plan. The first ever approved PUD on a parcel such as mine by Dallas County to allow lots under 1 acre with no restrictions. So I've been trying to follow this situation quietly, although it would have been much easier to come address me as a neighbor and let me know what you guys exactly want to do. Because I've been planning this based off of the current plan that's been in the works for the last 4 years and being able to look over single-family living versus industrial. And it was my understanding when American Express, my former employer, decided not to put its data center right there, that it was going to be used for single-family living, and that this area could be preserved as an area with trees, and a conservation plan could be in place, and we could put, count on that as we attract families to purchase these type of lots and get their kids off of their phones and into the fishing pond and everything else. So I'm just trying to follow what is being, which map we're trying to follow. And it's my understanding that, I think the McKinneys are looking for this map B, all industrial low. And as a neighbor, my comments tonight would be I would like to side with the staff on this to where we're looking at map C or map D that has the detached residential.
Can I, your comments, as long
It's B?
as you've been waiting, I hate to do this to you, that's on 6B.
That's on B.
Which we're going to get to. And I will reserve some other comments that I will make in relation to the comments
enough.
that you made regarding what I know as Project Double Wide that never happened, and what sureties you said you have. I'll address that in 6B.
Okay, and if you could also guide me on where I can address my comments on my other property. I purchased the Hawkeye Antique Acres property that on your staff notes shows up not whited out, but on the map that only you all received tonight, it is whited out with an asterisk. So I have some comments I'd like to just make tonight.
Which one is that? Could you tell me the?
It's the asterisk on the northwest.
Oh, the asterisk there.
That's fine.
Nothing controversial, but I would like to address some comments, and we've talked about procedures tonight, and it's just, I know it's not procedural to have it just whited out like this right before the vote after 4 years of work, but I do have just a few comments I'd like to make, and for the record, I am okay with it being whited out, so. Just guide me when I can make those.
Well, I think because we don't have a specific item addressing that, Do we, Lynn?
I'd say
I'd say now
Do
is
it
the
now.
appropriate time.
Now's the time, okay, all right.
And first, let me ask a really stupid question. Is this actually considered within the city limits at this point in time?
Not yet, it's being
And
developed
that's,
under
and
Dallas
that's why I
County.
wonder if there's an asterisk on it, because our comp plan, any city's comp plan
That's not
goes
why.
2 miles outside of the corporate boundaries.
It's the
Understood.
Jewish Federation land that, part of that is why that is, because we've
Yep.
discussed.
Yep, so,
Okay.
so I understand why it's whited out, and actually, I wanted to make sure I took an opportunity to just recognize the work of the staff here. You know, unsolicited by myself, the neighbors, specifically solicited by the Jewish Federation, they felt it important enough to have a meeting where, you know, the neighbors and the property owners were invited to discuss the concerns of the Jewish Federation about this development around their property. And I appreciate that, because as the person who purchased the land, I had those same concerns, and I approached them before buying to make sure what my plans to do with the property were going to be okay with them as the neighbor. I also had a fireworks business in there 2 years prior, and so I approached them as well about that, making sure I wouldn't interrupt services, things like that. So their security has always been a high-level concern of mine. So when we were meeting to talk about their security concerns and the Department of Homeland Security, you know, being on site, you know, I had already decided not to approach a rezone, you know, with the county to be able to put, you know, multi-family living apartments in this area. That was a big concern for security for them. So our plan was developed based off of the 4 years of work that went into this comprehensive plan, and where the land use map is listed, and also where the road use map is listed. With the asterisks being put in here, now that could change. And I certainly empathize with my friends, the Witterns over here, who you do purchase something based off of understanding what you can do with it, but when that then potentially changes, it could derail you and cause considerable damage. I think that the approach the staff has made, our planner Kate, Brian took lead on the meeting and did well. You know, Lynn was there to handle concerns, but specifically Tom came up with a very good plan that addresses their security concerns, addresses ours as the developers, and specifically, you know, I just want to make sure that it just goes on the record that although we didn't follow procedure here, I have every bit of concern about the security of the Jewish Federation as they have expressed to the city, and we do fully intend to work with them, which is my understanding why we are whited out here. So.
Okay, I appreciate those comments. I appreciate all the work that has gone into trying to, and this is such a unique situation. This is not in the corporate limits of the city. It's within our comp plan planning area. And yet we are working to try to come up with a win-win solution for everybody involved in this asterisk area. And my understanding is that we are moving towards that resolution. So thank you, Tom. Thank you, Matt. I know you've been a part of working on this, and others. We want to make sure that we do everything we can to make sure you guys both have a win here.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do.
And my final comment on that is, you know, seeing what can happen on a property like this and seeing what some of the other concerns have been expressed this evening, I'm in the process of looking to acquire one of these low to high industrial, possibly multi, you know, low or medium use areas that, you know, it's questionable to me as an investor, as I'm looking, well, what am I going to exactly be able to do, and will my plans be able to come through? So I look forward to the responses to some of these concerns, especially as we get to B.
Appreciate your comments. Just understand, a comprehensive plan is a living, breathing document, and it's supposed to, if you're doing best practices, every 5 years, cities are reevaluating their comp plan based on the market. And so this is something with the flexibility that hopefully, if and when adopted, isn't going to change considerably. But just understand that every 5 years, good cities review their comprehensive plan and make adjustments based on the market. So if you are looking at the comprehensive land use map as the word of God, and you plan on some development based on that, market conditions could change, 5 years from now, we could address this again, and there could be changes. So,
Right.
anyway.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
Excuse me, Mr. Williams. Just want to make sure. So in that area with the asterisks that's on the screen right now,
Yes.
it's whited out on this map, as I understand is 6A now, or maybe 6A, depending on whatever the motion is. And you want to keep it?
Oh, I didn't even understand that was 6A. So that's 6A?
Maybe I
The
made it.
map is 6A.
The map.
Okay, the whole map is 6A.
This will be
Asterisk.
considered with the entire big map. Everything but 6B, C, D, E, and F
Yes.
will be adopted in 6A, which would, for lack of anything else, include this asterisk.
This says that that area has been removed for future land use applications, so nothing's being considered with the asterisks tonight.
Right. And my only comment, well, the asterisk is included in that.
Well, but what I'm saying is, though, we're not going to go back and look at something like you said, 6B, 6C.
Right,
We're not going
right,
to amend anything,
right.
yes.
And my only comment to that is I do want to acknowledge that as the developer, as the landowner, as the investor, that we've talked a lot about procedure tonight. And it was not procedure to just white this out leading into this meeting and not have it, put out there. But we are fully on board with that. And I just want to make
Excellent.
sure
Thank
for the
you.
record
Appreciate that.
that we note that. Okay?
Okay, anybody else from the public that would like to address the council on, believe it or not, item 6A, please come forward and give us your name and address, unless your name is Mark Lee. Just kidding. Come on, Mark, come on, let's go, come on.
I just wanted to address.
Once I close the public hearing, unless you're asked a question, this will be it, so get it all out.
Just wanted to address Lynn's comments about nickel and diamond right-of-way. Again, here is your Veterans Parkway interchange. Can we zoom out a little bit, or is that it? So that area of usable ground is 167 acres. The south piece, this is all the purple now, is 25. So you add, so the total between those are 167 acres. The right-of-way is 97 acres. DOT right-of-way is all that ground there. So this is just one interchange. How many interchanges do we have? Is that, as I look across this map, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 100 acres. There's 800 acres just in interchanges. I don't think that's nickel and dime. No. Plus you got probably 160 foot wide times however many lineal feet that I just pointed out. So we're talking significant numbers. But
So help me, do the water and help with drink. So what is your point that you're making here other than proving them wrong about the nickel and dime?
you should consider your right-of-way out of this. You've seen two maps, current maps, that took it out, because these guys are doing good land planning. They know that these corridors mean a lot of money, taxable money to you folks.
What good does it do to consider this out of there?
Because then you get a real number on what your taxable values are for those commercial areas. You don't know. Is it going to support you?
What if we had without the roads? I mean, should we not have the roads there? Then how would you be doing?
I didn't say you should.
Well, but that's almost, come on. We have veterans, we've invested $100 million in that corridor of infrastructure. Well, if we didn't invest the infrastructure, what would you have there for your property values?
Mark, I think you were talking about the percentages, right? That's what we were kind of chatting about earlier.
I guess I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Well, I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, I just don't see you're saying to take it out, that highway brings great value to your property and all the infrastructure
And
the taxpayers.
value.
And the taxpayers put that roadway in, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I'm not following, Mark.
The taxable valuation is higher because the roadway is there.
Exactly.
What Mark is trying to say is take a look at this without and determine what the taxable valuation, and Mike's not on, talk about what the taxable valuation of the comprehensive plan is with those things removed out of there. The problem that I see is that the old comp plan and the new comp plan, neither of these have dollar and cents attached to it in any way, shape, or form. The last one didn't. Nobody made an argument on that. This one doesn't. Now we're making an argument on this, and it's not going to change, I don't believe, anything based on what we're looking to do here.
Mayor, I don't know if that's what he's saying exactly. I think I kind of understand what you're saying. However, I do want to ask Lynn one question. So when we added up like all of the zones, not the zones, these land uses, you ultimately had some percentage. There's this percentage orange, there's this percentage light purple, there's this percentage dark purple, right? But what happens when you remove the roads? Does that percentage change? But Lynn, thank you for kind of pointing that out. I was just kind of looking, and what I noticed was, as you kind of went over all the interchange, I'm wondering if your comment about nickel and diming or whatever was if you have a dark purple, you have an orange, you have a light gray, you have a gray, you have an orange, you have the green, you have the light gray, you have a dark gray, you have a light gray, you have a purple, you have a dark purple, you have a light purple, you have a light purple, you have an orange, you have a yellow, you have an orange, you have a yellow. It's not like it's just one color across the way. As I kind of like look at it, you're right, the percentages probably won't be the same, but because there's such a diversity of those colors throughout, maybe the difference wouldn't be enormous? Is that what maybe you're suggesting, Lynn?
And I guess maybe I'm going to take my spin on what Mark is saying is we are arguing in his southeast area that we already have enough of the multi-use high acres because the current developed was only 600 acres and we have 750 on the map. And I think what Mark is trying to say, if I take out 100 acres here and 100 acres there and 100 acres there, all of a sudden, do I have enough multi-use high on the map? I think is really what it's getting at. Like I said, when we look at it from kind of the bigger picture back, we feel that we have sufficient areas identified and we have logical start and stop points for those land uses. We may find that we use it up so fast that in 5 years that we need to identify some other areas for it. I don't know. I don't have that crystal ball. We are trying to let the market tell us what it's going to be. We don't believe it's all going to develop a multi-use high. Yes, there's right-of-way in there. When it's zoned is when you ultimately figure out how many acres of each land use do you actually have. So it is, like I said, it's a document that's it's living and breathing. It's going to change.
All right. Any other members of the public like to address the council on this item? Because this is going to be the last thing that I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to ask for a motion and a second on something. And then we're going to have council make comments and have discussion. Misty, come on up.
Misty Witterly, 3117 115th Street. Just to this subject really quick. We were condemned in 2001 by the DOT to go through Highway 5. On this map here, just to be precise, right here, they took 103 acres. And so if you do add up all of these as you go along, you end up with 800 and 900 acres that are added in to saying that you're going to have taxable base there. That was, I think, the point. But this actual piece here was 100. It looks small, but it was really 103 acres. So just to explain it a little bit clearer, because I think you got a little confused. So instead of it going wider, there's a lot of unused stuff or zoning there if she's using those percentages. Where this piece here is 100% yellow. This piece here is probably 20% out of the roadway.
So it's not exactly an apples to apples. It's a little bit of an apples to oranges.
That was just my point that I wanted to.
But to City Manager Haddon's point, you lost 100 acres. You were condemned. You couldn't agree on the price, or it was taken from you. You were given fair market value for that land. But now your land is more valuable because you have this roadway going through.
Right, no, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying
You're just saying it's not an apples to apples.
If you're saying that we have 20% industrial, and really 20%, half of that is actually in the right-of-way.
Gotcha.
You really don't have 20, you have 10%. That's all
Gotcha.
I'm saying.
Yep,
I agree the value of the land and condemnation and the growth and all
Yep.
that other stuff. You know I'm
Right.
on Team West Des Moines.
Right.
But I just want to make sure that when you're getting it explained, it's explained thoroughly, and
Right.
his point wasn't really taken properly, but
Gotcha.
that's really what we're trying to say.
I appreciate that. The point is well taken. Okay. Anybody else who would like to address the council on item 6A, either in this audience or online? If you're online, please hit *6 to unmute yourself, not #6, but *6. Unmute yourself, give us your name and address for the record. Going once. Checking the audience. Going twice. Okay, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. And I'm going to ask someone to provide a motion for the council to consider. I will then ask for a second, and then we're going to open it up to discussion.
All right, I will make a motion. I want to be clear on what the motion is.
Please do.
Last week or a few weeks ago, several weeks ago, P&Z, they approved this plan. It had no hash marks on it, excuse me. And so I'm making a motion specifically to adopt that plan with the exception of the asterisk 6B, 6C, 6D, 6E, and 6F, because those are items that we're going to talk about soon. And also those items have current zoning that would be maintained. I want to make sure that's
Okay.
very, very clear.
The asterisk needs to be part of 6A, no? There is no separate item on the asterisk.
On the asterisk, no.
Okay.
On 6A, 6A through
Yes, the other
6F,
ones have,
they retain their current land use,
Mhm.
not their current zoning.
Their current
The
land
asterisk
use.
would, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're moving that we adopt,
Just to clarify, they retain their current land use for now until we move on to
Until we-
B, C, D,
This
and F.
exact moment.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the hatch marks come off the map.
As was recommended by P&Z.
As recommended by P&Z. 6B, C, D, E, and F will show as continuing to have their current land use designation until the council acts upon that and approves something.
And this is map 6A that we're talking about.
Okay?
I make that motion.
I will second that motion. Thanks for setting it straight, Greg.
Okay. So there's been a motion and a second. Now I will open it up to discussion. Anybody want to add any additional items at this point? Go ahead, Councilman McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor. I know it's late, and I know that there's a lot more to do. There's also been a lot that's been done. First, I want to acknowledge that,
Hold on, before you go, I appreciate those acknowledgements, but this is important, and I want to make sure that you get out everything that you want to get out. Whether
Yeah.
you're for or against this, I
Yeah.
want you to get that out. So don't shorten it for anybody here.
It's not midnight yet.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
We'll
that.
get there, but not yet. Go ahead,
Been
Matt,
here
sorry.
before.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
No, so first of all, I just, Dick, earlier you'd mentioned, obviously, my relationship with folks that have spoken tonight. Very clear. I want to be mindful of that. And so as I understand the motion that Councilman Hudson has made, it will leave the areas for which my family has an interest as they are today.
That's correct.
And so-
Generally speaking, this applies to them, but that applies to everybody.
So essentially status quo. And the reason I want to establish that is because I don't want there to be an argument that I'm trying to influence or otherwise impact that ground, because I fully intend to abstain from any item related to that. Okay. Second, I also want to just make clear for the property owners and interested stakeholders, the process of how this is being addressed tonight is not something that I've weighed in on. Whether we did 6A, or we did it all together, or we did it separately, I did not seek to influence that. I did not get engaged in that. It was hatched up by, I don't know who. I can't tell you right now who it was, but I can tell you it wasn't me. So just some ground items. I know there's been a lot of work done on this, and I want to acknowledge that, I realize that. And I want to thank everybody for the time that they put in over the last 5 years working on these items. And they've spent a lot of time with me. We've had lunch and talked about concerns that I've got. We've met here at City Hall many times with staff. I have. We've done virtual meetings. You've heard my concerns, and I appreciate the fact that you listened to them. You know, I want to share a little bit about my approach in generally sitting here. And from day one, and since that time I took office, I've been guided by some basic principles, one of which is to hold everyone, regardless of who they are or where they are, they got to be held to the same standards. And to not hold people to different standards. We shouldn't do that. It's a simple concept of uniformity. Some may call it fairness, but for me, it's a fundamental principle. And that includes the city itself. So when the city sought to change the sign ordinance for the Recplex to allow larger signs and flexibility, I wanted to make sure, and at Subcommittee we talked about this, want to make sure that we're applying those same standards to developers, to businesses. If we're going to do something for ourselves, we have to do it uniformly throughout the city for everyone. When the city sought to change ordinances last month for the sports fencing and netting at a subcommittee, I made pretty clear, are we going to make this applicable to everyone, including ourselves, for our own Recplex or for a golf facility or whatever? Now, those might sound like trivial examples, but I think it's important to hold up that principle of uniformity, of regulation and fairness across the city, even as to things like netting and fencing and signage. So that's kind of the approach. The comp plan. You know, to me, a comprehensive plan is a very important document. And it's something that I spent a lot of time studying through law school because of the importance that they have on the community. You know, part of the reason I got involved with the city council is I really enjoy economic development. Mayor, I appreciate you appointing me to the Development Planning Committee. You know, as the packet that was submitted here for everybody says, it says, quote, at its most basic, a comprehensive plan is a statement of aspiration of the community. This plan addresses all aspects of life in West Des Moines. So to me, with a document like this, I hold it in high regard, and I felt the need to carefully review it. And while I've gone through that, and despite my best efforts through many of those meetings, I've been unable to resolve several concerns. So I want to talk about some of those concerns here. The first is I just don't think the comp plan is ready. I don't think it's ready because it is not comprehensive. It only applies to a portion of the city, basically the undeveloped areas of ground. And if you measure the proposed comp plan's application by the number of residents and businesses that are directly impacted, it's an even smaller subset of the residents. So if we got 70,000 residents here, when you look at the map that's on the screen, a very small percentage of those folks live in this area or have businesses in that area. And so it violates that fundamental basic principle of uniformity for me across the city. It bifurcates the city, and it creates different standards across the city. It is not a document that, quote, addresses all aspects of life in West Des Moines. It addresses aspects in life for a small subset of the city. And when I've raised this concern up, I've heard we will be extending this concept and those standards throughout the remainder of the city over a period of time. Tonight I heard that, 3 months from now, 3 months or so, we'll be able to draw those colors on the other portions of the city. And I'm hopeful that's the case. I'm hopeful because it is at that point in time when it would be comprehensive. But it is at this point in time that it is not comprehensive. And it will set different standards for different folks, regardless, depending on where they're at. And that causes me heartburn. And if I'm going to compromise on that fundamental principle of treating people the same, to the same standard, regardless where they're at, If I compromise on this tonight, it is not a good recipe going forward. So that's the first point. The second point is that, there's a lot of areas where I have heard we need to address land uses. And an example of that, through the great work that the folks did on the Valley Junction Committee, was apparently there needs to be a transition zone. And Mayor, we spent some time at Valley Junction walking the neighborhood there. And it was very important, the work that was done down there, but it's not in this plan. And, perhaps the fact that it's not part of this plan is evidence of itself that this plan is not yet ready. When we are prepared to address the zoning along the University Avenue corridor or the Valley Junction transition zones, that is the point in time where it would be comprehensive in nature. Third, a well-known business person came to me recently and said, where's the future of West Des Moines? Where's the future business area in West Des Moines? Because we have such a rich history of so many employers in our community. That's why we have 70,000 residents during the evening, but 140,000 residents during the day. And why we have such a great tax base to do things like the Recplex and the boathouse and the library and on and on. And so I asked folks here at the city, where is the future? And I'm glad we have this map pointed up in front of us, because if you look at the map, what it was pointed to me there is right where about 6D is on the map. That is Veterans Parkway. It's west of 35. And many folks probably don't know this, but Tom, I know you know, and others on the council here, and I've been very interested in trying to determine how we can make Veterans Parkway a similar roadway as Highway 5 to the east, where the community is looking at trying to rename that 435, basically make it an interstate to the east. And what are we going to do to the west? I think it'd be great to have a loop to continue that around. And frankly, it looks like it's depicted here on the map. And that's a good thing in my mind. But the reality is, when I've brought this up, what I have heard is DOT is not, the Iowa Department of Transportation is not interested in this. So when people come to me and say, where's the future? And we point to this area and we say, this is where we want to do it. We show interchanges here and everything else. But the real fact today is that the DOT may not want to do this. And so I think we have to plan. I get that. But when our plans are based upon facts that we already have doubt about, is this ready or not? And that's, again, kind of what I wanted. The theme here is, I don't think this is quite ready. The last point I'll make relates to the 45,000 square foot item. And I have expressed each one of these concerns, I think I've expressed for about 2 years. This one is no different. It's a restriction that would apply, for example, to Hy-Vee on 51st and Mill. So if everybody's over there, 51st and Mill is at Hy-Vee. That particular store is larger than 45,000 square feet, and it would not be permitted in various cities, various land use types as proposed in this comp plan. For example, the multi-use medium, multi-use low, you couldn't put it there. So I called Hy-Vee. What do you guys think? Well, we don't know about this. Okay. Well, let me tell you a little bit about it. And I said, can you get back to me? This is maybe August. I heard back September, last month. Matt, we haven't heard anything about this, but we have very significant concerns. And one of the largest employers in our community have invested millions of dollars, and they expressed reservations. Now, I hear now for the first time tonight that staff has talked to them. That was inconsistent with what I heard. Their operations folks said, hey, if this is adopted in our community, our hometown, we're concerned not only what happens in this community, but what that means for other communities where they want to make investments. I'm sensitive to that. And again, I think it needs more work, and I think it's not ready. I'll also say that, we're fortunate to have so much business here because we have I-35 interstate. I-80, Interstate, 235, Highway 5, maybe 435 down the road. Okay, we've got a lot of, and great rail access. Misty, I know you had a concept about rail, right? Transload facility. We've got a lot of opportunity for what a lot of folks are experiencing now in terms of warehousing, distribution, logistics. I was with the mayor last week with a larger city on I-80, and they're saying the number one thing that they're seeing for purposes of prospects is just that, warehousing, distribution, and logistics. In talking with Clyde, I know that, there's been a lot of interest in our community. I understand that there were some folks that asked for where in the city of West Des Moines could we put this stuff? So keeping that in mind as I look at this map, as you look at this top of your screen here, above 6E, that's I-80. That's medium, multi-use medium. Right along I-80, we couldn't put a larger 45,000 square foot warehouse. Mr. Williams, I don't know exactly what the ownership structure is, but if I understand Royal Flooring's bought some space there. If Royal Flooring wants to put in a larger showroom warehouse, I don't know what they're doing. It doesn't matter. The point is, if it's going to be more than 45,000 square feet, it's not going to be supported, or it's not desired, or I don't know what the right term is, because I frankly don't still understand whether or not it's a complete prohibition, a preference. I don't know where it fits in the scale of regulation, but it causes me concern. And so I have those concerns. I'd like to work through them. I spent the last 2 years trying to do this, and again, I appreciate the time that staff has given to me to hear me out. Unfortunately, I've been unable to resolve those concerns. I'm not interested in treating people differently regardless of where they land in the city, and for those reasons, I'm not able to support it this evening.
Thanks for your comments, Councilman. I'm not here to debate everybody up here on the dais, and I'm certainly not going to go point for point with everything that Councilman McKinney brought up, but I do want to talk about a few of them. Number one, he talked about his ethics, and I would just say I've got the highest regard for Councilman McKinney and who he is as a person, how honorable he is, how noble he is, how ethical he is. I've seen him abstain up here on things that I'm not sure he even needed to abstain on, because he wanted to make sure that there was absolutely not even a question of a conflict of interest. So I don't think anybody's going to judge your ethics or your honesty up here. Thank you. You bring up wanting to make sure we treat everybody equally and uniform throughout. I'm not up here to blame anybody, but the former council, the former mayor, gave the direction to staff to do the comprehensive plan, starting in the area of the city where we not only had the least dense part of the city, more cornfields than anything else, but where we also had the problem, where we had at that time, 101 comprehensive plan amendments. And so if you're not happy that we're not addressing the entire city in this was, staff is following the direction of the former mayor to do the comprehensive plan in this area first. Next, I would say, as I have brought this up and brought up some of the same concerns, the staff assures me, and they assured us tonight, they are going to be applying the same land use map to the more developed parts of the city, and that is going to be forthcoming. If there is a comprehensive plan amendment, of course, it's a case-by-case situation, but that they are going to potentially look at applying the new colors to the amendment. So we are going to be treating people equally. The zoning is in place. We've got the matrix that shows how the zoning is to be applied. So that is coming. Councilman, you talk about, veterans down here and potentially wanting it to be, 480, 580, whatever it may be. Dwayne Woodstock, when he was here, our city engineer, had that same dream. And that's what he was looking at having done. Whether or not that happens, I don't know. But this is also why you review the comprehensive plan every 5 years. That's standard for all cities. So if something changes, we'll be back reviewing that. I would say that this is one of the most unique comprehensive plans I've ever seen. I could see other cities looking at this and asking us how we did this when it gets implemented. Typically, this process takes maybe a couple years. Kevin and I were here in the 2010 comp plan, and I mean, I'm not kidding. We must have had, 11 p.m., 12 p.m. We'd adjourn from council at 11 or 12 p.m., and we'd go into an executive session. Sometimes we'd have a workshop. That was addressing the entire city. This is an unbelievable process to go through, and there's a lot to discuss. And you know, the flexibility that's built in, I absolutely love that flexibility. I think it's great. I also don't like the flexibility because I want to make sure that we have some kind of surety for especially single-family residential owners that want to know what is going to be next to them. And with the flexibility, it's hard to know. Somebody might say, hey, I'm okay with a bank, but I'm not okay with a drive-through restaurant. Well, we're given flexibility, but that's also why we are putting other protections in place when it comes to single-family residential, why we don't allow multi-use high, which is the absolute highest land use possible, which is what Jordan Creek Town Center is, and we have one of those. Why we don't apply that everywhere else. You know, this has been a long process. I mean, the plan takes into account community design, housing, sustainability, transportation, infrastructure, wellness, DEI, economic development, land use. All of those things will apply to the entire city, whether or not half the city is this color on the map and half the city is the other color on the map. And I applaud staff for taking all those things into account and addressing every one of those things. I talked about the flexibility. You know, we've got, can't even read what I wrote down here. You know, the other things that were taken into account. Oh, we had tons of public outreach, tons of education and outreach that was put into this. You saw the stats on that. Everybody that was reached out to, we communicated with all the development community. Anybody that took out a permit, asked them to sit down with us and discuss any of the issues that they may possibly have with the comp plan. Some sat down with us, some did not. I've never seen such outreach over years that was done to the public and all the different modes by which people reached out and the public was given input and we heard from the public. Coming up with environmental factors and walkability, road development to determine what color was put on the map. And they did it without property boundaries put in place so that they were fair to everybody as much as they could be, and came up with the best possible plan for the city, regardless of who owned the land or who they were. Took into play the topography, which you got to take into account. Just a lot of stuff has gone into this over the last 4 or 5 years. I want to thank Karen Marin, Lynn Tweet, Linda Schimmel, for everything that they've done, all the hard work that's gone into this. I mean, 4 or 5 years, that is unbelievable. Jessica Grove, you know, Tom Haddon, Jamie Letzring, who have put considerable amount of time into this. Eric Peterson, one of our traffic engineers. Lucinda, our communications director. We've had, you know, 4 or 5 interns. We've had Jenna, Kira, Piper, Sean, all participate. Now, they're since gone. Maybe they have full-time jobs somewhere in planning. I don't know. A lot of work has gone into this. Is this a perfect plan? No. And I think we're going to take up some of the amendments after this, and these are some of the areas that we've got some concern in from landowners, and we're going to look at that. But a lot of work has gone into this, and I really appreciate everything the staff's done. So, anybody else that's got any comments or questions, or any points they'd like to make before we call the question?
Mayor, you said a lot of things that I was going to say, so cool.
All right. So, go ahead, Councilman Hurtwell.
and I don't want to delay the evening, but, I need to say a few things as well. And I, too, want to thank, first of all, and I shared it with the students on Sunday, what is happening tonight is probably the biggest, hugest, most impactful thing that we can do. Because where we take this is something that's going to happen way, way down the road when I'm not even sitting at this dais. So it is important work. We have been at this process for 4.5 years. And it is a process that has come before us on several occasions. I remember a workshop where we were talking about this flexibility that was being built in this plan and the uniqueness that has been put into this plan. And so I want to be respectful to understand that nothing we do is going to set forth a perfect utopia. It never will be. It never will be, no matter what we do. But we have to decide that we're going to make some progress and move forward in some way. And I'm not talking about these amendments that's coming later, okay? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this general plan. If not now, when are we going to do it? Another 4 years down the road? What will it take? I think that this plan adopted things that were so unique to this city. It incorporated some D&I initiatives, housing, wellness, environmental sustainability, walkability, you name it. We threw after them saying, get at it. Figure that out. How does it all work in this plan? And by God, the staff worked hard at it. While there are a lot of questions and while there might be some other things on the table, we have been briefed along this process for months, years. And so at some point, we have to execute as elected officials and vote our conscience and decide that some progress is better than 100% progress, because we're never going to get that. So I want to be respectful for everyone's differences, but I want to also sit here and say that the staff have done remarkable work trying to come up with some type of a plan that sets forth West Des Moines moving forward. While it is not perfect, they've done their jobs. There have been more meetings to get input than you can ever imagine. They didn't just sit here in their little corner offices in West Des Moines City Hall and decide to put this together. It was meetings after meetings after meetings after meetings. I can't speak to Hy-Vee not knowing. I'm surprised they don't know, but I can't speak to that. But what I'm saying is, at some point, we need to execute. We need to decide that this is maybe not 100% perfect. I don't think no comp plan in any municipality is. And we're not going to make everyone happy, but at some point, we need to either move or spend another 3 to 4 years trying to figure out everything under the universe, which won't happen. That's my thought. I've listened. We've been here since 5:30, and that's what we are elected to do. But at some point, we have to move. And while it won't be perfect, it's progress. And this kind of flexibility that's being built into all of this is going to be the envy of some other municipalities. Mark my word. Mark my word. It's going to be the envy of some municipalities, what we have built into a comp plan that others have not even yet considered. I'm just saying that. I'm not speaking to the B, C, D, E, E stuff that we got to still deal with. I'm talking about generalities of the work that's been done for the last 4 years or so, trying to get us to this point. And at some point, we need to decide we're going to execute and move this city forward. I conclude with my remarks, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Any other council person would like to make remarks before we?
It's my turn.
Okay, Councilman Lodes.
First, I want to thank everyone for coming and sitting here for so long, making your points. I'm a software and technology guy by background. I'm not a city government guy, but I decided to do this job to, hopefully at some point benefit the city that's been really good to me personally. I've lived here for 25 years. I am thankful for everything everyone has shared. I also, I'll side with Councilwoman Hardman here. This plan is never going to be perfect. We have to move forward at some point with some things. And I appreciate Councilman McKinney's comments because everything he said is true. And so, but at the end of the day, there are processes to come back and change these things if they need to be. And so, I'm going to support what I motioned as a second earlier tonight, knowing that we also have to do B, C, D, and E at some point, whether that's tonight or we, move it down. But I think for 6A, I appreciate everyone's comments. I want you all to know how much I appreciate the input because I have listened to those that showed up tonight. I've listened to my peers, and I'm thankful for all of that input.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. Any other comments before we vote?
Yep, the only thing I want to say, and I'm going to make it brief, I've seen a lot of growth in West Des Moines. I've lived here almost 61 years, my entire life. When I grew up on 19th Street, just south of Ashworth, our backyard was a cornfield. I watched those houses being built. Okay, so we've developed a lot of cornfields in West Des Moines over 61 years. When I started at West Des Moines Waterworks in 1988, EP True ended at I-35 Bridge. Where's it end now? There was thought put into the comprehensive plan over the years by previous councils. As Russ talked about, he and I sat here in 2010, went through this same situation. Lots of meetings, lots of discussion, but I don't know that we had, Russ, as much involvement as a council with the comprehensive plan as what we've had with this one. And as Renee said, hats off to staff for all the work they put into it to not only keep the council updated on where things were at, get our input where we, not them, where we wanted things to move to. They also involved the community, the developers, and landowners. I think there's been more involvement in this comprehensive plan and more thought put into this comprehensive plan than the one in 2010. So it's time to make a decision, and then we move on to the other 5 areas. But as Renee said, it's not perfect. We know it's not perfect. Nobody's perfect. I don't think any comp plan anywhere is perfect. You do the best you can, and you move on.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, with that, please vote.
Four yes, one no.
Okay. With that, the passage of item 6A, I'm going to do something that I've never seen here that is unprecedented. The council is going to take a recess for 3 minutes and allow people to get up and go to the bathroom, but 3 minutes. 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
All right, 4 minutes. We're going to
4 and a
compromise.
half.
4 minutes. We're going to be back here taking up 6B.
You bet.
Absolutely. Everybody
Doug?
So I made a bet with my buddy.
I was like, oh no. So I'm sorry about that.
I won't do that. Fat chance, right?
You're looking sharp.
I remember those. I'm sorry I couldn't be supportive. I wanted to be, I tried to get there, and so, but I acknowledge you guys put a ton of time into that. And I'm thankful for all the, time you spent with me to help me, try to put it all together in my mind. So, thank you for that.
I mean, I think we felt like we never quite understood.
Yeah. And those things happen, but I want you to know I appreciate you taking the time to help me understand. All right. Yep.
Lost 40 pounds. He's like 275. He was, how are you doing? Because I got to Christmas. I'm like, probably 10 pounds. And I told him, I said, I forgot about that.
So you're in trouble. Looks like McDonald's.
I got fast.
What do you do?
Protein.
Okay.
Protein, fat.
I lost 30 pounds a couple years ago. Stopped sugar for 60 days. No sugar, no bread. And I lost 30 pounds. It was awesome.
If you can order that. I can't, sorry. I've made a few silly comments, hoping that kind of, I do it, I'm miserable, things like that. That pays off. Yeah.
All of our laptops and phones are great.
How you been?
I guess so, we did an RFP last fall. We just,
I don't know.
and then start taking documents recipes.
Right, pastures.
I understand. Sorry, you have to sit down.
No, I wasn't.
You still got to approve those afterwards. No, she just gave, I moved up her agenda to Tom, just so she didn't have to sit there. Just to accept. Yeah, on the road, yeah. Gotta stick around. Well,
You should cancel. I just ordered 10. I just ordered like 10 large pizzas. Everybody ready? All right, we're going to come back to order here after our recess, and we're going to move on to item 6B. This is the time and place for a public hearing to consider comprehensive plan land use map amendment, approval of comprehensive land use map designation, McKinney property continued from September 13th, 2022. I'm trying to make sure that Ryan doesn't have a full mouth of food.
I'm good.
Ryan, would you please read the date the notice was published?
September 30th, 2022 in the Des Moines Register.
And have you received any written comment to this hearing?
The Planning and Zoning Commission, by a vote of 6 yes, 1 was absent, adopted a resolution recommending approval of this comp plan update.
Okay. Now is the time for anybody from the audience who would like to address the council on item 6B. After staff, I'm going to have staff first. I'm just making you go back and forth.
Thanks.
Have staff first walk through again how they got here to staff recommendation. They're going to go over, I believe, the original map that they came up with for this particular parcel, how it changed after talking to the landowner, what their ultimate recommendation is. Stop me if I say something that's wrong. We're going to talk about the land use map that the landowners supposedly had requested, and we'll give time for the landowners to explain why that's not true. We're going to talk about the map that planning and zoning approved as well. And after staff goes, we're going to open it up again to public comment. We will go back and forth on public comment, and then we're going to close the public hearing, and somebody's going to make a motion. We'll see if there's a second, and we'll go from there. Okay.
So,
Go ahead, Lynn.
6B is the McKinney property, and this area sits generally at the northwest corner of Boonville and South Grand Prairie Parkway. This is the currently adopted, the 2010. You can see it has about 2/3 of it is under business park. Part of it is under office, the western piece, and then about 14.5 acres of a neighborhood commercial node. If we go under and look at the new comprehensive plan, what those colors would look like. Business park and office, as we kind of explained before, are allowed place types within the industrial low. Therefore, they are an allowed use in that industrial low. What we did is we actually took that neighborhood commercial node that was in the far northwest corner. We moved it down south of Boonville Road. That was done for walkability over the overall area and trying to get some separation to some different areas. So in this scheme, at map A, it's 395 acres of that industrial low. Again, it does allow office, it does allow business park, it actually allows warehouse retail, and light industrial, and this is kind of a map of where we're at. So industrial low, these are the land uses, or the place types. This is then the zoning that comes into play. So it increases the zoning, the possible zoning districts that could be applied to this property from the 3 in blue that you're seeing to add 6 more zoning districts that could be used for development out at this parcel.
Okay.
Okay.
And just real quick, does the industrial low, is that comparable to how the land is currently comp planned in today's comp plan?
Yes.
They can do everything in industrial low that they can do with their current, as it stands right now, since we haven't acted, their current land use designation.
Yes.
Everything.
All the same land use.
All the same land use.
Land use
Everything's the
is
same.
allowed in industrial low as is allowed in office and business park.
Maybe the only difference is the square footage requirement.
Correct.
Okay, but everything else they can do, it's completely comparable.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, map A is industrial low north of Boonville. Map B is just simply if they wanted to maximize industrial low. Now, when we were hearing throughout the process is they wanted the same uses that they have today. So that is why the industrial low. At the P&Z meeting is the first time that we heard that they wanted multi-use high on the property. So we had been working up until that point under the idea of industrial low gets you the same thing you have today. We did not have a map for the multi-use high because we had never heard of that request until the P&Z meeting. But I'm going to back up just a little bit. The original draft, before we started going out to the landowners and the developers, and this seems a little washed out for some reason, but staff actually had gone in and thought that single family should come back into this area. This was single family before 2010 when Project Double Wide kind of made some modifications to the area. We were not getting any kind of inquiries for business park or office uses in this area. We have residential that's kind of marching its way west. So we kind of felt that single family or detached residential would be a good land use for this. We had a small pocket of that mixed residential down at the corner by Boonville. And then 2 commercial nodes is actually what we had at that time. A multi-use medium up in the corner, meant to serve the bigger area. A multi-use low, kind of more meant to serve this area in here. Again, based off some of that walkability that we were looking at. We then met with the McKinneys, or we had them come into one of our meetings. And after talking with them, and they raised the concern that they wanted to keep the land uses that they have today, we went back to look at the map. And under the first rendition, the original one, we did not have office as an allowed place type. After talking to them, we went back, reassessed it, and determined that we feel office is an okay place type to have in the industrial low. And that is how we got to where they have everything that they had before through that industrial low. Now, what we did do is we pulled the when we started looking a little more at the walkability for the larger area, we pulled it off of their property and kind of moved it over on Stagecoach to Stagecoach and Grand Prairie Parkway. A little more of a major intersection. Seeing this is getting closer to the western boundary, we pulled it back a little more central. Helps provide some services to those people in Michael's Landing and kind of back east a little bit.
But so now they have residential on their property that they didn't otherwise have before.
Correct.
So they have what they had before with industrial low, but now they also have residential,
Right.
which
So
they
the
didn't have.
industrial low is staying south of Thorn Drive. The multi-use low is what we had at this corner down off south of Boonville, but we had detached residential to the north. And that is still one of the concerns. That is what staff would recommend at this point. We still feel is the better use for the area. This one is just maximizing taking this piece south of Boonville to that industrial low if they wanted more industrial low and not that commercial node. So like I said, at the meeting, P&Z meeting, is the first time we heard about multi-use high. This map then reflects kind of what the property owners were asking for of that multi-use high, but also then what P&Z's recommendation was. So everything north of Boonville Road would be multi-use high, and the piece south of Boonville Road would be multi-use medium. Now, the problem we have with this is we have a criteria in the comp plan that you just adopted that would say you do not put single family next to multi-use high or multi-use or industrial high. So by that criteria, we really should not be putting multi-use high into this pocket. It has single family on 3 of its sides. So that is kind of the history of it. I can get more into some of the placement criteria if you want to, but in general, that's kind of the crux of what we're at. And I think we've heard quite a bit about this one to begin with already.
Okay, so what P&Z ultimately passed created a conflict within our comprehensive plan.
Correct.
Okay? Okay, any other comments to add at this point before I open it up to public comment? Okay.
One question.
Okay, go
Lynn,
ahead,
was
sir.
P&Z aware that they were creating a conflict by doing this? And did they not care, or what was their reasoning for?
I really can't speak to that. In the staff report, just like in your staff report, we had the criteria list there. There was really not any mention of it. Staff kind of made our presentation, the applicants made their presentation, and they really didn't ask for staff's opinion on it. So I can't speak to whether or not they were aware they were causing that
But they had the information.
They had the information, and we asked for criteria, or what was their rationale And so the rationale was just, that's what the property owner requested, and it gives them the most flexibility.
Okay, thank you.
So that's what, and that's why we feel like some of this is maybe not correct yet.
So we've got staff's recommendation map. We've got the P and Z recommended map. Okay, we've got what, the landowner had requested, which is essentially the same zoning as they have today, same land use as they have today. Those are the options that we've got before us. After I close this public hearing, we're going to ask for a motion. I do have something I put together that provides a compromise between what staff's recommendation is and what P and Z had passed that resolves the conflict. But I'm going to ask for other motions first, so we're going to go from there.
Point of clarification.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Lynn, on map A and B, what is the most current? Is it B, because that's after the September 12th meeting?
B, really, all the difference is between A and B is this multi-use low. In order to maximize what they have today of office and business park, that's what B does. It puts that industrial low node down here and gets rid of the commercial. The commercial would slide over here as if that was to happen. I don't believe that's what they want now. I'm hearing that they still want that commercial component that they had initially, if I go way back up to the original comp plan. They still want the commercial component that they had on the original comp plan. So original comp plan, commercial, office, business park.
And which map gives them that?
Map A is business park and office in the industrial low, and that commercial node was moved to the south down here in the multi-use low. So map A gives them what they have today.
Okay.
The other thing that I'd like to address at this point in time is, what happened back in, I guess it would be 2010, when we were chasing after Project Double Wide. That, as you mentioned, did not happen. And at that time, again, we were going after them. We thought we were going to be able to land them. We had an agreement with the McKinneys to have them annex into the city. And with that, we would provide the zoning to be able to get Project Double Wide and get them into the city. Unfortunately, we ended up losing that project to another state altogether. That was not the McKinney's fault. When we reviewed the 2010 comprehensive plan, so it must actually have been before this, there was a proposal to change the land use on this parcel. At that time, we had a council vote. I don't know if it was a formal vote or an informal vote, but nonetheless, there was a council vote. And we voted 4-1 to keep our commitment that we made to the McKinneys and leave their land use as is, as we agreed to going after Project Double Wide. So for me, my own personal feelings, what I'd like to see today is that we at very least honor that commitment. Now, I say commitment. There's only two of us left here that made the commitment. And I believe at that point in time, Kevin, you may have voted no on that. So with that, I would open it up for public. Okay, Renee. Okay, open it up to public comment. Mr. McKinney, if you just want to give us your name and address for the record, I don't know. Do we need that each time, Ryan? Do you want that each time?
We're okay at this
All
point.
right, we're okay at this point. Go ahead, Mr. McKinney. You have the floor.
Wayne McKinney, 11375 Boonville Road, West Des Moines, Iowa. Well, I want to thank the council for all their time and consideration, and Mayor and Tom and everybody else, and Dick, and Lynn and staff. I'd just like to kind of start with a little background, if I could. Back in 1980, my parents bought the East Farm which is known as now West Grand Business Park. And we farmed it, Bob and I and Jim, my brothers and my dad, just to kind of keep it going. And my brother Jim lived there with his family, and my sister is still living on the East Farm. But to make a long story short, in 1993, my first comp plan here in West Des Moines, West Des Moines started looking at the East Farm as part of the West Des Moines Comprehensive Plan. So we started participating in it. And it was a long process, but to make a long story short, we started talking about the possibility of annexation. And that took place from 93 all the way to 2000, well, maybe 1999, I can't remember. But it was a long ordeal, and I learned a lot. We talked about zoning, we talked about the comprehensive plan, we talked about infrastructure, we talked about what was needed to get something going. And we went through that whole process. And after several years of negotiating with the city, we reached an agreement as to annexation. And the central part of it, the pole star part of it, was the comp plan and zoning, that sort of thing. And we had support commercial, we had business park, we had a little bit of light industrial at the far end where Microsoft is now, and of course office. And I felt, and the city felt at the time, that was a winning combination. That would attract in the future different businesses. Well, that was 2000. And we got DMAC to come in. And the idea that I had, what everything would be, I like the idea of large parcels. And I like the idea of everything being good, iconic, because my family was living there, and we wanted to do something that would help the community and of course, help our family. We wanted to do something that we could be proud of. And if something came in, we had a lot of inquiries, and we wanted to be sure that whatever we agreed to, everybody could be proud of. The county could be proud of, the city could be proud of, and we could be proud of. But it took several years of negotiating the annexation to reach that point. And I think it was fruitful. I hope so. But it took time. When we did DMAC, it took another 2000, it took 2008 for Microsoft to come in. It took time for the Public Works. It took time for the Recplex. It took time for DMU. But you know, we had the time because we kept farming it. And we wanted to be sure that whatever came in was iconic. As soon as we annexed in 2000, West Des Moines started talking to us again about annexing the West Farm. And mind you, the East Farm, which is now West Grand Business Park, was about 750 acres, more or less. It was a large tract of property. The East Farm, or the West Farm, which is now the farm we're talking about, at that time was 720 acres. So it was another large piece of property, over 700 acres. And we started in earnest talking about annexation. And we talked about different comp plans possibility for the West Farm. And during this time period in the early 2000s, there was an annexation war between Waukee and West Des Moines. And West Des Moines asked me and asked our family, because the city of Waukee had included our farm in their proposed annexation. Their map showed our farm. That would be the city of Waukee. And West Des Moines asked me to go to different meetings with the city of Waukee. Well, I had a law practice that to let the city of Waukee know that we wanted to be in West Des Moines. And I did that because I knew someday that we would annex into West Des Moines. And that's where I wanted to be at. And so we negotiated and negotiated about different types of land use and everything. But I always knew, because of the East Farm, we could apply the same theory to the West Farm, because it was successful in the East Farm. Well, at least we thought it did okay. Large parcels. I like business park. I like office. I like a little bit of commercial. Spread everything out. It looks good. It sounds good. It's attractive. And this was way before this proposed development, double wide. Way before that. Double wide was not even in the picture. And we were farming the West Farm like we were farming the East Farm. And so when we reached the agreement of the annexation of the comp plan at that time, of business park, of support, of office, and of a little bit of commercial, neighborhood commercial, it was not contingent upon double wide coming. For God's sake, I've gone through the East Farm annexation for years, and we wanted to be sure the West Farm was fixed for years because I lived there. I've lived there for almost 50 years. My brothers lived there. My parents were living there. That's where we lived at. We didn't annex because of some possibility of some company might come in. I mean, we didn't annex because of that. We annexed because it was a right feeling. It was a right time to do it after several years of negotiating with the city of West Des Moines. And we annexed because we thought it was a great future for West Des Moines with the zoning. And that was why we annexed into West Des Moines. It was so important for us to have this zoning. Well, as the mayor indicated, some people thought, well, it was contingent upon that, on double wide coming in. And the council did vote. It was a formal vote, Mayor. I think it was June 28th, 2010, 4-1, to leave our zoning the way it was. Because it was promised, we made a deal, and a deal is a deal. So that happened 2010. We take our time. We have patience. In real estate, sometimes you gotta just have patience. We kept farming. But during the whole process, and let me back up, a very important part of this whole thing, of the annexation, and a very important basis for the zoning was 105th Street, which now we call Grand Prairie Parkway. Because 105th Street was traversing our eastern border of our farm, over a mile, both north and south of Boonville Road. So that was very, very important. We knew someday that would be a major, major corridor, connecting everything to the north, all the way to Grimes, the interstate, everything to the south, across the river, Highway 5, etc. About the only road west of I-35 that does that. So we had patience, and in the meantime, I'd get a call from the city, great engineers, hey, we got to do something about the paths. Hey, can we get on your property to do something? There's a deadline. We need to do something immediately. No problem. Then archaeological studies for 105th Street or Grand Prairie Parkway. We agreed to that. No problem. It was a lot of different things like that throughout this whole time period. Things were happening. And we had inquiries. I'm not going to get into who or what, but we had inquiries. I know Lynn said that there was no inquiries for office or business since 2010, but there were. So you know, staff indicated that the three primary reasons when they went in front of the P&Z as to the basis for rezoning this property was that double wide didn't come in, and it was contingent, it wasn't, and that we didn't have any inquiries since 2010 for office or business, and we did. So in 2020, we had a big inquiry, Microsoft. And you know, I worked with Microsoft in 2007, 2008 on the East Farm. We had a big inquiry based upon the zoning that we got at the time of annexation. It was so important to have that zoning there. 160 acres. That was a big inquiry. And that zoning, to complement the city council, and the city council at that time in 2010 had the foresight saying, you know, that's going to make something happen. And it did happen. But again, we waited. We waited to have something good happen, something good that would be good for the community and that we could be proud of. So based upon that annexation and based upon that zoning, we relied on that zoning. We relied on that zoning to sell the 160 acres to Microsoft. We relied on that zoning to work with Brian about the environmental stuff all those years. We relied on that zoning to work with the city about the future of Grand Prairie Parkway, what it would be at. Then, when Microsoft came in, and one of the primary reasons that was so important for me and for our family, what it would do in the future to open everything up, not just for our property, but for that whole area. So, you know, I know, Mayor, you have a little paper from the city attorney about being vested. And she, you know, indicated that that all of us 5 property owners weren't vested. Well, we are vested because we brought in 720 acres based upon an agreement, an annexation. And when Microsoft came in, I was asked to sign an urban renewal agreement, and we did. We were vested. And then I was asked to sign off on a TIF district We did. We were vested. When we negotiated 105th Street, or I keep calling it 105th Street, but Grand Prairie Parkway, we worked with the engineers, great people to work with. But you know, there was a lot of give and take. There was a lot of give and take. We wanted to see it happen, but we had a lot of concerns about different pieces of our property, where it was located at, a lot of issues like that. But we worked through all those issues, but we were vested. So the significance of that zoning was the central part of everything that we have done out there. And when we made that agreement, that annexation in 2010, to get that zoning, we were so concerned about it, folks, that our whole family, me, my wife, Bob and his wife, Jim and his wife, and my father, we were upstairs waiting for the city council to vote on it so we could sign off on it. That's how important it was to us, that zoning. Double wide, prospects like that, they come and go. But we've lived there for 50 years and we're going to continue to live there. So I guess what I'm saying is, the entire time that we had the different meetings with Lynn and everybody else, and you know, staff was always polite. I always enjoyed meeting staff. But I always let them know, time after time after time, that we made a deal. And a deal is a deal, and that's what we want, that zoning. And, you know, we indicated that time after time. And for example, I know that Lynn has also used as a basis for rezoning the property that the residential stuff is to the east or whatever. But you know, guys, we were there first. It was zoned in 2010. And the significance of Grand Prairie Parkway was such, not only our property was zoned because of the future, of what it would bring and what it would open up and the excitement it would bring, but the property on the other side, which is now that residential development on the east side of Grand Prairie Parkway, was zoned office because it just made sense. We're going to have such a major corridor. That should be office. We should be business park. It worked out great. Well, you know, when that residential development wanted to rezone this spring their property from office to residential, I sent an email to the city council because I wanted to be sure that everybody understood. Like I told Lynn and staff for time after time, I would tell Brian, engineers, I'd tell Clyde, I'd tell everybody. There was no uncertainty about it, that a deal was a deal, and we want to maintain our zoning because we know someday that's going to make something happen. And, you know, so they can rezone their property residential, but they take it the way it is. And people around us in 2010, when we had it rezoned, nobody complained. Nobody objected. And I'm sorry about other people in the area, but you know what? We played fair and square. And our property, and that's why it's so important, I think, to keep this zoning like it is. Because it allows the council, the city in the future, flexibility. Just like the East Farm, that flexibility, and that office park and business park and commercial park has that attraction, has that flexibility. And what my concern is, if we do the detached homes on part of that property, then you're going to have the neighbors have those expectations. Then you lose your flexibility. Then you're going to handcuff everything. And, you know, thank God we have such a great partnership with the city. I can't tell you how much we appreciate the partnership we have with the city of West Des Moines. We love the city of West Des Moines. The city has spent over $100 million in that area, or close to it. We got a new Boonville Road pavement. That's going to be great. Grand Prairie Parkway now is open to Boonville Road from the north. It's beautiful. I'm so proud of it. It's going to be open next year to the south. And I'm so excited about the overpass that we're going to have over the railroad tracks in Raccoon River Drive. I'm excited about Grand Avenue coming from South 88th Street all the way west now to Grand Prairie Parkway, basically to our property. All that stuff, it provides, it gives me a juice, let me tell you. It makes me happy. It makes me exciting. But I want to keep that. I want to keep that. I want to keep that happening. And I would think the city would too, to recoup that $100 million. When I was asked to do TIF, I thought, hey, you know what? This is a district that deserved TIF because of the zoning of it. This is an urban renewal district because of the zoning of it. And we're vested in it. We went out of our way to make it happen. So I want all of our neighbors to know that. I want the city to recoup their $100 million investment. I want more things to happen. I want to compete with Waukee, their entertainment district to the north across the interstate. I guess you could say that's multi-use high. That's what it does. And you know, multi-use high can go up to 300 acres if you look at it. Up to 300 acres. And this parcel of property that we have north of Boonville Road is approximately about 350 acres. Now, the reason we talked about multi-use high at the P&Z meeting a couple weeks ago is we've always said we want the zoning we have. We want the zoning we have. But the P&Z, they were confused. And I'm not going to, it is what it is. They thought we wanted low industrial because it was in the packet that our amendment for the McKinneys were low industrial, this and that. There was a complete misunderstanding about everything. And we said, no, we never requested low industrial. We just want what we have, that we were promised and we agreed to. Well, you know, this kind of got whatever, and then the P&Z, I could sense, well, okay, well, you know what? How would you color it in or whatever? With the current new comprehensive plan. That was the feeling I got from the P&Z. They wanted me, you know, basically, we want to give you the zoning that you have, but we got to figure something out. I said, well, you know what? I guess maybe you look at multi-use high. The reason being is the flexibility. I think it's the most comparable zoning we have because, you know, when you look at Business Park, what I loved about Business Park, what was taught to me by staff years ago about Business Park is so versatile. It's so flexible. You can do a little bit of commercial, you can do a little bit of office, you can do whatever you need to do to support the businesses going in there. And office is really sexy here in West Des Moines. It sounds good. And in fact, when you look at the definition of office, it says, the current office zoning, attraction, attractive. That's a very important word, the marketing. And that's why office was so important out there. So, you know, when we were in front of the P&Z, that last meeting, you know, they kind of brought it up. How about multi-high north of Boonville Road and multi-medium south of Boonville Road? We agreed to that. Because I could see the writing on the wall. Nobody's going to let us keep our quote-unquote zoning the way we have it, you know, the color of it or whatever. We're not going to be the only island, you know, in the city of West Des Moines with 2010 zoning, and everybody else is 2022.
So, Mr. McKinney, I don't mean to, I want to be fair to you. I want to give you a chance to say your piece and everything else, but I've also got to be fair to everybody else in this room and everybody else in this dais. So I guess what I'm asking you is, what are you requesting of the council tonight? What do you want this council to adopt? It sounds like you want the council to adopt the P&Z recommendation.
The P&Z recommendation. I think it'd only be fair because, you know, with the current office park that we have and the current business park that we have, there's no limitation as to footprint, size. You know, you can, there's no, and as to number of stories, you can move setback, you can go up higher. Business park is 5 stories, but then you can even get higher if you go back 10 feet, setback, et cetera. There's no limitation on business park as to the footprint. Same thing with the office. Office, I think, is 3 stories. No limitation as to footprint. You can go up higher if you have a setback.
Okay, okay. Any other comments? Because I'm assuming that Jim would like to speak as well, and there may be others. Trying to be respectful of everybody, and to be honest with you, we probably, and this is such an important thing, should have given everybody 5 minutes, and we are way past that for everybody. Not just you guys, but everybody, so.
As my brother indicated.
I want you to get it all out, just make sure that you try to.
Absolutely, I'll make it quick. As my brother indicated, I'm Jim McKinney, West Des Moines. As my brother indicated, the East Farm mirrors the West Farm. And so if you look at the development over there, I got the square footage. West Des Moines Rexplex, 300,000 square feet roughly. I looked it up, I Googled it. DMU, 350,000 square feet. That's phase 1. DMAX, 65,000 square feet, and I think they have 2 wings on the east and west. They can expand. I don't know how much, but they can. Microsoft on the East Farm, as I understood all the different permits, adding them up, I think it's all contiguous, 400,000 square feet. Microsoft on the West Farm, I thought it was 184,000 square feet, but what I've heard earlier, it might be another one for 250 or 280, whatever it is, on the West Farm, Ginger West. The West Des Moines City building, roughly 170,000 square feet, warehouse. So I know city attorney at the P&Z meeting, and Councilman Trevelyan asked a very good question about, well, what did you bring it up to P&Z staff? It was brought up. We had a lengthy discussion. We had 2 hearings on it. And the city attorney had told P&Z that it is regulatory, the comp plan. I know Wittern brought up the issue that we think is regulatory. And then the city attorney made a response, said, yeah, it is regulatory because low industrial is 45,000 square feet. That's the maximum. So we have 350 acres north of Boonville. I highly doubt we're going to put up a 101-acre building. We're going to continue what we've done on the East Farm. And I know the city attorney and staff today said 0.5% of the building are over 45,000 square feet. 100% of all the buildings on the East Farm are over 45,000 square feet, identical zoning. So, anyway, did I keep it short enough, Mayor? That's great. All right, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. Anybody else like to make a comment? Okay, come on up.
Once again, Nick Williams, 34097 V Place, just north of the property here, actually a Waukee address currently. You know, my only comments, you know, we own Old Post Properties, we own Freedom Developer Group, Viper Developer, Winterset Cidery, multiple businesses. My wife's an influencer, Nina Williams blog, and we're not going anywhere. We're the next generation of developers. And what I have done is I've developed in Warren County on our farm, I've developed in Madison County, I've developed in Dallas County. I've worked with Waukee, I've worked with City of West Des Moines, and I was telling Misty the most robust conversations, the most adrenaline that I've got have been in my meetings with Clyde and West Des Moines and Dallas County. And that's where it's happening. This is the 4th fastest growing county in the country. And so I just want to bring up that nobody speaking tonight is new at developing. And so one of the things that the city, of course, has taught me and asked me multiple times is, have you talked to your neighbors? And I think that's probably one of the most important things. I just wish you all would have spoke to me, as this does affect what we're doing on our property, and having a single family living development that potentially can't go in or can't be approved by the city when I'm potentially stuck waiting 3 years as the war on water is fought between Fox Creek Benefited Water District, City of West Des Moines Waterworks, and Xenia, and who has the turf. And so, you know, my comments is just that there's new properties, there's new developments that happen. It was mentioned tonight, every 5 years, a good city looks at a plan. Nothing ever stays the same. And one of the things that was mentioned to me by the staff is that the city will always be here. The people will not. They will move, they will sell, they will look at the dollar sign and think, wow, it's time to cash out. But the city will always be here. And so tonight, I just would encourage the city to remember that. What was taught to me as a new developer is something that needs to be thought about, as the city will always be here. And, you know, if we had an opportunity to talk about this, maybe other plans could have been made, but as the vote is here, again, I would urge us to be looking at map C or map D would be the vote of the folks on my 40-acre property.
So the McKinneys are requesting the council to consider basically map E, which was P&Z's recommendation. You're requesting map C or map D, which is essentially staff's modified recommendation.
Correct.
Okay.
And I agree that the zoning not only does allow what was permitted before, but if map E were to be allowed in, it allows much more options than what was offered in the prior zoning, if I'm understanding things correctly. So, and those are my comments.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, Jim.
Mr. Williams, one more quick question for you. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, just one quick question. Based on the actions taken earlier tonight, are you're familiar with what the zoning is currently? It's just under the old plan.
Yep.
And can you repeat yourself on what you thought about that?
On the old plan?
Yeah, I mean, its current status is, we're already aware of what its current status is.
Right.
What is your opinion about its current status?
I purchased my property knowing what the old status was.
And its current status.
And its current status,
Okay.
correct. And I'm okay with that.
Okay.
But looking at map E, my understanding is much different than the current zoning status, and that's what we prefer not to live across the street.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more question.
Sure.
Go ahead, Renee. You had talked about the war on water.
Yes.
So had it not been for this war on water, would you have already been under construction, at least to some extent?
Yes, I would.
So out of absolutely no control of your own is why you're still sitting here just kind of idling, waiting for something to be able to happen.
Correct. And I'll tell you, I mentioned 2 years of conversation with the City of West Des Moines and Dallas County. It's been 2 years because I've been a ping pong ball, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And we'll go get this from West Des Moines. Well, I get it and come back, and all of a sudden, I'm $40,000 deep in engineering, and I'm being asked for more and more and more. And so I took the risk and called for Dallas County to make the vote. And the zoning and the supervisors both voted against staff comments and gave me my PUD. And like I said, rewrote history for Dallas County.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Renee.
Oh, Renee.
I think he just addressed.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Jim, you wanted to make a comment, so give Jim a quick chance if Wayne wants to.
Just a quick rebuttal. I've never met you before tonight, the neighbor. I've lived down the road for the last 23 years. You're more than welcome to stop in my house anytime. I don't know where he's at, but it's always been.
It's right there.
All right.
Right here.
Yeah, stop at the house anytime.
Yeah,
you know.
I've met 2 of the 4.
Yeah.
And same back to you.
Yeah. I'm just right down the hill
And I'm
to
right
the
up the
left.
hill. No
Frodo, my lab is
So
down
I'm going to be stopping by you guys'
Yeah.
house. Okay.
Get his number and go.
Anyway.
Go ahead, Jim. Go ahead.
The current land use designation is, I think he indicated he thought it was residential, but it's always been business park, office, and it's commercial right across his property. That's the current use. It's been there since 2010. Nothing changed. Anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else want to address the council on this item before we close the public hearing? Anybody online? If you're still there, I can't believe it. But anybody hit *6 to unmute?
I can't believe anybody's still here.
And if my Domino's ever shows up, which is supposed to be here a half hour ago, oh my God, everybody grab pizza that's out there. That's for everybody out there. So anybody grab pizza. I ordered like 10 pizzas, so go grab pizza, anybody that wants it. Okay.
Comment?
Mark, you on this. Come to the mic, give your name, address. Why don't you take a couple minutes?
Mark Lee,
Okay.
just a question about the hatchings. I know that was for 6A now.
Okay.
Does that need to be done in 6B? I don't know if McKinney's have any hatchings.
Yep. We're going to need to address it, I suppose, because we addressed it on everything we
Yes.
just voted on, but it did not include these pieces. So yes, we're going to have to address any hatch marks that might be on this property.
Oh, so that is going to be addressed.
Yes,
It's going to have to be, and I would think that the council would want to address that because we addressed it for the rest of it.
we will.
So that might be like the, and Matt loves when I use this, the RSTLNE of Wheel of Fortune. I don't know that you need to take any time on that one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you got it, Jim. I think you got the hatch marks.
Yeah, we're
Gone.
gonna,
I think
It's
they're gone.
gone.
I think they're going to be
we're
gone.
gonna make, yes, that's gonna be addressed.
A quick question. Where's the map? I haven't seen the map. I
The
know it's
maps are all up on the
screen, but there's
monitors,
like
right?
8 maps.
The maps are all up on the monitor.
Right up here.
Right above your head on the monitor. You're sitting awfully close.
Look at the
so it's like-
TV screen.
The map by the P&Z, which one is it?
It's over there, map E. That's the one you're requesting the council to consider. And the other request has been map C or D, basically staff recommendation.
The only quick question I have is I know they said south of Boonville Road, there's about 20-some acres. Reality, I think there's around 50 acres. And I'm looking at the lines, it pretty well goes down Tusk Grant Avenue. And we have 11, 12 acres on the other side of the creek next to Microsoft. So that should be included as part of the map. Otherwise, it's going to be left whatever it is now.
Yep, it's,
Karen's nodding her head, yes.
Yeah,
okay,
we'll-
it's in there,
we'll get
it's
that
in there.
correct.
We got it, we got you covered. Grab some pizza. Okay. All right. Lynn, I guess, again, I'll state what I stated at the beginning. I want to make sure I honor the commitment that I made to the McKinneys years ago, back in 2010. But we've heard, that in industrial low does not do that. But you said that
Industrial load does do that.
that it does do that, with exception of the square footage of the building.
Correct.
Footprint, which is a goal that we're trying to do, that's what we're trying to live to.
It's the
But you said that was not a,
That's what gives Nick some assurances of what's going to be next to him.
Okay,
The
but you
square
s-
footage is
but you said that is not a hard and
It's not
fast.
hard and fast. What we
Okay.
would do is work with anybody who came in
Okay.
on that building design to say, how can we get to this context of about a 45,000 square foot building? That mean you take 2 pieces and you push them a little bit. So you're
Okay.
breaking that one long plane. There's a lot of different ways you can go about doing it.
Okay, so we've had 2 requests. At this point in time, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, we've had 2 requests. We've had one for the staff recommendation,
Which one is that?
Map D.
map D.
Map C or D. The only difference between C and D is what's south of Boonville Road. South of Boonville
Okay.
Road would keep their commercial component on C. On D, it would go away. You want the commercial component.
Okay, and then we've had map E that have been requested by the landowners. And as I said, I have got a compromise. If neither of these are acceptable to the council, I've got a compromise between these two maps.
And map A is what they would have today. So
Okay.
map A gives them what
Map A
they have
is
today.
comparable to what they have today, minus the square footage of the building footprint.
Right. Map C gives them only part of what they have today. It puts the single family at the north end.
Gotcha?
Okay, go ahead.
And map E is what the P and Z did for multi-use high above north of Boonville Road and multi-use medium below Boonville Road. So
Okay.
A is today, C is staff's recommendation, putting the single family.
And
E
what
is
did
what
P and Z approve?
That's E.
That's what we want.
That's what they want.
Again, Lynn, just for point of clarification, and Nick, this is also for you. Had it not been for you being caught in a catch-22, you would have been under construction to some extent already. Lynn, you're saying that he would have been building based on what's allowed in map A.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we approve map A without any hash marks.
Okay. The motion is to approve map A without any hash marks. Is there a second? Okay. Hearing no second, you going to second it?
You're going to have a second for discussion.
Okay. If there's no second, then the motion will die for lack of a second. And if you have a question before you want to do anything, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, I want to understand, does map A allow for them to still have the same situation that's going on currently today, with the exception of what?
Map A is set up for a business, it allows for business park and
Yes.
allows for office.
Okay,
Now-
like it is today.
Like it is today. Now, I just looked at what we have for a zoning. Map E does not allow for business park zoning.
Oh,
So map E will take the business park component out of that one.
I have a question after you're done, Renee.
so map A is the right
All right, Greg.
Without passing any judgment, I'm just wondering, since the P and Z meeting on 9/12, so a month and 5 days ago, for the McKennies and Lynn in your department, how much have you all communicated with each other to craft, not necessarily a compromise, but just to kind of go through all the details and you all get to share more than just what happened at the P and Z meeting? How much time has been spent on that? And if you say like 4 minutes, that's fine. If you said like 5 hours, okay, I just want to know.
Right. We talked this afternoon just briefly to kind of explain the industrial low, what that meant for land uses, what the 45,000 square foot footprint meant. So really, half hour at tops.
So minimal.
Minimal.
It's pretty clear, cut and dry. They're requesting the P and Z recommendation, period.
Oh, I know.
I'm just clarifying. That's what they want, and no other time's been spent other than what was spent today.
And again, I'll point out, technically by the criteria, we cannot do map E.
Yeah.
The criteria would say no
Map-
single family next to it.
Map E, the council's just asking a question. The public hearing is
I asked the question of Lynn,
Public hearing-
and so by all means, like that question specifically. But if I ask him a question.
Yes, then he can
That was
respond
my
to the
question
question.
of how much time have you all spent talking?
Yeah, very limited.
Yes. Okay.
Footprint dictates use. That's all I can say.
Okay. Okay, so there's been a motion. Is there a second? Okay, for lack of a are you going to second it?
The motion was for
Okay.
map A.
The
So the
motion
motion
was
is-
to
Map A
approve map
without
A
the-
with no hash marks.
Map A with no hash marks. Okay, for lack of a,
And what does it take away from what they currently have?
Nothing. It gives them exactly what they have today under the comp plan today. What
does E give them then?
E is, in theory, the highest land use you can do. It's unlimited for building square foot. It's a lot more commercial kind of components to it. Gives them the office, would not give them the business park. But we have.
They would lose the business.
They would lose the business park, and we have a criteria by council's direction to protect the single family that said we're not putting those highest land use next to single family. So this would be counter to the criteria we just adopted in 6A. So to me, you cannot do E and have those criteria. You would need to take it down to a multi-use medium could be done, but a multi-use high should not be done because of the criteria of adjacency to single family.
Okay, I want to share just my thoughts.
Can we determine whether or not we have a second?
I didn't hear a second.
Okay. There is no second. The motion dies for lack of a second.
Discussion, yes.
Okay. Does somebody else want to make another motion? Does somebody want to make a motion to do MAP E? Or any other motion? No.
I would like a different motion.
Go ahead. Make a motion.
I would like to make a motion because as I sit here, and I know it's been a very, very lengthy evening, but as I sit here and I ask the question, and again, I'm not passing judgment. This is an enormous decision, and I ask the question, how much time have you all been spending working together? And it comes down to like 30 minutes. To me, that seems like a very, very small amount of time to be working on such a big decision. So I'm going to make a motion that with the recommendation of Planning Department and the McKennies working together, and maybe that's over your compromise. I haven't seen the compromise map, so I'm not going to vote on it tonight. I'm just not. And I appreciate you doing that, Mayor. I really do. But I'm going to make a motion to defer this item with the understanding that maybe you all have a large discussion about what this looks like, because I see this industrial low. The McKennies, you're missing out on the 45,000 thing. Understood. The high density is right next to the single family, not the high density, you know what I mean, the dark purple. I'm not prepared to make a decision if the conversation has been so limited at this point. Not passing judgment on what's happened over the last month. It seems like if the zoning is exactly how you would like it right now, despite the fact that it's not a new thing, I make a motion that we defer with the recommendation that there's more talking.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's been a motion to defer, and there's a second.
And the comment
Okay.
that go ahead. We'll
Any
have
discussion? Any discussion?
The comment that I'll make is I think P&Z put us in a rough spot.
Yes.
And I'm not ready to move forward knowing that could be worked out differently. I think, my professional life, I get told 1,000 times to go sharpen my pencil. It's time to go sharpen our pencils and work together to figure this out. Take it back to P&Z. I know we've worked hard, but I think this is the right thing to do for all parties. And so that's why I seconded the motion.
Now, the only thing that I would say is I've got this compromise sitting out there that nobody's seen, but that's the motion in the second. So any other discussion?
Well, I would have liked to have seen the compromise. I've been sitting here trying to ask, what is the compromise? I mean, what is it?
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that. I really, really do. And I know you worked on this, but I can't look at a compromise and then 5 minutes later.
Well, that's you.
That's me.
Yeah,
And that's why I made the
respect
motion to
that, But I
defer.
still think we should hear the compromise, whether we vote on it or not.
Then we can
I
certainly
mean, what
talk
we're going
about
to do
it.
is shut
as
it
part of
down
this
because we
discussion.
don't want to vote on it? I think we should hear the compromise.
I'm fine hearing
And then
it.
if we don't vote on it, we don't support it.
Okay.
The compromise could be something we talk about at the next round.
Lynn, do you want to put up the compromise?
I'd like to hear the compromise.
Well, we can talk about it right now. We're discussing.
It's 10:42. I'd like to hear the compromise.
This is the compromise between what P&Z approved and what staff's recommendation is. What it does is it divides it like staff did on 1A, and staff had that as single family. I make this multi-use medium. That would allow for, I believe, the business park and would allow for commercial and office and various things. And then you have industrial low that goes down basically through the other pieces of property. And area 3 is mixed residential.
Is multi-use medium by the criteria allowed next to the single family?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
This is a compromise between the two of them that resolves the conflicts. What it does not do is it does not, and I don't know that anything's ever going to, resolve the 45,000 square foot deal that exists currently. If that's a problem with everything except for multi-use high. So unless you're willing to do multi-use high for the entire parcel or other pieces of the parcel, you're not going to get away from the 45,000, which we're being told is not a hard and fast, but is a goal. So this is a compromise between the two plans and gets rid of the conflict.
Okay,
But
so,
we've got a motion and a second on the table, so.
so this in no way detrimentally affects Nick, the mayor's compromise.
What will happen is when 1A comes in to develop, because Nick will be there first as single family, we will work with that, whoever comes in, to ensure there's some buffering between them. So I can't tell Nick what's going to be next to him, but I can tell him is it's going to be in that, roughly that 45,000 square foot building. We're going to try to keep the heights down. We're going to work with them to make it sure it is, from the context standpoint, it works next to single family.
I want to hear from Nick.
Yeah, I appreciate that opportunity.
Come on up,
Come on up.
So thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
To speak. And I do actually like the idea of the map. I just don't know that it's laid out perfectly, because what that does is it takes my $3 million home that sits there and looks over that, and not knowing what it's going to look over. And it dramatically then affects my resale value on that home, that parcel, but also the people that I'll be attracting to sell these lots to come into this development I've been working on for years. So that's my thought. That's why I do agree. Thinking about this is a better option than voting on it tonight. And I also would submit that inviting me to be a part of those conversations might be a good idea. Okay.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, because I wanted to know them on this particular thing, so.
All right, we've got a motion and a second on the table. Any other discussion? The motion is to defer.
For how
Yes.
long?
I'm sorry?
How long are we deferring it?
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Okay, to defer 2 weeks, it would be to the next.
3 weeks.
To the next council meeting, which would be first Monday in November.
November 7th. You can
And to
celebrate your
have
birthday.
staff and the landowners involved, including Nick, sit down and to try to come up with a compromise on addressing this situation. I would argue that such a compromise maybe doesn't exist, but maybe it's worth a try.
Worth a shot.
Worth to include everybody. Mr. Mayor, I wanted to say thank you for bringing this, because
Absolutely.
I know you thought about it, and I'm grateful for that.
Absolutely. Okay, please vote.
Four yes, one abstention due to potential conflict of interest.
Okay, so this will be deferred, and I just ask you guys to get together as soon as possible, and let's figure something out and hopefully.
I
come up with-
presume staff is going to help kind of mediate this?
Yep, it's going to be staff and the landowners that are affected and involved.
Just making
Thank you for
sure.
that.
Just making sure.
All right, moving on, item 6C, this is time and place for a public hearing to consider comprehensive plan land use map, approval of comprehensive plan land use designation, Wittern Southeast property, continued from September 13th. Ryan, would you please read the date the notice is published?
September 30th, 2022, in the Des Moines Register.
And have we received any written comment to this hearing?
The Plan and Zoning Commission, by a vote of 6 yes, 1 was absent, adopted a resolution recommending approval of this comp plan update.
Okay, anybody from the audience who would like to address the council on item 6C after staff does a presentation? We will invite you to come up. McKinney's, thank you for coming in. Grab some pizza on the way out, take an entire box. But trust me, I'm not taking this home. Take a couple boxes. Okay.
Teenagers, Russ.
Okay. Yeah, grab a slice. Okay. Lynn, you are up to walk us through the same exact process.
Okay, so 6C flanks Iowa 5 between southeast 42nd and roughly southeast 22nd. It'd be kind of the boundaries of that. Current comprehensive plan is a combination of office in this lighter blue and then support office in the red component. So the commercial aspects are intended to be in the red. The office, strictly office, is intended to be in the blue. New land use, if we go just to what those colors would tell us, it could be basically a multi-use medium. It really could be any of the multi-use levels, quite honestly, but medium would probably be about the most appropriate given the commercial components that are in here. So if we go historically, this is where staff started with this map of trying to, because we had the single family up in here, there is a good tree stands and things in here, but to go ahead and put the mixed residential on the north side of Iowa 5 there. We already had it's not on the Wittern property, but we already had the multi-use high kind of down here at the corner. And then as we're getting more single family on the south side of Iowa 5, again, some mixed residential and a little pocket of that multi-use medium at the intersection of Southeast 35th and Iowa 5. We did meet with the Witterns. We looked at some of their master planning that they had done. And based on that and based on some other things that were starting to happen in this corridor, we did some other shifts. And I'm going to talk a little bit beyond this boundary because that does play into it. So this piece is also part of that, the blue that you saw initially. This was indicated to us of a possibility of bringing general manufacturing over to this area. So that would put us into an industrial classification. We had the South Branch development that's already going on with mini warehousing on this western edge and then warehousing over on this eastern edge. So we had already industrial going over this way as well. Spec parking lot maintenance and repair sits right at this corner. They are an industrial use, even though he has his house up on the hillside there. And we've had inquiries down here at the far western edge to do an implement dealer. So to us, kind of knowing all of those pieces, we were comfortable with going to an industrial standpoint for where they wanted to say the general manufacturing could possibly go. We then, based on those master plans, we went ahead and bumped it to multi-use medium, which allows for commercial and allows for office. So it matches up to what they have today. Same thing down in this pocket on the south side, multi-use medium, allows for the commercial, allows for the office. The piece that we actually disagreed on was this mixed residential at this corner. It does to us, when we were looking at it, has some environmental. You can see the creek running through there. But it's also not at an interchange with Iowa 5. So the indication to us that you want to put a 6-story hotel, we struggle with why they would want to go here versus down here actually off of an interchange. So to us, because we had the mixed residential just to the east, we felt it more appropriate to keep that mixed residential pocket at this east end of the Wittern property. So that's kind of where we landed. This is then what the applicants requested. They want the multi-use high. Again, a lot of it's on the square footage of buildings and the allowance for a 6-story instead of a 5-story. This is also what the P&Z then did recommend for them, is that multi-use high on the 3 parcels in here, highlighted in the red. So.
Okay, and since this is another one that, since there's a conflict between what P&Z passed and the comprehensive plan, which would be the single-family residential north of the property.
Correct.
I've also got a compromise on this one.
Do you want to jump to that?
You gonna play it?
Nope.
Okay.
We'll do it just
So
like
these
the
are
other ones.
Kind of the options that we had before.
We will open it up to the public at this point in time, and Mr. Dutcher is going to lead us off.
I don't need name and address, do I, again?
Yeah, you do.
Because I'm not sure I can remember it.
We are well beyond that point.
It's okay, Bill.
Well, as I think Lynn has mentioned, and, everything should be really market-driven. And first thing I want to say is that from a multi-use medium, as I said earlier, the uses are acceptable for us under multi-use medium. The problem gets to be this maximum square footage footprint. So when you start putting in that maximum square footage, I advise really the Witterans that they should really ask for multi-use high, because it gives us the ultimate flexibility. And the competition that we have along Veterans Parkway, that's the use they have. So if we're going to compete with somebody, I want to be able to compete on a level playing field and know at least I have the same uses. I think anytime there's perceived barriers when you're dealing with either a purchaser or somebody that's going to develop something, if they perceive there's a barrier by this 45,000 square feet, they always look for reasons to eliminate your site. And that's one of the things they'll do, is that they'll say, well, there's a barrier there. We want to build a little bigger building. We can't really do it there, so we're going to go somewhere else. And that's a problem, I think, when you're dealing with potentials. My argument is the building size, the building footprint should be determined by the size of the parcel, by the zoning, and the bulk regulations that go with that zoning. The open space, the parking requirements, everything, that really determines the size of the footprint. Okay. And the size of the parcel is one of the main reasons.
So we're seeing a common theme here. The square footage is caused a problem for the McKinneys. The square footage is causing a problem for you as well. And causing you to go up zone higher than what you otherwise would have wanted.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at our parcels, they aren't that large.
You were
So-
fine with multi-use medium, but you
Users are-
recommended going up to high because you get rid of that square footage requirement.
That's correct.
Same thing the McKinneys did. Okay.
So, and I do have one other
Hearing you
question.
loud and clear.
Related, I think, Kevin, you had made the comment, did not P&Z really know this? I mean, in terms of the conflict that's created. Well, if I understood the city attorney tonight, the comp plan with that criteria wasn't approved until 6A was approved. So it was never brought up by staff. At least I didn't recall any discussion that there was a conflict that was going to be created when P&Z passed that. So I could make the argument that the comp plan wasn't really approved and that land criteria was not approved until tonight when the council took action.
Well, then you're going with what Dick's analysis is of it, that it wasn't approved by P&Z.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but Lynn said that it was addressed in their P and Z
I
packet.
didn't read the council
So,
or the
I don't
P&Z
know.
packet, so I don't know. Anyway, that was just a comment I made. So that's kind of where we're at. I don't want to extend it any longer.
Okay, appreciate it, Dan. Okay, anybody else like to address? Mark, come on up. I'm going to grab some pizza quick and I'll be back. Lynn, do you want pepperoni, sausage? What?
I'm good, thank you.
So, again, I'm going to start with staff disagrees for the following reasons. Approximately 300 acres of multi-use high is located approximately a half mile to the east and provides more than enough multi-use high. Okay. And if I've rubbed anybody wrong about this, I apologize right up front. But I'm an engineer, so I like facts. Okay? So if I could hand these maps out, I would really enjoy having you take a look, because there is not 300 acres down the road. There's 167.2. And so, and it goes back to this, okay, we're trying to make a certain amount of acreage for certain uses. And really is not really a priority on tax. So, it's not 300 acres. There's not 300 acres to be developed. It's 167. So, and we're requesting 125 in the box. If you look at your staff recs, it says 125 acres of multi-use high, but there's another 45 in mixed residential. That tells me there's, 170 on our piece, okay? And so again, I'm going to hand out another set of maps. That's incorrect. There's 146 acres. Which is much less. And then it goes on, and the staff recs talks about 255 acres. I don't know where that number comes from. But to make it to the point, between the two parcels, at 146, call it 150, and the 167, call it 170, you're at 320. you're at 320 total, when staff rec says it's 300 just down the road. Well, okay, so now we're almost to the point where we have 300 between them. Right? So, okay. I think that's close. I mean, we're 20 acres over, but now we've met that, whatever staff was looking for at 300 acres of multi-use high. I understand the issue with the adjacent owners, but again, the adjacent owners to the north are the winners. So when they, and I didn't bring the map, I'm sorry.
There isn't another single person that lives over there besides the Witterns?
To the north of these properties? No. No, I take that back.
No, I don't think it matters anyway, to be honest, because it's inconsistent with the comp plan and what the comp plan allows.
Right.
But
Right.
anyway, go ahead.
So there is a dilemma there, and like Dan said, if the 45,000 square foot would go away, we have no problem with the low.
That's seeming to cause all the issues.
Yeah.
Tonight. Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much, Mark. Appreciate it. Anybody else like to address the council? Misty, come on up.
Yep, they're coming off.
They're gone.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, anybody else want to address the council on this item? Anybody online, *6. Going once. Going twice. I'm going to declare the public hearing closed, and I'm going to ask for a motion. We've got staff recommendation, and we've got P and Z.
Before we make the motion, could you scroll through a little bit? Could you scroll down a little bit?
Scroll down?
If that's possible, because last time, I know you came up with a different plan, and we had already made a motion and second, and it'd still be nice to see that beforehand.
Okay.
Before
So
we made a
again,
motion, just to.
this is my
take a look.
compromise between what P and Z recommended and what staff's recommendation was, and it gets rid of the conflict. And so what you've got is, you've got 2 and 3, pieces 2 and 3 up there stay as multi-use medium as staff recommended, and piece 4 stays as mixed residential as staff recommended. And we is essentially just change 1 and 5 to multi-use high, which is a compromise between, again, what staff recommended and what P and Z passed. So essentially about half the parcel, they're getting multi-use high, and the other half, they're getting staff recommendation and multi-use medium, and it's taking care of the conflict.
I think Misty's got a comment to make.
Well-
Misty, can you come forward?
We know
Nope,
that.
I'm sorry. Number 5, we had to change
Thank you.
to match with what we're doing with number 1. Number 5 is not you.
How can you have 5 next to 4?
No, it's,
Or next to orange? The deep purple next to an orange, how can you do that?
Is that across the highway?
No.
deep orange can be next to.
You can do
multi-use
that.
high.
You can't have
Orange
yellow.
can be next to your multi-use high. Yellow is not to be.
Tell us, what is orange?
Orange is a mixed residential.
Mixed residential.
Okay.
So this gets rid of the conflict and provides a compromise between staff rec and the, what the P and Z passed. And then it also, when you're addressing the 45,000 square foot issue, it takes care of that for piece number 1.
How about making 4 multi-use low? And take away.
If you make,
Multi-use low has a 15,000 square foot. Why would you go down?
does that work?
The only bad part about it, it leaves this pocket of orange in between now medium and high, but
Wasn't that piece already commercial? And the zoning that it has today?
If that works and there are no objections, I would amend my map to.
your little bit of corner was, yes, which maybe is 15 acres if that, I'd have to measure it. but-
I'd also entertain one of the other 2 maps or a
So
deferral.
is there any conflict with what we approved in 6A with the mayor's suggestion and then Misty's request to change 4 to 3, was it? Right, I mean, the
Changing
orange.
4 to
4 to
multi-use
multi-use,
medium.
yes.
No,
No conflict.
not a conflict with the criteria.
I'm going to make a motion for that. 4
Okay.
becomes multi-use medium. Everything
Okay.
else stays the same.
And the hash marks are
The
gone.
hash marks, no, I'm kidding. Hash marks go away.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Hey, it's late, but I've still got some comedy in me.
This, I second.
Okay, so we're moving second. Any discussion?
So this strikes me as a much simpler situation than what we were just talking about with 6B for a couple of reasons. First off, thank you for joining us and staying for the longest of times. It seems like a lot of your concern came down to that 45,000. Like, it's a very, very straightforward concern. And this, by having, I want to be clear, by having number 1 be that darker, higher multi-use high, that kind of solves a lot of those problems. And then by making 2, 3, and 4 multi-use medium, that sounds fine to you all? Okay. So this does strike me as a lot simpler than the last one. And so this seems to make a lot of sense to me, just based on this, basically because it was a lot more easygoing, I feel.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Any other comments, questions, concerns?
I'll say this one feels better because there isn't another adjacent property owner here expressing a little bit of a different opinion, that they're not adversely impacted by that, otherwise they would be here. So I agree with Councilman Hudson.
Okay, any other discussion?
So just so I'm understanding, everybody is, not everybody, but the property owners are comfortable with the item that's been moved? Okay, thank you.
And really quick, so we know the border. So between number 1, just north of number 1, that's the freeway, right?
That's Iowa 5,
And just south of number 1, that would be Moffett Lake Road.
Southeast Moffett Lake Road.
All right. And right below Southeast Moffett Lake Road, because we're talking about 35th Street. So the soccer house is right in the middle of number 1?
Soccer house is sitting roughly in.
Oh, soccer house would be, okay, so just west of the soccer house then, because that line on the right side of 4 and 1 is South 22nd Street.
Yes.
All right, on the right side of 4, the east side of 4 and 1, excuse me. And so my one question is, for this parcel just to the south of number 1, because if number 1 is turning into a multi-use high, which can be next to multi-use low, which is just to the south of that, my only question would be kind of what Councilman Lotz was asking, or at least implying, there's not another adjacent property owner here, but I have no idea who is just to the south of number 1. And that would be my only wonder at this point. So I don't know if there's an answer to that. Obviously, someone
They're not here, so.
owns that land.
But what is down there, just out of curiosity? Or what's? Yeah, no, go ahead. Please, anybody address.
We're all having pizza, right? It's free form right now. It's been for sale, and it also was, it's trying to go after Amazon, a bunch of people out in that corridor. So they're not single family, gonna build multi-family.
So he's going after,
Passed in the last 35 years.
so he's going after some kind of commercial, which would not be adversely impacted by,
Right. It'd
Why?
be multi-use low is
Yep.
an acceptable transition.
yep, okay.
All
Call
right,
for the
that was
question.
Okay, any
That was
further
the concern.
discussion? Okay, hearing none, please vote.
Five yes.
There is a light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you guys for working with us on that. It might be. Item 6D.
All righty, this is the Whittern Southwest property.
All right, hold on, let me do the formalities first.
Oh,
This is the
sorry.
time and place for a public hearing to consider comprehensive plan land use map amendment approval, comprehensive plan land use map designation, Whittern Southwest property, continue from September 13th. Ryan, did please read the date those published?
September 30th, 2022 in the Des Moines Register.
And have we received any written comment to this hearing?
The Planning and Zoning Commission, by a vote of 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 was absent, adopted a resolution recommending approval of the comp plan update.
Okay, we're going to have staff run us through this, and then we're going to open it up to public comment. Okay.
So,
Lynn? Yeah.
property really that's in question is at the northeast corner of Veterans and Southwest Grand Prairie Parkway. Current comprehensive plan, again, has an office and a little pocket of support commercial, 15 acres of support commercial in the corner. Now, I will say, the Wittern family does not own this whole piece, but it made sense to, the boundaries are the roadways, so it does have a different property owner involved in this. The property owner's desired land use, and also what P&Z recommended, was to take it to multi-use high. Historically, if we would take a step back a little bit, we started out as a multi-use low for this whole area, kind of using Veterans as kind of that divider and trying to keep the more intense to the south side of Veterans and transitioning back up into the residential with a little bit lesser of the intense uses there. We looked at, again, we sat down with them, looked at some of their master planning. We really don't have any issues south of Grand Prairie Parkway with some of the land uses, but some of these up here, again, we took it up to the multi-use medium to give them a little bit more of that range that they could do. We're okay with the orange, multi-use medium can be next to the orange or the yellow, so we don't create a conflict there. So again, moving forward, P&Z and what the applicant had wanted was the multi-use high there. We do have a conflict then with this yellow single family that would have to be changed over to a mixed residential if we want to keep the high.
Okay, with that, again, there's another conflict that has been created through what was passed through P&Z. And so, again, I've got a compromise on this one. We might as well just bring it right up. The compromise on this is to divide that property that we are looking at, that staff had as multi-use medium. P&Z had the whole thing as multi-use high. We give them half high, half medium. One is high, 2 is medium. And then we change number 3 to be mixed residential to not impact and conflict with what we just did on 1. And that's the compromise.
Len, can you go back to the previous map? So if we've got medium residential, and I'm looking at map A, medium residential all around, and then you've got the single-family residential, why did we have that?
This yellow here is actually part of the preserves PUD, and that is what was designated as part of that zoning. So I will tell you, going to orange does not hurt them. They can still do single-family detached in the orange or the mixed residential. But that is why this piece itself is identified as yellow already.
Okay, so it's not going to adversely affect what's already there.
No, it actually will increase their opportunity to do a townhome or a small apartments as well.
And again, my plan is a compromise between P&Z and staff rec. Try to have a happy medium and resolve the conflict. Okay, open it up to the, let's open it up real quick. Go ahead, Greg. Ask your question, then we're going to open it up to the public.
No question, I had a comment, so let's do.
Go ahead, make your comment.
All right, make your comment.
Make your comment.
Just for that particular, I know some residents who live really close to that yellow, and they would prefer that that remain yellow on the northwest corner, so.
Okay.
About that.
Gotcha.
But if the preserve already owns it, and they can do either one, because they would have requested it higher density if they wanted it already, correct? I would presume.
Yeah, in theory, and we did talk with that's owned by NAP. We did talk with them. We walked them through what all the land uses were going to be around them. That is one piece that they kind of went, well, we might ask for, in the future, go to a mixed residential. I don't think they're going to be opposed to it. You're right. They could continue to do it as single family. To Greg's point, what it does is anyone who's already owns up that way and looked at the map and saw yellow would be going, okay, I thought it was yellow. I didn't know it could go to something else.
I see.
But it's still residential. It's just mixed residential. It's.
Yes. And you can see they already, even in their own PUD, they have this piece right here that was already set up for townhomes, this small little pocket.
And they just said they could come in without changing anything, they could come in and request to change it to
They could,
up, yeah,
yeah.
okay.
But
Okay.
we still would have this conflict of right here if you keep it as high, so to avoid the
Right, right.
conflict, the orange would be better.
Okay. Would you click to, back to the mayor's then? Okay. You're gonna ask for comment then?
we could flip-flop 1, 2 as well, and maybe that takes care of it, and we can put the 3 back to where it was. I'm not sure that creates a conflict, although I'm not really good at the Rubik's Cube.
The only thing there is you're pushing that high then away from the grand parade.
And that's why we did the
Yes.
high there. That's
Misty,
in that location.
Mark, do you have any issues with this?
Which one?
The mayor's concept?
This,
Actually, you just want to share your entire kind of ideas before? I mean, if you
Yeah.
brought something to present, by all means, that would be.
Is multi-use high okay against the orange?
against orange it is, yes.
You're not going to offend me if you don't like it. So we're going to come up with a solution. You're sleeping.
Yeah, he's leaving, but you're not going to offend him. Yeah. And Lynn, does this affect, other than 3, this is not going to then adversely affect anybody else?
No.
Okay. You good?
Okay,
I'm going to make a motion to accept C1
all right.
Without the hatching.
without, well, I don't know, yeah, without the hedging.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and
Second.
seconded. Is there any other discussion?
I'll start. Could you share more about, I know I read the report and whatnot, but since you're here, could you share more about your support from going from multi-use medium on this parcel to multi-use high on this parcel?
If you go back into respect to McKinney, there is a cloverleaf potential in that corridor, and that would be, you wouldn't want to have, you'd want to have best and highest uses right there. Because I have the same vision that he has, is that we should have never dead-ended Highway 5 into Moffett Lake. We should have brought the Southwest Connector, but Des Moines has an issue, and we'll never resolve that. And you guys are forward-thinking, and it needs to flow this way.
Yep.
And for growth and for us to be able to compete with some of our competitors in the other cities that are growing quicker with bigger footprints, this will put us on the playing field.
Lynn, could you scoot back up to the prior slide? I'm focused on 3 right now, specifically 3. So when we take a look at, Lynn, hover over that right there, yes. So we're talking about, that's 40 acres, 40 acres, 40 acres, that's 160 acres that we're looking at, or is that, well, it doesn't really matter. The place that you're hovering over right now, that's single family, we're hovering over number 3, correct?
Yes.
So my concern is for the people who do live to the west and to the north of this area. And so what I would, if we want to, I don't really have an issue with turning that into high, but I'm more concerned about the folks who were already there who expected this part to be yellow.
I've never seen a neighbor there.
Yeah, I think the people that live here are way up by this edge,
No, the Hart's family lives over there.
just a single home.
Who is this?
Yeah,
Merlin? He lives up a little bit higher.
because I'm looking at his house right now, unless if I'm putting the map at the wrong place.
It is. Merlin's up a little bit higher and over.
See if we can, because this,
Right there.
is
Oh, am I-
he in the preserves?
Am I one more up? I could, if I have my squares off, I apologize, but
He's in the orange. To the west and to the north.
Janice had mentioned something.
In the orange?
Buffer, and yeah.
Oh, yeah, and she's great. So I think my squares are a little bit off, so I apologize, but that was my concern.
Thank God. Thank God.
Yeah,
Okay, so.
Greg,
Thank God the squares are
This is
off.
Hunter's Run, if that gets you anywhere in perspective.
Because
He's in the northwest corner of the orange square.
I could have
This
sworn
one?
it's that orange square right there. I could have sworn that's their house.
Way up here?
I could have sworn that's the Hart's house right there,
Okay.
and that orange square.
That's also what Nick is saying, but
What's up?
that's also what Nick is saying.
Yeah, I thought it was right there, and so therefore concerned. I haven't spoken to Janet recently, but she was like, hey, there's a lot of stuff going on, and if you want to just have some single family nearby, that would be good. So that's my one concern about switching that, which is why if I was going to say something, maybe just cut number 3 in half and keep the east side of it orange and keep the west side of it yellow in this particular thing. To that way, just keep that, because,
Right on this side.
just divide it like that, because just to, I don't know if that makes sense at all. That's my compromise of the mayor's compromise. Just because I know that they have, and the Harts are great, as you know, and.
I can show you on a different map.
Mhm.
They should be able to pull it up here, but.
So Greg, your motion would be C1 with area 3.
Yeah.
The west half as remaining detached residential.
Mhm.
The east
We'd have to
half
have
is-
Kevin take back his motion, Renee take back her second, if they're open to a friendly amendment, if it works.
There's that one.
I'm open to a friendly amendment. The person made the
Right
motion
here,
has to
so
be.
This is these 4 squares we're talking about right here. Yep.
So that's all owned by NAP.
Exactly. So we're talking about this one and this one right here. That's number 3.
We are never having
Raccoon
a
River
council meeting like
land.
this ever again.
And if we just divide that in half, if we keep this square orange, and then keep this square yellow, that way the Harts are still next to that yellow.
It's Nat's ground, it's not even Merlin's ground.
No, this one right there.
Folks, I promise you, you will never see this again.
We're down here. You're talking about the piece of ground that's right here.
Exactly, but it's kitty corner, it can't be kitty corner for,
It's raccoon here, we're kitty corner right here. We're
exactly.
raccoon.
And so if that becomes orange, then we keep this part yellow, and that way there's a yellow next to Janice and Merlin.
Okay, but this is anything like this in my life.
No, that's what we're talking about right now.
Oh, but it's not, so it's not us. So it's
Yeah, yeah, exactly. We're talking like one away from you all, so.
There is a black mark going by my name tonight.
All
right, we good to go? We good to go?
Okay,
What's
guys,
going on
what's
here?
going on? Because I'm.
What's going on, Greg?
Greg, are you wanting to make an amendment to this?
Lynn did right there.
What'd Lynn do right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So do we have?
I will withdraw my motion.
Okay, Kevin's
I
withdrawing his
withdraw
motion.
my amendment,
Renee's
my
taking back
second.
her second. Kevin's taking back his motion. So,
And the only
Greg, do you
reason,
wanna make
and
a-
the primary reason is just to keep that yellow right next to, in this case, the Hart's homestead. And that way this is a good compromise that everybody can win. The preserve, they can do what they want to continue to do. That yellow 40 acres remains. If that's 160 acres or 40, I can't remember. Anyway, that remains next to the Harts who are right above it. And then that way this orange on the corner can be kitty corner to the new multi-use high, which will be on number 1, and then number 2 remains multi-use, well, whatever that color is, yeah. So I would make the motion to do that.
okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Hearing none, thank God. Please vote. Mark, get out of here and take the pizza with you.
Thank you all.
Careful or I'll put those hash marks back.
All right. Sorry, moving on. Item 6E. Can't believe we made it this far. This is a time and place for a public hearing to consider comprehensive plan land use amendment, approval of comprehensive land use map, designation, Sweeney property, continue from September 13th. Ryan, would you please read the date notice is published?
September 30th, 2022 in the Des Moines Register.
And receive any written comments to this hearing?
The Plan and Zoning Commission by a vote of 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 was absent, adopted a resolution recommending approval of this comp plan update.
Okay, now I believe Linda's standing just to get rid of any blood clots that could be forming from the time that she's been
It's got a long drive home.
sitting. So I'm going to take us that, and we're going to go over to Lynn to give us the update, then we're going to open it up to public hearing.
All right, Sweeney property is what we know it as. It has since sold, but this is at the corner of, northeast corner of South Grand Prairie Parkway, Mills Civic Parkway. Currently on our current comp plan is medium-density residential. Compatible new land use to that would be the mixed residential, so it stays orange, it's just its title would change. The property owner's request, Ron Sweeney at the time, the new owner is here, if he can speak if you'd like, but the desired land use was for a multi-use low, for the possibility of putting a convenience store or some other kind of commercial on that corner. It is the corner of two major arterial roadways. However, there is some topography and some access potential issues on that. Staff's recommendation was just to leave it as mixed residential. I have commercial a quarter of a mile to the north and a quarter of a mile to the south, or a half a mile one way or the other. Quarter mile to the south, half a mile to the north. So we already felt we had plenty of commercial in this corner. We didn't feel a need to have commercial tucked on this corner as well. Like I said, not a strong opinion one way or the other, but this is our recommendation.
Okay, what about P&Z recommendation?
P&Z went with the, put it as this one.
As
P&Z went for
multi-use low, P&Z.
Multi-use low, yep.
Okay. I do not have any mayor's option for this because there's no conflict. I would just simply open it up to the property owner that's here to have any comments, questions, concerns.
Dave Hanson, Signature Commercial Real Estate, 4701 121st Street in Urbandale. I'll make this very brief, I promise.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. We're just basically wanting flexibility on this site. As Lynn pointed out, it is on the northeast corner, Grand Prairie and Mills Civic, and we just think that it ought to be a multi-use low rather than residential. It is a small piece. I think the residential is going to be very difficult to develop appropriately on that corner, and we'd like to be flexible so that we can introduce some low-impact type of commercial uses, and be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Thanks.
Are there any questions for Dave? Any other individual in the audience would like to address the council?
I've got a question, Mayor. We
Go ahead.
had, unless my memory's not accurate on this, but Lynn, did we have development and planning meeting on the south side?
So the south 7 acres right here at this corner is asking to also go to commercial.
Okay, but I thought we at least did development planning. Obviously, it hasn't come to the council, but we had agreed to move that forward there. Where is that in the process?
They would be going through their traffic study first before we can do any kind of movement forward on that one. So it will be a separate action altogether.
But you said they're going to commercial?
They would like to go to commercial as well. I don't think they've given us the details of what type of commercial, whether we're at low or medium for
So what are
them.
we talking about, multi-use medium on that piece?
Hard to say.
Okay.
Ideally, we would rather keep it to low, just because they are going to be flanked by that residential right next to them. But we have, like I said, we don't have the details yet of what they were looking to do exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
But what the landowner's requesting is consistent then with what potentially could happen below, and there are no conflicts either way.
And P&Z approved it.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Anybody like to address the council on this item before I close the public hearing? Anybody online? Star 6. Okay, there's nobody. I will declare the public hearing closed, and I would ask.
Make a motion to approve MAP A.
Second. Okay, it's motion.
I'll
been
second.
moved and Seconded. Any other comments, questions?
You are a trooper.
Okay, yeah.
Trooper.
Hearing none, please vote.
Thank you.
5 yes.
Thank you.
I can't believe it. We are to the end of public hearings. Item 6F, this is the time and place for a public hearing to consider comprehensive plan land use map amendment approval of comprehensive land use map designation Colby property continued from December 13th. Ryan, would you please read the notice published?
September 30th, 2022 in the Des Moines Register.
And have we seen a written comment to this hearing?
The Planning and Zoning Commission, by a vote of 4 yes, 2 no, and 1 absent, adopted a resolution recommending approval of this comp plan update.
Okay, we're going to go to Lynn to run us through this again, and then we're going to open it up to the public for comment, questions, concerns.
Okay, this is the Colby property, sits on the north side of Veterans Parkway, kind of sandwiched between Adams. I believe Southeast 35th is the road that will come down through it. Current comprehensive plan has it all as community commercial. The compatible new land use to that is a multi-use medium. You can see there's 2 roadways that are kind of cutting through this. The question really becomes on this one over here. Seeing we are using roadways and not property boundaries as dividing lines, staff, the applicant would like it all to be multi-use medium, so using the property boundaries as the defining boundaries. Staff instead wants to use the road like we've done with most of the other stuff on the map, is use the road as the boundary. So it's mixed use on the west side, multi-use medium on the east. We fully know and recognize that as this road is engineered, wherever it shifts to, these land uses will just shift with it. Our concern is you do this little pocket up by a boundary, you end up with a weird one that somebody else doesn't realize that rule applies. So our recommended is this. The P&Z did go ahead and give them the multi-use medium on the whole property. I can tell you there's a project down here that may be shifting this road over here anyway. We're still kind of waiting on that, but we do also
It'll
have
be shifting the road where?
to the west.
Over off the property, basically.
Yeah, it would
So
basically swing it back over here.
If staff recommendation is moved forward tonight, I think the council needs to state for the record that if that road shifts, the zoning will shift and will look very much similar to what P&Z recommended.
Lynn, if the road stays where it's at, how much land is between the boundary of the property and Southeast 42nd? Approximately?
I have to get into the older maps, I think, to break that one out. It would be roughly 10 acres on the west side of Southeast 42nd there.
Okay.
Okay. With that, I would just invite the public to come to the podium, give us your name and address for the record if you'd like to address the council on this item.
We do have your aerials in here if you want to.
Okay.
And thank you for hanging in there with us.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been a long evening. Clark Colby, 12802 Cardinal Lane, Urbandale, Iowa. I think you and your staff have taken on a great job, and you've done a good job, so
Thank you.
cheers to everything you've done. The problem that I really have, I appreciate Lynn and her staff's desire to use roadways as the buffer between land uses as opposed to property lines. But I have kind of 2 problems. Number one, we've kind of feel like the McKinneys did. We worked for a long time with the city 20 years ago we acquired about 800 acres and we're only talking about 10 here, but it's all meaningful. And we really felt that we had a good zoning and we'd like to keep our property contiguous with that same zoning. I don't believe, and I don't have a perfect memory anymore, but back in the early part of 2000, when we were talking with the city at that time about this zoning, I don't recall this roadway being shown where it's being shown on this map. It may have, I'm sure it was in 2010 because that's what the map shows, but that wasn't my recollection. And she also made a comment that when they did their studies and they tried to work through these maps, can they see this map here?
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That would be in front of you. You see it as your point to
Okay.
though.
All right. I mean, we've got major, wow, I'm not very good at this. Can I do this?
Screen, I think it jumped over.
any rate, there's major topography problems to the north. And I've talked with Brian Hemeseth at length on alignments of future roadway connections from 35th Street South and 42nd Street South, how they impact our properties. And I hand drew this and then had a meeting with Brian. And he said, Clark, he said, what you've shown on 35th Street, he said, is almost exactly what the city would like to see done. And then we started talking about the 42nd Street alignment, which is what I'm here to visit with you about tonight. And honestly, I feel what I am proposing here takes into account the best way for the roadway to go when you take into consideration this area where the roadway is shown on the proposed land use. It comes right into an area that's got crosshatches on it. And then you got to cross over that area, and then you go, maybe you can do it for me, I'm not very good at that. What's the name of that creek? Middle Creek, there's a big floodway area down here to the south, and that road's just going down into a marshy area. There's an old cemetery down there. It has no, it's a very poor placement where they have the road suggested. And I think if you were to put it back along the property line where our zoning we had attained, it does a lot of good things. It gets you away from the wetland area, and you can move more quickly to the west above the wetland below without having to cross through the wetland on our area. The other thing that's happening is we have a signed contract for an option to purchase with a very substantial non-refundable deposit with Mid-American Energy. They very much want to locate a substation on the piece of ground where this road is being indicated that they'd like to put the roadway. And two reasons I'd like to suggest support for that. Number one is I think the city needs to work with Mid-American Energy to provide that substation. You got Microsoft's coming up on both sides of them, and they have to have it. And if you travel, which I have done, I've walked it, I've looked at it, there's not a very good place to put a substation. Substations aren't real fancy structures that lots of people like to have on their property. And I tried to work with them, and I suggested this piece because it sits below the roadway, and it also has this wetland area with trees on the west side of it. And we had many meetings with them and discussed it, and they said, yeah, I think we can make that site work. So we are in discussions with that, and hopefully the city can work with them to accomplish that. So, but I don't want to have to wait and go through those meetings and then say, oh, the roadway moved, now we're going to change your zoning. I mean, I think that the time and place to do it is right now, to put the road where it belongs, allow us to work with Mid-American Energy, preserve the zoning that we had and we've been counting on for many, many years. And that's all I have to say.
Can I suggest something?
Yes,
If the
sir.
council should happen to go with what you're requesting, would you be amenable to, if the road alignment ends up changing to where they're showing it now, that then we put it back to where the staff recommendation is?
Say that again, please.
So the zoning of your parcel would be, if council gave you what you're asking for, which is multi-use medium throughout the entire thing.
Yes, sir.
We'd be doing that contingent upon the road alignment going where you're, basically where you're requesting it to go, where you think it ought to go. And what I'm
Well, I
saying
think
is
it should-
that, but if it doesn't go there, and instead it moves onto your property, then the council comes in and changes it back to orange. So we give you the benefit of the doubt, you give it a shot with Mid-American, and we work with Mid-American, and hopefully the road alignment goes along your property lines, but if it doesn't, and it should end up back here, bifurcating your property, that then the council comes back in changes that to mixed residential, that piece that is on the other side of the road. We give you what you want, we give you the benefit of the doubt, but if the road doesn't go where you say, and it comes back through your property,
Well, that's a kind offer, but it's, you have the power to put the road wherever you want. So you're not really working with me.
no, we are going to work with you, but we don't know for sure unless Brian can come up here and say right now without a doubt that the road's going to go on that red line. We don't know where that road is going to end up. This is,
Right.
for whatever reason, our best guess as to where it goes and trying to keep with the principles of the comprehensive plan and having it divided by roadways. What I'm saying is, we give you what you ask, but if that road shifts, then we go back to what the staff recommendation is, mixed residential on the other side.
Can I, Mayor, this Southeast 42nd Street, you know, we've talked about how you want to have major arterial roads depicted on the map. Have we, throughout the, I mean, you know, Highway 5, we've talked about Grand Prairie Parkway, et cetera, but are any of the, I mean, how many of these boundaries are dictated by streets that really, frankly, don't exist? I mean, we show these things largely for, hey, maybe in this area, but none of this is really established.
Yeah, there's nothing that says that's exactly where that road's going, so but
So I guess I feel a little odd. I don't know if that's a good adjective here, but it feels a little odd to make zoning or land use contingent upon where the road goes when it could be there, it could be to the west, it could be, I don't know. What if it goes to the east?
What it's about is sticking with consistency on the comprehensive plan, and if we approve this without that contingency, then what's to say somebody else doesn't come in and say, hey, I want the same thing he got. My land is bifurcated by the road, and I want, you know what? I want the consistent zoning throughout the whole thing and disregard what staff put into the comp plan.
okay, but what about the road up here?
Or the road
Cuts
to the
through,
east?
The word street.
This one?
Yes, exactly. That's what I was looking at.
I think it's completely hypothetical, if you want to ask.
Well, exactly, but that's what I'm saying. We're giving a medium.
The difference is, and the reason I'm not, I mean, I told you what I feel. I think it's hypothetical. And I
Right.
think she agrees.
I
would.
And I agree
We
too.
don't really know.
I agree too, Mr. Colby, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, we're talking about medium use, right? Multi-use medium,
Right,
Right.
multi-use.
where that area is, and we got a road through it.
Mhm.
I want to make a motion that we go with everything, that one, map A.
P and Z recommendation.
Yep,
Okay.
without any contingency.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Councilman McKinney, you got a question?
Well, no, I just, it's, the P and Z supported this, and I find it difficult to draw the line based upon where a road may or may not be.
Okay, that sounds good. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. Please vote. And I will say with this one, that any hatch marks are gone.
Yeah, the hash marks are gone,
Okay.
yes.
That goes
5
without
yes.
say. RSTLNE, you all get that automatically. It's Wheel of Fortune time. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And we've got, no, I know.
And we're not
I know,
done yet.
I know.
They can leave, but we're not done.
I also want to, before Scott Hatfield leaves, thank Commissioner Hatfield for being here and paying attention to this, following this through. And I also want to say that, you know, I had a conversation with Scott, we talked about many years ago, you know, and it might have been, to be honest with you, after they voted 0-5 and we voted 5-0 for something, wanted to have a liaison to the council so we had more communications and coordination. And my thing is, I appreciate what P&Z did and all the recommendations they made. We need to not have groupthink between the two bodies. And so you guys need to do what you do, and we need to do what we do. So we appreciate everything and appreciate you being here. So,
Thank you.
take care, guys.
Take care.
Everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Sleep well.
Item 7, new business, 7A. Jeez. PPG Paints, 1220 8th Street, approve level 1 minor modification to site plan to allow modification related to the 8th Street widening project, City West Des Moines. We have a resolution for approval of level 1 minor modification site plan. There's no outstanding issues. This is approved unanimously by P&Z and Development and Planning, and there are 3 conditions of approval, all related to council providing parking exemptions until the site is redeveloped.
Are you practicing engineer, or auctioneering? Is that?
I'm thinking about it. And I can't even, funny thing is I can't even read, but so.
Move for approval?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on this item? Okay, here, anybody from the public? No? Okay. Hearing none, please vote.
Five yes.
Item 7B, Richmond Auto, 1272 8th Street, approval level 1 minor modification of site plan to allow modification related to the 8th Street widening project, City West Des Moines.
Move for approval?
Okay, we have resolution for approval, level 1 minor modification, no outstanding. P&Z and DNP approve this unanimously. 2 conditions again on this, both regarding exceptions, exemptions to the parking till redeveloped.
Move for approval?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any comments, questions, discussion? Hearing none, please vote.
Five yes.
Item 7C, we've got issuance of $29.235 million of general obligation urban renewal bonds and capital notes. There are no outstanding issues. This came through F&A unanimous with unanimous approval. And we've got a motion to adopt and a resolution to approve and award the bids to the bidder.
Move approval.
Okay, any second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
This all relates to the conduit program, right?
This does relate, I believe, to the conduit. Let me make sure this one does. I believe, yes, it does. We discussed this earlier with PFM.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, please vote. Well, yeah, yesterday. Well, not yet. Okay.
We need Renee's vote.
Renee, we need your vote.
4 yes, 1 abstention due to potential conflict of interest.
Okay, item 7D, we've got the issuance of $13.7 million general obligations urban renewal bonds, Series 2022F. We got a motion to receive the report of bids and a resolution which directs the sale of the bonds to the successful bidder. This came through F&A as well, unanimous.
Move approval.
And the F&A chair moves for approval. Is there a second? There's been a second by the other F&A member. Any discussion? Hearing none, please vote.
5 yes.
Item 8, receive, file, and refer. Item 8A, this is really to service this individual. Unfortunately, we had the resignation first of Dr. Rich Salas from the Human Rights Commission, which really was unfortunate. And now we've got Chandler Collins as well, who is an incredible member, just like Dr. Salas. Hate to see him have to resign, but he had a time commitment and family he's trying to juggle, and so he's having to resign at this point in time, and just want to thank him for his service. Item 9, other matters. Is anybody crazy enough to bring up anything under other matters?
Yeah, I'd like to have Ryan read back the minutes that he took tonight to make sure that everything is correct before we adjourn, because, see, it's not even midnight yet, and we've got plenty of time to get this stuff. So if I filibuster this thing till 6, then Ryan's bringing in breakfast.
Please take the pizza. Everybody take boxes. There's cheese pizzas I got for vegetarians here, and nobody ate them. So